Welcome back to Lit RPG Realm, guys. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Let's jump right into it.
Chapter 26. Kurz watched anxiously as the three parties approached each other under the shadow of his cloud. Larafaman had suggested he pull back, but that would have allowed curious parties at the perimeter to watch. Guards had been posted to keep others from using the new portal he had laid, so Kurz kept his bulk over the meeting, even though Larafaman told him it would feel ominous, like a judgmental cloud over the proceedings. Seeing as Kurz was a judgmental cloud, Larafaman lost the argument to Kurz's laughter. The three camps were set away from a clearing around a table rock, the grass not yet trampled down, as if standing defiant to the prodigious powers around it. On the side of Delmar, Prince Harkon was the lead of his retinue. He had with him Quillerin, Luisa, Francesca, and Johann personally in party with him. Beyond them were scribes and attendants, bronze or weaker. It was an attempt by Harkon to prevent any implied threat by the martial might of his retinue. Conspicuously absent from his side were any position-holding members of the Adventurers Guild. Normally, negotiations of this level would be done with their assent and presence, the least of which to guarantee that there would be no backstabbing. Breaching the covenant of the neutral ground would invite eye-watering sanctions. The Kingdom of Dawnheim was a smaller retinue, mainly because Princess Xena refused to have a personal guard. She was with her husband, Gerard, who also happened to be Harkon's brother. She partied with no others, but had Frank, the errant numerist from Nihilung, in her squad. He looked as if he were there under duress. Already, Harkon's brother was sneering at him, all the while holding Xena by the hip in a public display of affection. Frank, meanwhile, was agog at being on Citadel grounds, and was busy doing anything but paying attention to the tension building. Bancroft was represented by the Triumvirate, as well as Dwayne from the Guild and Pauline, the most senior human bureaucrat and former member of Delmar's army. They had no other attendants, leaving their side remarkably small in comparison. The first to approach was Dwayne, carrying with him a sheaf of parchment for which Kurz presumed would be to record any binding agreements. As he set it down and smoothed it out, Gerard immediately interrupted the proceedings. "Now, why does a low silver orderly get say in any of this? Frank, aren't you the ranking member for where Bancroft was founded? You should send Dwayne home and be the sole guild advocate here," he whined, taking his hand off Xena's hip to gesture at Frank. Xena politely yet firmly took it back from him and put it on her hip once more. Harkon barked a forced laugh, though his eyes were hard. "Mighty strong words coming from a silver. Princess Xena, why did you have to bring him? Is irritating me during this really that important? Don't bother answering that question, I already know the answer. Honorable Dwayne, please continue and try to ignore that trash." Dwayne looked back and forth between the prince and princess, waiting to see if there were to be any more biting remarks before continuing. "We gather here today to sign an accord on the movement, travel, and governance of Bancroft, and the associated dungeon Cloudgate. The parties to this agreement shall be the Kingdom of Delmar, represented by Prince Harkon of Delmar, the Kingdom of Dawnheim, as represented by Princess Xena of Dawnheim, and the citizens of Bancroft, as represented by Mr. Anpu—" "No, that thing is not party to this," Gerard butted in, pulling away from Xena. To Kurz it looked like she was letting him go, as there was no way he could have moved without her permission. "A single mob signing an agreement is absurd. We should end those three now." "You slander me with your dishonorable words and tenor, princeling of Dawnheim. I will not debase myself and give merit to your words as such, unless you have more than a bark. I will be party to the agreement, and my will and position shall be respected," Mr. Anpu countered with a measured diction. He kept his hands clasped tight behind his back and stood straight as an arrow. For her part, Lyra simply did not move, more like a statue than a living being. Geist, on the other hand, bristled at the insinuation, and in his formless wind kicked up a flurry of dust at Gerard's words. "You still can't sign it, no matter what you think of yourself. Dwayne, Frank, back me up here. These documents require heroes. There is no caveat for other beings. Your city is a figment, an ephemeral dream like the cloud it sits on." The conversation exploded into chaos. Prince Harkon yelling at Gerard, Xena standing in front of the man to shield him, even as he shouted hate from behind her. Mr. Anpu and Lyra animated, rejecting his argument with Dwayne on their side. Frank was just trying to calm everyone down. Kurz was incensed at the insult. It was directed at him on purpose, but it still hit home. He could kill them. He knew he had the power. Only the 2 platinum heroes would be a problem, and only because they were not in his domain. But before he decided how he wanted to be known, or even if he wanted to add his telepathic presence to it, he felt, in the periphery of his senses, a problem on his cloud. A fairy had flown through his gate by way of that small town gate he had dropped on the way in. Kurz immediately ripped his attention away from the argument and zeroed in on the intruder. First, the male fairy was solo, or at least no others were with him. Kurz immediately nabbed the unaware fairy, opening a space-time portal between him and the cookery reflexively. His momentum too great, the fairy flew right in, though he valiantly flared his wings to stop. Crashing headlong into a row of pots and pans dangling off hooks, he made a racket as he stumbled through. The other 3 already imprisoned fairies were shocked, though Arthur was the first to shake it off and try to capitalize. He leapt toward the portal, his wings beating rapidly to gain speed. Too slow. Kurz closed the portal before he could even close half the distance. Deacon attended to the young, confused fairy, who after a moment of incoherence shot up and spat angrily.
Which one of you assholes is a city fairy, huh? Was it you? This was my first assignment, and you have condemned me to failure, and a city to death. So great job, hope you're happy.
We've done nothing of the sort, now listen here, Arthur retorted strongly before being cut off with a chiding gesture from Deacon, who then turned and gave the unknown fairy a soft smile.
What he means is we are not to blame for your troubles and are in fact saddened by them and your current predicament. Can you explain more? I'm Deacon. That man is Arthur, and the one who hasn't spoken up is Cabor.
Cabor was sitting at a table, having been interrupted from eating away at his depression. It was obvious that there was no spirit left in the man, his shoulders slumped and his wings drooping over them as he sat in front of a pile of mashed potatoes. He smiled weakly and gave a slight gesture for hello. That response pulled some of the fire from the young fairy's heart and caused him to pause for a moment before it lit again.
I don't believe you. There's no other reason for fairies to be on Therial except to guide dungeons, cities, citadels, and the occasional behemoth. Such a simple lesson that even a first-classer could recite it. The least you could do is fess up. This was my first. Which one of you is the city fairy that's stealing all of mine's population, I deserve to know at least that, or I'll lodge a complaint with the constabulary. See if you land a good gig again.
Arthur reached into a pocket and pulled out a chit that made the fairy's eyes go wide.
Lodge a complaint with me all you want. It won't change anyone's fate. You're stuck here with us. Sorry about your city, kid. Hope you got to say goodbye before you foolishly entered this abyssal void. What? You're a prisoner of a war that nobody between us 4 now know of. This dungeon and its city intend great harm. That's enough. Great harm is what you all did by killing my fairy, Kurz said, casting telepathy, the cover story for Selena's escape coming easily to him. Yeah? And what of you? How many of you killed? How many are gonna die for your vengeance? Thousands. And I'll kill thousands yet, more even. Do not try and compare your crime to my response, my nature. You've brought this upon yourself. I would have been content to be a normal dungeon, living a normal dungeon life, but that was denied me. I've had to fight stone and tile for where I am. The young fairy inserted himself into the argument. What's going on here? I'm a prisoner now too? Not just a failure? And what of my city? What did it do to you to deserve death by decay? Nothing. Why are they decaying? Are you stupid? Your city's perfect. Silver without the population for it. Rents are so low they are steel. No crime has developed yet because it's new. Views. Commerce. It has the hallmarks of being one of the greats, and anyone who's there early gets to rake it in. My city became a ghost town the moment you dropped your gate. All of my teachers, mentors, everyone always talks about how you'll remember your first. Some memory. I've had only 2 months with them. I'm sorry. Don't say that. You don't mean it. As you said, it's your nature, the young fairy said forlornly, falling to the ground. Deacon rubbed the young fairy's shoulders. Kurz felt bad. His intent with dropping that gate was not to steal the population, but to open trade. Instead, all he had done was make another target for turning into a satellite dungeon, and even that was only if it was strong enough to qualify as ruins when the city core died. It left a bad taste in Kurz's mouth. He had been trying to save people and make Larafamen stronger. He swept his gaze out over the boulevards and arched bridges. The people were playing happily, ignorant of what was truly going on under their feet in the cloud. Larafamen shared with him how powerful it was to have people appreciate her designs, to apply their own to her zoning, and to just live in her space. Kurz had snuffed the very same from a young core that had yet to truly experience it. Was about to. He made up his mind. Kurz transitioned his attention to the offending gate, and with the barest of pushes, expanded his domain into the ground around it like fungal growth, seeking and feeling out the boundary of the dying city. Weak and getting weaker, he could scarcely pick it out of the background. If he was careless, he probably could have pierced it and attacked it directly, strictly overpowering it and stealing its domain until it was nothing but that minimal cube he had started as. With his prodigious mana reserves and regen rate, Kurz fed his growth with abandon, encircling the city from below like a bowl. His metaphorical hands cupped it, and then, with the creation of a ballast tank and an influx of mana, he lifted. The ground strained, but Kurz would not be denied. While he did not invade the domain of the weak city, he still moved it. With a terrible, rending quake, the ground fissured around the city, trees ripping out and falling with deafening thumps. Slowly but inexorably, it rose. Up. A balloon, it floated gate and all into the sky, dirt clods falling away. As it ascended, Kurz ate away at the ground and replaced it with his cloud. His special cloud that counted as a mineral, remaking the grounds that the city stood on into the ephemeral cotton that Kurz called home. In time, it would float without the need for his constant application of mana as the replacement's effects took hold. Kurz felt the intelligence inside probing at his efforts, confused, like a kitten taking its tentative first steps into a new home. As it floated higher, he sensed it calming, like it knew something was different and that everything was going to be okay. Back in his cookery, he spoke to the young fairy who had now been served a soup to calm his nerves. There, your city will live. I can't release you to it yet, so you'll have to trust that after my partner's gotten it up on its feet again, maybe we can work something out. The others are right, though. I do have problems with fairykind right now, and your freedoms have been curtailed. Hopefully, I'll be in a position soon where prisoners of war are not required. Deacon rubbed the fairy's back. The worry was etched on his face. Thank you, Kurz. If you could only give us the opportunity, this war footing you are on could be reined in before it is too late. I was sent here to help, after all, and nobody wins in war. You don't want this. Please. Kurz ignored Deacon and turned his attention to Larafamen as the new Cloud City rose. Using his domain, he pushed against her to grab her attention, something she was more than happy to give.
Yes, Kurz? Plan on showing me a surprise?
Wait, what? Aw, Lyra told you. Yes, I will, but not yet. At least, not that surprise. First, I have this other surprise. I need you to send back some of your recent new populace to the city they came from. You have a new neighbor now.
Oh, hey! You got me an achievement. First of many. Huh. Oh. Kurz, how is the Accord moving? We might want to hurry it along, lest this gets out. I don't think I'm supposed to have a vassal city until I'm a capital proper.
Chapter 27. Kurz left Larafamen to figure out the minutiae of dealing with the newly risen city, such as how to communicate with it. Vassal states were something he had less than zero knowledge of. Instead, he turned his attention back to the political discussions beneath him and was unsurprised.
No progress had been made. Voices had been raised, threatening or insulting gestures had been made, but there had been no fighting yet. Kurz was perplexed by Pauline, however. She was advocating for a third option: separation. And that had opened another discussion, as the appointed leaders of Bancroft did not want that. It perplexed Kurz because previously he had watched her go from an antagonist to the idea of the champions leading the city to being a prime proponent. It seemed out of character.
Since neither of the royals seem to deem an agreement more important than their petty squabbles, why shouldn't the people of Bancroft cast them off?
She asked Mr. Anpu directly, keeping the conversation between them. She had walked over to the meeting summit rock and sideboarded him. Lieutenant Pauline, we have no desire to rule as royalty ourselves, or any other title that goes with being leaders of a sovereign nation. Bancroft is still a young city, and would be ripe for martial conquest if we were to cast them off.
Bancroft is unassailable. An impenetrable fortress that has not one but two wonders just to defend it, and no borders to cross. The guild presence is weak, so this is the time. You've seen the nascent nationalism as much as me. Better to break free with diplomacy than violence.
Mr. Anpu did not respond, merely gave a non-committal growl before returning to the conversation with Gerard and Harcone. Pauline's pushing concerned Kurz. With the caution and advice of the Platinum Champion, Marchog, fresh in his mind, he knew he would not have the food to support a decision like that. Unless that new city he just saved had to have been a farming community, which, while a good first step, would not solve the problem. This was moving too fast. If the Bancroftites committed to a revolution, it would be doomed to be a short-lived affair.
Bancroft was originally a dungeon in Dawnheim. You stole it, and with some perverted magic turned it into a city. Such power cannot be let slide. You shall return it,
Gerard yelled. He didn't need to. Both him and Harcone had approached the negotiation rock with Dwayne and were but a scant few feet apart.
I shall do no such thing, brother. We suffered great loss from the Dark Lord. It is just that the miracle of Cloudgate and Bancroft remain as Delmar resources. Xena, why is he speaking for Dawnheim? He is of my blood, regrettably, and not yours. What is your stance?
Harcone asked over Gerard's shoulder at the Royal. She shrugged, even while smiling at Harcone.
He asked, and I hate negotiating. I would sooner put my fist through your face. But his positions are those of my parents. I cannot speak ill against them. I am sorry.
You must be jesting. They are reasonable and were wonderful and gracious hosts at your wedding. This meeting was to secure how the movement of the city would be handled, and now I learn you are demanding to have complete control over it. It has a gate within strike distance of the capital. Oh, is that so? Big brother, what do you think would happen if it were to navigate to Dawnheim proper and drop a gate there too, Striking distance of the capital. You could lead an army through in an evening while ours is spread out along every border, patrolling for new behemoths. That city is a danger,
Gerard spat, as if to drive his point further. Kurz, of course, knew it wouldn't work like that. It would be him in control of the gate. Harcone clenched his fists tight and took a breath.
Or we can continue on the path we have been on. Dawnheim and Delmar growing closer together as has been the plan. If there are no hostilities and trust because it is family on both sides of the border, then an attack is out of the question. Xena, we just had each other's back during the battle against the Dark Lord. This doesn't have to be a wedge. This can be a joiner. I came to this meeting thinking this was going to be a handoff, where we inform you that Bancroft was going to loiter over Dawnheim and bring commerce with it.
Mr. Anpu spoke up.
That would be the most agreeable solution. One where Bancroft can fly as it deems necessary, and there is no further trouble. Free to choose its own fate as a city and populace. Dog, do not take me for a simpleton, Gerard growled. We will not feed your growth of slaves at the expense of our own nations. We know how the people will migrate. The very idea of you at the helm of a city is already a blasphemy. You should be struck down here and now. Your words are ill-advised, and those actions would be a death sentence for you and a minor inconvenience for me. Perhaps you would like to take a more conciliatory tone? We are, after all, under the shadow of the very city whose legal status is being debated and is well known to have a penchant of smashing ingrates beneath its bulk. Aha! You see, Harkon, violence already. The dog's ilk does not deserve such a jewel. We will take it and strip it of that horrid ahimsa.
Kurz was dismayed at how the conversation was going. With Larathmin busy, he turned to Selena, finding her in her cottage.
Selena?
From within, she replied.
What's up? I'm going over the floor plan we had cooked up for your girl's surprise after Vex ran it. You did good. She'll love it.
The negotiations about Bancroft flying over Donheim don't feel authentic. Something's wrong.
That's a strong accusation from someone who doesn't seem to understand what it's like to be human anymore. What makes you say that? Walk me through it while I fly over.
Kurz did just that, getting her up to speed on what had already been said.
As you can see, this is out of control. I fear the royals may fight and cause another war, or that somehow this Gerard'll damage us further. We aren't ready.
Yeah, that shit is all bad. I agree, something's fishy. You need to put your weight on the scale somehow to prevent it from tipping.
How?
No clue. Normally I would go and be your liaison, but I'm still playing dead. Send Medusa or Limer. Medusa to make them back off their claims, or Limer to broker an agreement.
No dice. Thought of that already, but they aren't party to this, as Cloudgate does not get to control territory from the perspective of the people. Mr. Anpu is there more as a formality, I'm afraid, as Bancroft is likewise a subject of either one or both, depending on the results of the discussion. Bancroft has no right to self-representation.
Not yet, at least. Then, if you aren't willing to break up the Congress, ply yourself onto Mr. Anpu there and make sure he knows the bargaining position.
Selena said, before flitting over to Kurz TV and flicking it over to a live view of the proceedings.
Or just ignore their choices and fly on over anyway. Not like they're sovereign over you. You're a frickin' dungeon, after all. Last time they tried, you killed them all.
This is a decision between the royal houses! What the city itself wants is immaterial!
Gerard yelled, having worked himself up to a froth. He slammed his fist down on the stone and instantly regretted it, pulling the smarting hand to his chest. Everyone present laughed, even his wife. That gave Frank a moment to speak up, where he otherwise could not.
There is a precedent for this problem, actually. Not exactly the same, but when nations are unable to agree over a resource, the Guild can do more than witness and ensure compliance. We also arbitrate. I was prepped to make the offer that the Grand Chairman, Maximilian Gladwell, would personally oversee an arbitration, even pay for the costs for both parties. His only request is that the city be present as well, so he can get an honest appraisal for its value for himself. He's the leader of the Adventurers Guild for a reason. His political aptitude for finding solutions is astounding. This should be no issue. I have with me signed contracts for safe passage and temporary migration for those on Bancroft for their trip across the border, per Guild pilgrimage laws and agreements.
Now that is a good idea,
Pauline chimed in, speaking out of turn. Harkon scowled at the outburst, but otherwise kept silent, his face unreadable. Xena looked to Mr. Anpu, who cleared his throat.
A reprieve from this acrimonious debate would be most welcome. I will inform the citizenry that we are making our way to Freehold by way of Donheim. Princess Xena, are there any cities that you wish us to visit? Perhaps you would like a tour or a grand introduction. Prince Harkon, any thoughts or comments?
Gerard slinked back to his side, while the two royals hashed out in a much more agreeable manner where the city was to go before Freehold. Kurz himself was amazed at just how many cities they wanted to hit, even a few dungeons. Though he was pensive, the feeling that something was wrong, that the exchange felt scripted, had grown, and that somehow Kurz had lost while not being part of it. Selena, though, feeling the emotions through the bond, was less than silent.
The Guild thinks it isn't done with you yet. No way their ugly hands didn't tip the scale here. Bastards beat us to it.
No, they are done with me, or at least I'm done with them. They just don't know it. I don't care how many times I must teach them this lesson. My fate is my own.
Aw, look at you, taking after my old rebellious heart.
You were a good teacher. Now, I'll have to prep if they're going to surprise me when we arrive. Best to not let them have the only surprise. In the deep of space, Kurz checked the trajectory of the rocket again, confirming its target. Only this time, moving his mind back and forth felt like molasses. Like the distance, though separated by the non-dimensional unreal, was still very far away. Chapter 28. The pilots for the Cloud had only just gotten their orders for the indirect route to Dawnheim with a few flyovers when Larafamin mentally slid up to Kurz. He normally welcomed the warm, fuzzy feeling that brought, though this time it came as more of a relief. It gave him a sharp feeling he could focus on, something that was becoming harder to do, as large of an area as he was and would continue to become.
So, about that surprise? Gonna share it willingly now, or will I have to convince you?
She purred into his mind, their bond carrying her intentions quite clearly.
I do believe you are the only ticklish rock I know.
Hey, hard to think while you're doing that. Yes, let's do it. Now, you'll have to thank Vex. He was the one whose effort led to this.
Led to what? You're burying the lead here on purpose, almost like you want me to drag it out of you.
I'm getting there, and I would be faster if you weren't so distracting. Thinking as clearly as possible while under her playful assault, Kurz took her mentally with him as he traversed his domain and arrived at the new satellite dungeon. Its yawning maw welcomed them as if they were heroes themselves. Kurz waited for a response from Larafamin, and waited, and waited. Just before he was going to open his mouth to ask, he felt himself pulled into a hungry embrace from her that left no confusion of her intentions. Still, Kurz tried to get a word in edgewise, only for his words to be stolen by her passion.
You did not curse, you absolutely amazing dungeon! I can't believe you would do that for me. I'm speechless.
That you are most definitely not. I started remaking the whole thing when Vex acquired it for me. Without your bosses, it would be like a great oil masterpiece missing the signature. Lyra convinced me to stop and have the other floors be earmarked for something else. However, that style of trappings is beyond me, so, Larafamin, would you join me and rechristen your dungeon together? I want to reopen and celebrate us as soon as possible.
Yes, 1,000 yeses!
We can even bring in Gustav and Selena if you think their insights will be needed. A true proper dungeon and fairy exercise again. Larafamin wordlessly assented, and Kurz summoned the two while Larafamin inspected his design. Her uncharacteristic quiet caught Kurz off guard, and he started to think he was wrong and had made the first floor poorly. She quickly disabused him of that mistaken notion.
I love it!
I was trying to make an homage to your original concepts. I know you had taken Inventor after all.
It is perfect. The traps are decent. Homage is a good word. I see this floor getting lots of love. Obviously, I'm biased here. As for the other floors, what is the plan in your head? What did my daughter ask of you?
Kurz waited for the two fairies to make their way to their respective cores before continuing. As much as he wanted them there in person, it was not safe to leave their respective house arrests. Lyra wants the next two floors to be reconfigurable to whatever the heroes desire to practice against. I can do the change bit, which is where she got the idea from, I think. But how to have an NPC interact with the heroes where they can accurately describe what they want to train against and suss it all out is daunting. That concern marinated for a moment. Gustav spoke first, flitting away from Larafamin's map facet to stare off into space while he thought. That is definitely a conundrum. While you could babysit the dungeon and handle the NPC bespoke, you are a peculiar case. With your size, as compared to a more normal silver dungeon, I imagine you are stretched thin, attention-wise as is. Something as demanding as redesigning a floor on the fly would be too much. Now, thinking back to my lessons and case studies, there isn't much I can recall. The closest was a multi-dungeon system where 8 dungeons cooperated. Together, that amalgamation would have the capacity to pull off something similar, I suppose. But because I am legally dead, I can't get other opinions. For all my long-sailed years, I have no further help. Kurz spoke up next, offering his core as the solution, where the heroes could work with it directly. The resounding shared no was impressive. I'm not dumb. At least not that dumb. What I mean was make the same interface. Selena's done some work on my dungeon with it, and always said that it's more for others' benefit than yours. Sheesh.
Don't fault us for thinking you would do it, Mr. I accept hellfire blindly from sketch champions.
Selena retorted.
But while that could technically work, what you're asking is beyond heroes. That IDE is an interface that takes years of training as a fairy, or training wheels in the form of the nebulous instincts of a dungeon. That would be a far cry from the quick turnaround you want. How long did it take you to make your first dungeon? Over a month. Imagine how long it would take for someone who has no better description or plan in place other than, I want to fight skeletal squid monsters. She has a good point, dear,
Larafamin added.
Perhaps Lyra's idea, while grand, is not meant to be. However, I have an inkling that you won't accept that. Maybe you just need to try a different angle. I do enjoy your problem-solving. Get to it.
Half my problem-solving is in that little package that— Ow! Just hit me for calling her a package. But you're right, this is solvable. It must be. So far we have Gustav's idea of having someone else do it. I'm out of champions, though I doubt any would want that as a rote task, and enslaving another dungeon to my will is not high on my priority list. Not something I'm going to do. Making it from scratch would be beyond anyone without experience. How about we give them a leg up? Make templates or pre-formed things that are easy to slot in, where only a few details need to be changed. Then, based on what they're trying to do, certain rules would be applied. Advanced or experienced users would be able to leverage the system better. That might even open a new way for retired heroes to supplement their income if they find they haven't saved enough from their adventuring years, Kurz said, thinking on the fly as the ideas came to him. Selena lit up, gesturing that she had a follow-on idea.
That's it. What you're describing are widgets. While a sufficient set might not be ready to start, enough of them in an easy-to-use GUI will make all the difference. I've used widgets all my life. Well, all my earthly life. If you make a tutorial on how to use it, the onboarding time will be negligible.
Sounds awesome. What's a widget? Kurz asked, not understanding the concept as it flowed from her to everyone else.
Just like you described. Things that are pre-made. Say the heroes wanted to deal with an arrow trap-filled hallway. Currently, to make some using your crafting and mapping facets, I would have to, and this is simplified as is, start with one trap. Choose arrow, choose the type and size of the arrow, choose color, look, everything about it. Carve out where it's going to be placed, choose a pressure plate, size and the look of it, so on and so forth. Then do that exactly again for each and every trap, for each and every freaking trap. Then, if that wasn't bad enough, you'd have to wire it all up so that each plate activates the correct trap or traps. Also, don't forget the mana assignment,
Selena said animatedly. She took a breath before continuing, her hands flitting over Kurz's crafting menu to put emphasis on just how involved it was.
Now, a widget would take those base components and add them together. It would have logical defaults and tie the choice using inheritance. Want a jungle temple theme? Cool. Set for the room, and then the traps and everything in it will also become jungle theme. Copy and paste an already made trap? Simple. Also, traps that have necessary components come with them. So arrow traps will query for what the trigger is upon placement, and then you just place the trigger, the wiring already hooked up. Widgets made HMI and GUI so much easier than the old-fashioned by-hand methods. CSS can kiss my ASS.
I have the Questing Beast achievement, too. I can make it so there are special rewards for creating new widgets and beating special environments on a rotating basis, given out by a proctor or trainer who stands nearby. Make the heroes fill out the widgets for me. Oh, and while the floor is in use, the GUI, as you called it, would be available.
Enterprising heroes would or could make the level they want prior to their run slot.
Gustav chuckled and clapped.
But how would you do mobs and bosses?
Lorathaman answered for Kurz.
Another Chimera lab, just with levers and dials to control everything, and then a bestiary encyclopedia for all the mobs Kurz has.
That could work,
Gustav said, turning and smiling at Selena from across the threshold joining the two core rooms together. Kurz could tell he still found it weird that he'd connected the core rooms as such.
Isekai have all the knowledge. I think Fairykind could learn a lot from you if we just learned to trust you instead. Instead of treating you as parasites and blasphemy, we should have been asking questions and taking notes. You have certainly opened my eyes.
Selena beamed with pride.
Great. Lorathaman and I will work on hooking up the underpinning and make the floor structures and the lab.
Nobody disagreed, so they went to work. Kurz took Lorathaman in hand and started creating using his dungeon methods, something she was familiar with but no longer capable of. To give her a taste of nostalgia, first he dissolved all that was for her bronze and silver floors, leaving an empty hollow in the ground. It brought a smile to him. He had never built a proper dungeon that went down. It was going to be a novel experience. However, Lorathaman stopped him.
Dear, before you get too far into making the every floor possible floor, perhaps we should work on the interface that the heroes will use. That way Selena and Gustav can do more than sketch and plan. We should design the widget interface first. That way those two can start making the first set and tell us what needs to be changed as they use the tools.
Agreeing, Kurz redirected his efforts, dragging Lorathaman with him to the church. Thinking on how to keep the motif, he took a second before acting. There in the vestibule, he erected a prayer candle table. It was half rotten with age, splintered and weathered. He dotted it with candles, all half burned, but their wicks were all available and ready. Each bore a symbol on it: a mob, a trap, a room, a hall. These were to be where the heroes would carve their choices. These were the ones that Selena and Gustav would pre-populate. He could sense Lorathaman's approval of the look. However, they could not cover everything possible. Therefore, Kurz turned his attention to the middle of the floor. There, brick by brick, he built a pool of water, the floor pulling away and restacking. The water seeped up out of the mortar and filled it, still and calm. From there, he began to overlay a facsimile to his crafting menus as phantom reflections in the water. This would be the interface that the heroes would use to create new widgets or tune their choices prior to slotting them in using the prayer candles. A confirmed choice would congeal into a waxy candle that the heroes would pull out of the water. It was not a quick problem to solve. Longer still because Selena was looking over his shoulder figuratively and providing such helpful suggestions as,
The user experience is going to be so poor with that. You want less nested menus. Large amount of frustration built in with that control. And these colors will be terrible for those who are colorblind. Have you thought about a colorblind mode?
Kurz, a bit embarrassed, snarked at Selena.
If you know so much, would you like to take over?
She replied that she did, and so she did. Lorathaman laughed. Not the laugh of poking fun, but the laugh of infatuated glee at seeing Kurz fluster.
Since she is taking over the GUI, let's make the questing NPC. Have it explain how the pool and candles work and how to assign the rotating quests.
Kurz agreed. While his NPCs had all been monstrous in some manner so far, this one wouldn't be. It was to be tied to Bancroft and would need to match the religious look. Together, the pair molded the NPC. Kurz chose a male human. Lorathaman aged him to a world-weary 75. Kurz gave him a stool to rest his weary bones and a gray wool robe cinched with a simple rope to warm them from the draft of the dead church. Even as he dressed the NPC, he felt the magic that Lorathaman wrote in the man. Line by line, she drafted a dialogue, its growth blossoming from a single twig to a fully branched tree. Taking a moment from her GUI crafting, Selena made sure that Lorathaman added the line, "Stay a while and listen," for some reason that Kurz didn't understand, but it made Selena giggle to hear the NPC say it, so he approved. The day passed as the group worked at the knot of problems until it was untied. The four of them enjoyed their creation, a shared sense of accomplishment settling on all of them in their silent regard of it. Kurz broke it first and addressed Lorathaman and Gustav.
You take the honors of opening the door, Larafaman. It's yours, after all. Needing no further encouragement, Larafaman threw the creaky door open, letting the cold air in and snuffing the candles. Kurz activated the gate, thereby allowing any persons to travel to it if they dared. Interlude 7. Homeward Bound. As much as I like Xena, it was a mistake allowing her to fly home on Bancroft, Trent said to the other 5 seated around the table as he warmed himself with a bowl of soup and a glass of weak red table wine. The cold air from their altitude cut like a knife, and he had just come in from the driving rain, wet as a stray dog, but with a full bag of fresh groceries. The demonstrations against both royal houses have only increased tenfold, as if the idea of hosting either royal has been an affront to those who live here. I don't get it.
You aren't supposed to get it. You're supposed to agree,
Sanvi pointed out. She played with her own soup, staring at her reflection as if it were a monster.
You are supposed to be angry that a Donheim royal walked up, made a demand of Delmar City, and had it acquiesced to. You are supposed to want to join in on the discontent and feel like neither royal family has your back.
You're talking an awful lot like you have first-hand experience with what's going on, Sanvi. Something weighing on you? Roland asked. He was leaning back in his chair with a contented look plastered across his face and his belly full. Let's talk hypotheticals, shall we? Kieran opened, glancing at Sanvi. She gave a slight nod and a nervous smile. He looked to Vi, who was floating ice in her soup to cool it to an acceptable temperature. Before that, though, Vi, would you mind icing the doors and windows? We don't want any peeping Toms. Not having to be asked twice, Vi quickly ensorcelled the room, freezing over all egress points. She added a fine layer of snow to help muffle any sound further.
You're being dumb. Nobody can listen into this conversation if we use the bond, and it is not like we have any privacy from the calls anyway. They are unfortunately all observing in their domains, and we are in the city. The ice makes us look more suspicious in the first place. You should melt it away.
Mel thought to everyone, an amused look on her face as Kieran realized the truth of her words. Vi huffed but did as asked, sublimating her creation. Right, sorry. Still not instinctual to talk like this. Feels weird. So, hypothetically, if Sanvi was part of a group of individuals who worked in the shadows...
Stopping you right there, Kieran. This is also an emotive bond. Your hypotheticals ring as what they are. The truth. Quote the act. Sanvi is part of the Shadow Guild. Move on with it.
Mel said, exasperated. Trent was shocked, more so that neither Sanvi nor Kieran tried to deny it. Vi looked hurt, while Roland looked angry, like a father who stayed up all night for a child to get home late. Sanvi butted in.
This cannot leave this mental chat. If it gets out that you know this secret, I'm dead. You're dead. Everyone who ever gave us safe harbor or aid is dead. Bond telepathy only. Understood? Good. Now, I'm not some two-timing rogue. I was asked to be a mole by someone high up in Delmar. They haven't contacted me, though, since the war against Marwan. So right now, I am rudderless, just going with the flow. I was sure my task was to gather intelligence on the Shadow Guild, but now less so. I only did it because I figured if anyone might be able to get Kieran and me back home, it would be a state-backed power. Back on Earth, the strongest organizations were always sovereign states.
You still want to leave us?
Vi wailed. To be fair, you are some rogue, but I get what you're trying to say. Trent snickered. Roland gave him a glare that could curdle milk, forcing Trent to look away sheepishly. Sorry, please continue. Sanvi took a spoonful of the soup to give herself a chance to collect her thoughts.
Vi, it's not like that. I'm not leaving you, sister. We need to let the people back home that we are okay at the very least. It was our honeymoon where we died, and a lack of bodies means a lack of closure for both our families. Now, for the issue at hand, the Shadow Guild is actively pushing for Bancroft to emancipate, and it's going to succeed. The writing is on the wall. The people are being manipulated like pawns on a chessboard.
Like hell's it will. The Cores will see to that, Roland said, snorting.
No, you don't understand. They are powerless here. If cores could pick the leaders, then there would never be revolutions or failed states or changes of power. The system is set up explicitly to cause strife.
Sunvi argued, looking to Kieran for support. He reached over and squeezed her hand.
Why do you say that?
V asked.
She's right. As a warlock, I have a deeper understanding of the nature of reality, especially now that I have 1 foot in reality and 1 foot out of it. Dark Lords and their ilk are all part of the plan.
Mel replied firmly. Every face turned to her, V's eyes wide with disbelief.
You really think the system would support something if it wasn't part of the plan? Dark Lords have been around for ages now. They are firmly part of the tapestry of life. Citadels, all of it. Why are the heads of state depowered? To give revolutionaries a shot. Exactly. I've talked with Larafamin. She can't see Shadow Guild members when they're acting furtively. Her attention just washes over them. Even me. We've experimented. So when I say it is going to succeed, I have no doubt in my mind. The real questions are, why? What then?
The table settled into silence as they ate and drank, nobody offering a reason or a plausible future. Eventually their silence was instead broken from the outside. Through a defrosted window came a forceful shout, garbled by echo and distance. Roland was up out of his chair and at the window before everyone else. Looking down the tower, all those stories below, he saw a group of 4 shadowy individuals on the walkway connecting their tower with 2 others. They were being confronted by a lone figure, Afriel.
Nice handiwork there with the paintbrush. Mobs should be farmed, not debated. Strong words calling me a mob,
she said, addressing them contemptuously. They moved to surround her, but she backed up, keeping all in front of her.
Just calling it like I sees it. You look like a mob, you drop loot like a mob, and you die like a mob. What do you say, boys? Shall we test our theory that this thing is a mob?
The apparent leader said with a sneer. He brandished a wicked spiked mace, magic gleaming on its head as dust seemed to fall off it continuously.
I'd welcome you to try, but we are all protected and bound by Ahimsa,
Afriel said coolly.
There is no violence in the city, regardless of persuasion. I'm sure, though, the people would like to know who has been ruining their beautiful new city with lies.
That was when the 5th appeared. She thrust a spear through the fallen angel's back, her armor failing like soft butter to its magma-hot thrust.
Oh, Ahimsa protects you. Could have fooled me,
the leader said, his sneer continuing even as Afriel stumbled, stunned by the sneak attack.
We're going to capture and crush your core once and for all, you disgusting mob.
Afriel glared at the man as he raised his mace to cave her face in. His strike was arrested by the chain wrapping around his arm. Roland and his rough riders landed in formation around Afriel. 4 landed with the aid of featherfall potions, so they were unhurt. Trent chose differently. He landed on the spear wielder, shield first, body-checking her with a crunch, before repositioning and booting her away like a rabid dog. V pulled the spear out of Afriel, causing her to violently puke blood as it was drawn out of her sucking chest wound. Kieran quickly stuffed his hand in her back, his eyes black as death mana coursed down his veins into the wound. Roland spoke gruffly as Kieran helped Afriel back up.
If you can commit violence, you are either invaders and have actively chosen to not partake in the pacifism debuff, or you are criminals and not beholden to it. Either way, you had the misfortune of doing it where we could hear you. Now, I recommend you put down your weapons and come with us. This is not a fight you are going to win, and Pauline is going to have some questions for you.
The group, now outnumbered 7-5, with a mix of levels not in their favor, all jumped off the bridge into the clouds below, disappearing. Roland attempted to capture one with his chains, but he snared only vapor.
Like cockroaches. They always flee the moment the light hits them,
Roland said contemptuously, peering over the edge before grimacing and thinking towards Sunvi.
Sorry, not you.
No insult taken,
Sunvi thought back as she scanned for any sign that the interlopers were going to double back and strike, leaving Kieran and V to deal with the injured Ronin champion.
Lucky we were here, Afriel. That could have been bad.
I did not need your help. I would have rendered them all to ash in short order.
The fallen angel said briskly as her wound closed. She rolled her shoulders and wing stubs as if to work out muscle knots.
They are lucky you were here is all, because I would not have taken them alive or let them escape. I'm sure Bancroft is someone with the Speak with Dead spell in residence. Sure. Now why were you out this late, if you don't mind me asking?
Mel asked frankly.
None of your business. But as a courtesy for closing my wound, I was hunting. These insulting graffiti and flyers only appear at night. I had hoped to catch them in the act and figure out who is behind the effort at ruining my home. I wanted to know if it was spies from another nation, for higher Shadow Guild members, or the guild themselves, so I know whom to direct my ire at. Now I will have to begin anew. Nobody in the Shadow Guild would be able to answer you, by design. No cell a weak point, no individual important. However, backtracking, it is good to hear that you find this a home.
Sunvi said dryly.
What other choice do I have? Not like I can live a normal life as a champion anymore. And beasts don't live long. I have too much bad blood with the likes of the populace. As such, I am only safe so long as I stay on city grounds. You are the only people whom I've fought and yet decided to give me anything more than hate. Why?
You earned it against the dragon. Have you thought about countering the bias against your kind? You can speak on behalf of those who can't speak for themselves. Dungeon speak is not a common ability, to say the least,
Roland said, dismissing all the chains he had summoned. Vex appeared seemingly out of nowhere, coming to a screeching halt amongst them, leaving a pink skid mark. He was more animated than usual, somehow. Vex spat out frantically, waving pseudopodia in abandon. He quickly shot over to Afriel and tugged on her leg like a dog trying to lead a friend. Vex, we're bonded through curs too. Could you use telepathy to talk, please? We can't understand you, Kieran said, happy with his handiwork. Afriel was no worse for wear, other than her armor looking like it had sprouted a metal flower, nothing a blacksmith couldn't repair with ease.
What? You did? That's amazing! I can have more friends now! This is the best day ever! Hi, my name is Vex. You knew that, but I hadn't told you, but now I have. Officially introduced! Woohoo! And you are Roland's Rough Riders! You're my favorite adventurers! Like, super favorite! I especially like watching and rewatching Kara put her foot through your face, healer man! If I had a painting, I would want it to be that scene! Kapow! Anyhow, what I was saying was that Afriel and me are going on a mission! Kurs wants me to take her to Marwan's dungeon corpse, and she knows where it is! Exactly where it is! No hunting required! Just me and her and the thruster and whoosh!
Do you know, maps are a thing, and plenty of heroes had visited it prior to it turning into a hymn, Kieran replied, looking at the little slime incredulously while trying to parse out meaning from the word vomit.
Well, Dad Boss didn't think of that. He does that sometimes, not thinking of the obvious. Like, what's up with that? But the most important part is that I want to go on an adventure with her. The last one by myself was fun, but there was nobody to talk to, and that was not so much fun. And it is her birthplace. There'll be so much to talk about. So vision this did skull crush. Hexent beug sexao perfriel. Waxent te rauk seged din bivo minutos. Don minutos. Yochela daxi.
Vex badgered as he continued to pull on her leg. Medusa finally caught up. She looked a little miffed that she was late to the party.
Why? Why would I want to go back there? There is nothing there but spoilt memories. Had I not agreed to his ascension, Marwan would be a dungeon and still alive. All I will see are the consequences of my decisions, the loss and decay of my family.
Afriel bemoaned, anguish writ large on her beautiful face. Vex answered in the language shared by all non-human beasts and champions, which only caused Afriel more distress.
Kurs wants to bring it back, as a conqueror. He is no different than my father. Why did Marwan have to die if Kurs is just going to tread the same road? No, I won't do it.
That's when the now familiar feel of Kurs' attention laid on everyone. Even Afriel, courtesy of the just cast telepathy. No, Afriel, not as a conqueror. and not as a Dark Lord, but as a torchbearer. I need your father's dungeon to learn from Azir all I can about Therill. Therill isn't the good guy you were taught to believe, and I aim to bring the fight to that tyrant with the power I will gain from subsuming Skullcrush. I was going to bring the dungeon up as a satellite dungeon, Kurz said softly. He was sure to make gold that way, a necessary step in his bid to be strong enough to earn peace. But the idea of another satellite dungeon gave him pause. He was starting to feel stretched thin now that Gustav had put words to his feelings. Perhaps there was another way to gain access to Azir. Something along the lines of what Larafamin had just done with her new vassal city. My fairy, before she was taken by Therill, had worked on 2 different cores to change their nature. Perhaps she can find a way to tie you to it. Return you to your nature. Something to help you with your loss, a topic I'm not best suited to discuss. Loss of family and friends is the realm of mortals like the heroes around you. I took one of theirs before I knew them. Thee may know the grief you feel and know how to help you with it. As Vex said, I would rather bring you along than copy a map if I must subsume the dungeon ruins. You deserve that at least. Afriel grew silent and still, taking a deep breath before yelling emotively at all in her presence.
Damn you all with your kindness and understanding! Why? Why do you not hate me? I murdered my way through your kind and tried to bathe the world in hellfire.
You sure are asking a lot of whys that don't have crisp answers, Roland said, his face unreadable. The best I can give you, as I can't speak for Kurz, is that you're trying. Redemption is earned through hard effort, and you seem up to the task of getting your hands dirty to balance your deeds. There's something noble about trying, even if you're already 20 feet down in a hole. Also, you seem to be punishing yourself enough. Medusa, who had been checking to see if the aggressors would show back up, snorted.
She isn't punishing herself, Roland. She's being penitentiary,
she said before turning to address Afriel directly.
You pretend to be evil, to be cold and callous, but you aren't, you see? The difference between you and me? We were born into different circumstances. At your core, the idea that birthed you is easy to see. You have an angelic face hidden under your hellish armor. Marwan made you with a yearning, did he not? He himself hated being a dungeon, and that drive is in you. You want to be good. You want to be redeemed. And so you have been.
Afriel looked at Medusa accordingly.
Oh, you think you know me so well? Well, what about you? You're ugly on the outside.
Correct, I am. I am violence and anger writ into a body. I do not have a noble calling. I exist to punish those who call themselves heroes without having the temerity to back it up. Heroes must be heroic. I keep it that way.
Heroes just need to not be stupid, Roland said. But Kur's offer sounds good. Take it and clear your mind, Afriel. I have a forge. Kieran and Sanvi have each other. V has her mania. Mel has her existential horror, which seems to suit her just fine. You need something to center yourself. Hey, what about me? Trent protested, his lack of inclusion, which broke the seriousness into chuckles. Even Afriel relented into a smile.
Fine. Vex, lead me on. But there will be no rocket. We do this on foot. And don't make me regret this.
Chapter 29. Kurz was happy to be underway. The wind whipped through his cloud, shearing some of the excess off. He smiled at the novelty of it. He didn't generate all the cloud that existed in his domain. Some spontaneously condensed, and so Kurz left that cloud as vapor, instead of bending its existence to his will and making it solid. Eventually, though, he had to drag himself from his reverie. There was work to do. Afriel had pointed out a problem to him. Larafamin was a Himsa, but had no beasts beyond her, and Afriel was a Ronin champion, not a true beast. He had to get the word out to whatever existed out there. But not knowing what was out there, as beasts were naturally elusive or loners, made it a fool's errand to send out NPCs to find and welcome them. Instead, Kurz was going to harken back to his first method, the one that had drawn Skana to him back when life was simpler and his enemy list was not crowned by the absolute power on the planet. A core bud. At one point, 50,000 mana was a lot for Kurz. Now, not so much. Kurz could produce at a rate to make Honeyhive blush with envy. He just needed to start the water wheel, so to speak. Concentrating on a point, Kurz poured all the mana he could into it until it flashed over into that crystalline starter that would attract nascent cores and beasts to it. Immediately, his mana was debited the cost, but it was quickly refilling. So fast that one column of his mana was flicking through faster than he could read. It felt good. Kurz, while holding the core bud in his inventory, stole his mind to Skana, finding the dragon soaring, so to speak, through his celestial territory. "Sorry to bother you, Skana. I have a question if you don't mind. Back when you were just a beast, how did you know I had a core bud available? You mentioned that you were drawn to it when you entered my domain." Skana flared his wings, pantomiming the drag characteristic of normal flight, but actually using his gravity mana to arrest his motion until he was relatively static.
"It is not an easy phenomenon to explain, but an instinctual pull tugged at my very core, too far to smell, see, or any other normal sense. But still, I knew it was there, and I knew what it meant even though I never had a fairy or anything to train me. A promise of immortality."
"Do you know the range? Like, if I was to quadrant these out, could I find and draw in beasts?"
"Draw in beasts? Kurz, are you going to dangle these in front of beasts, creatures of flesh and blood that are hunted for sport by heroes? Beasts crave the immortality that mobs have because we all know beyond a shadow of a doubt that our fate is to give XP and crafting drops to adventurers. I cannot give my blessing to any plan that promises false to beasts. I made the hard decision at the battle for Nylung, giving up my dream of not dying in agony to save that foolish boy, only to be rewarded by Medusa stabbing me in the back."
"You lived, though."
"Immaterial. Have you forgotten those that killed you in such a manner now that you are a rock in a cloud?"
Actually, yes. I'm not that man who was killed. I am an echo of him. A new being who was birthed from his death. I'm not him in any way beyond our name. Do you still think you are Skana, the aquatic beast who swam with the whales?"
"Yes, for I am. This new draconic form is just an extension of who I was. I made the decision to mantle it when Medusa demanded action from me. My point still stands. If you make core buds to draw in beasts, you are to give them their desire. They are not to be sacrifices for power."
"That is not my way, and you know it. If they reach it first, they can bind it so they can be as Ronin champions. I'm not going to stop them. The core buds would be intended to bring in new cities and beasts to the safety of Ahimsa." Kurz was relieved to see Skana relent and agree with a slight head nod. It had surprised Kurz to hear that Skana still considered himself the same thing that Medusa had killed. Kurz had been a clean break from whomever he was prior. Selena had pointed out, while explaining it once, that while he was a new Dungeon Core, the basis for his moral compass and patterns were from the human he once was. Colton Kirsten, a name returned to him by Urusar. That man was not who he was anymore, but to have that continuity to his past life, it intrigued him at the possibilities. But then it hit him like a sledgehammer. Overslime. Overslime had also been forcefully changed, from a silver raid boss to who knows what when Thero locked it away. Overslime would know what had happened to it, or more importantly, would still have that desire to see the stars, only while locked away in a pocket outside reality. Something Kurz was tardy on fixing. Before Kurz could work himself up, he paused. He was still too weak to attempt to find Overslime. Any overt attempt would be met by Thurl for sure. That would give Thurl the cause célèbre to have him and everyone he cared for murdered. Saving Overslime would have to wait. A distasteful reality that left Kurz feeling disgusted. Regardless, back to the task at hand, Kurz needed to find a way to distribute the buds so that they drew in beasts and would readily accept cities or dungeon formation upon them. Kurz had just the mob for their deployment. The little Homamane saplings would run far on their own. However, they were deadly when fully grown to anything misfortunate to find themselves within their drip line. Kurz went to work. He used the oxymoronic invigoration dampen so that the sapling would be weaker. He saw that the form changed from a majestic, canopy-defining tree to a small understory, one that would scarcely reach 15 feet tall. Then, on his new mini-mob, he scribed different instincts into it. It was to run far and wide like the last, but also away from everything that could harm it before planting. Then, to truly make it harmless, Kurz took away Root Wave and Sweeping Smash, replacing them with Botanic Healing. The tree shifted again, this time its branches changing from strong and upright to pendulous, sweeping sprays. Shimmering water droplets pushed out through guttation, leaving the tree sparkling like stars in the night sky. Next, he had to give it a core bud to carry. When Kurz had last made a core bud, it was not something he could just keep in his inventory. He had to place it upon creation, or it would return whence it came and dissolve back into free mana. That was a problem, because the core buds, once placed, were not his any longer. The area they were in would be excised from his dominion and no longer under his direct control. Ergo, he could not just gift those to the new saplings he was making, as the moment they came into existence they would be stuck. Unless he moved them afterward like he did with the other city, who was now living in the shadow of Labyrinth as a vassal city. That would, however, require more space-time mana and a constant connection. Kurz grimaced. The number of buds he was planning on pushing out would strain his mind. He could only hope that the small size made it nothing but background noise. Regardless, Kurz sectioned off parts of his domain with mental tourniquets and pinched the small cubes off, the little clouds becoming free. Almost. A small thread of his domain still connected them. He was about to plant a bud when he froze, remembering that not only would he lose knowledge, he would lose control of it. The little clouds he had made were sized just so. Ergo, Kurz would need to wait to plant them until the saplings did the same. But still, he wanted to have the saplings move the cloud domain on their own without needing him to direct them. Experimentally, Kurz tried to inventory it on one, but received a frustrating error.
Alert! Weeping Homamane does not have an inventory and may not equip items.
Oh, come on. Vex carries gates all the time, which are almost the same thing. But no matter the technique he tried, Kurz could not get the new mob of his to equip the cloud. The little thing was incompatible with equipment without a change to its invigorations, and Kurz liked it as it was. He didn't give up. He knew there was a way to do this. Inspiration hit. What if he reversed it? Instead of the sapling carrying the bud and planting it, the bud carried the mob. He had dropped the gnarled Homamanes and ice giants as attack pods from his cloud. Why could he not drop them from higher? Way higher. Kurz looked to space and smiled. Why spread it only around Donheim and Delmar when he could drop his buds and domain everywhere? The mobs to capture the chunks and the domain to cradle the bud. Using his trap crafting, Kurz made a small capsule and attached a detector with a gravity spell linked, subsequently named Featherfall by the system, a spell that he had seen used often. As he did not think many heroes had gravity mana, he assumed that the system reused the name for spells that had the same effect. Just before the delivery was to slam into the ground, its fall would be halted. Kurz made it not re-triggerable so it would not cause problems after the single use. Next, Kurz thought on how he would protect it from a meddling god or even heroes, as they would likely investigate if they saw it. He decided then that the capsule had to be small so they wouldn't notice it. With a moderate amount of effort, he expanded the interior of the capsule and shoved the weeping Homamane sapling and the sectioned-off cloud inside of it. Only a small, unreal tether kept it as part of him. An application of 5,000 mana per capsule later, Kurz had a whole bushel of apple-sized capsules housing seedlings embracing core buds. In space. "Hey, Larathaman! Want to seed the world with me?" he called out to her. Immediately, her presence was next to him, happy as always to be part of his mischief. She immediately spoke up, mirth in her voice as she examined what he had done.
Yes, absolutely. Questions, though. How are we to seed Thurl if we are up here? Or is this just a make-out point? I'm up for that, too.
Slow down, let me explain. Or perhaps you can suss it out with my next request. Can you make some of your special aim-down cannons up here on the asteroid landing, sized to shoot the things in that basket?
No, you aren't thinking... Wait. What? No. Oh, this will be so much fun. Hold on. There, we have cannons. One for each of us. Now we can rain fire like maniacs. Hard to miss something the size of a planet. No, never mind.
What is it? Kurz asked. He was inspecting the two cannons that Larathaman had made and could not see anything wrong with them. They were smaller in caliber than what was mounted on her Wonder, designed for 2-pound round shot. They also included the ingenious modifications that allowed firing at negative angles, all the way to minus 90 degrees, with a 120-degree firing arc on the swivel. The arrow steel that she used for the chase and reinforce was strong, as was the cascabel. The fine filigree detailing on the barbette carriages was well designed. Nothing looked amiss.
I tried loading one of your capsules, but you have a living mob in them. Your saplings look like they will be considered a target, so firing the cannon just kills the sapling inside the capsule. I need to degrease the grains in the cannon and retrofit it to be less than lethal, and you need to increase the protection proffered by the capsule.
Really? Oh, that's a bother. Fine, I'll make the capsules not only protect against falling, but fire and explosion damage from your gunpowder, Kurz said as he did just that, first to one and then copied to the rest. Larathaman waited until Kurz was done, happy to watch.
Perfect. Now everything should survive the cannon, and you have them surviving the fall. May I have the first shot?
Be my guest. Though, now that I think about it, try and aim for land. There is a lot of water and the saplings won't be able to put down roots, and the little bit of cloud I packed in it won't weigh the capsule down to the sea floor. Give me another moment.
I'll wait. Watching you work is fun. You have a different workflow than I do. I planned out all my actions when I was a dungeon, and you are more of a wing-it kind of core. I like that. It feels adventurous.
Kurz quickly packed mimic coins in, as they would sink to the bottom of wherever they landed. He also changed out the cloud, now that it was sectioned off, into asteroid material. It felt more fitting anyway. With a subtle nudge, Kurz alerted Larathaman that the capsules were ready, and she quickly took one up and loaded it. She wheeled the cannon about, searching for a target.
Kurz, things do look so different from up here. So much land and water. Even the biggest cities don't appear as anything but more greenery. All the wars fought, boundaries demarked, lives lost, and nothing to show for it.
Not true. I have you, and that's enough for me.
You dork.
Guilty. Now shoot your shot so I can follow. Larathaman laughed and fired the cannon, the puff of smoke forming a contrail behind the capsule as it sped toward the planet below. The pair watched it for a bit, thinking they would lose sight of it. But quickly the capsule began to shine bright as a star as it burned. Kurz could feel the movement of his domain, the forceful bucking as it was buffeted by the atmosphere it was racing through. He also felt the temperature rise rapidly. Before he could react, it spiked, and even with the fire protection he had gifted the capsule, it ruptured.
Core Bud C5997BF1 A0054506 B6DC 4AF19E5 A6BO2 destroyed. 0 mana refunded. Common achievement, back to the drawing board. Achievement qualification, destroy 1000 mana worth of crafted objects. Achievement reward, 200 XP. Kurz also felt the mimic coin expire at the same time. Frustratingly, the asteroid, now no longer contained, flew out of his domain as a true meteor in the upper atmosphere. Kurz dropped the space-time pinching it and felt it snap back into place at the edge of his cloud, an unpleasant feeling akin to a whip. So, lesson learned. We'll need a lot more fire protection, or maybe active cooling.
Why not both to ensure it works this time? That was a lot of mana to throw away.
That's your city sensibilities coloring your view. But as you can see, I have plenty more still, and will continue regenerating it. Kurz replied as he did as she suggested, plussing the fire protection spell a few times and adding a prolonged ice area to the capsule as well. Kurz fired the next shot and was relieved to see it survive, the brightness of the star petering out as the capsule eventually slowed down to a safe speed, the air cooling it instead of heating it like it did when the speed was faster than sound. Larathmin joined him, and the two quickly shot through the supply, peppering the world below. Kurz spoke up after the final shot was taken. Now we wait. Chunks will hopefully fall under my sway and increase the XP gain. Any beasts that show will get warp gates to welcome them to Bancroft, and a chance to uptake the cores to become Ronin. Nascent cores will be ripped from the ground and brought into the fold as allies. None landed next to cities, so we don't have to worry about sending a city into decay again.
And they're fairies? Do you have an exit plan yet? A war against all fairies seems like a poor choice, especially now that we have Gustav and Selena back.
Eventually, one will come looking for one of our captives. We can negotiate then. The fact that we're doing no harm should be in our favor, Kurz said, even as he felt the noise in his mind increase as his domain scattered farther and farther across the planet. When the chunks ticked out, it was going to be awful. Chapter 30. Kurz dropped a gate at every township they passed, no matter how small. The Bancroftites flew him by Honeyhive, which forced him to make a play at dropping one. Whoever had negotiated the route had failed to notice that Honeyhive already had a gate. Honeyhive was like all other dungeons, mostly hidden underground. It was cut like a fissure, a jagged crack in the ground of the forest it was nestled in. Heat and buzzing emanated from it, with wandering mobs of the Apoidian persuasion flying in and out. From his vantage point, Kurz could see that it went deep, 4 hive frames deep. At the lip was an affixed scoreboard, inset in hexagonal cells of beeswax. Beside it were permanent steel loop anchors, no doubt for delvers to use to rappel to their chosen floor. The chunks around it were anything but normal. Where Kurz turned the chunks he had influence over into montane ecosystems, it only made sense that Ulrich's influence would render the grounds advantageous to insectile life. The forest, which as far as Kurz could intuit should have been temperate and broadleaf, was anything but. Selena, who was also enjoying the view, remarked how it looked carboniferous with all the oversized insectile life, ferns, and cycads. Kurz didn't even have to ask before Selena mentioned that it was ancient Earth history. Kurz asked if she wanted a closer look, upon which she showed him that the critters were as big as she was and numerous to boot. Laughing, Kurz took up conversation on the chat mirrors he shared with Larathmin and Ulrich now that he was close. He would have preferred a telepathy spell, but he knew that it would die on Ulrich's domain, a pesky problem that kept what was in the dungeon and what wasn't out. It was why so many people found his CCTVs novel, and, to Kurz's chagrin, an ever-tempting target for theft. Kurz. Good afternoon, Ulrich. I must say your dungeon's all the more impressive in person. All the better for me to eat. Mwahahaha! See? Evil laugh! I am absolutely a dyed-in-the-wool Dark Lord. Ulrich. Ha ha! Well met, my wannabe Dark Lord friend. Coming to slay me or bend me to your will as you have Larathmin. I shall have you know that I will not fall to your masculine wiles as she did, and am well versed in anti-Dark Lord tactics. You shall not take me alive, ha-ha!
Lorathaman.
Boys, the lot of you. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Could you not just say hi like normal dungeons?
Yes, but where's the fun with that?
Exactly. Not like I get to meet dungeons in person often. This is the first in my centuries-long life. The only etiquette to follow is that of an invasive Dark Lord. I made do. Kurz, Lorathaman has been trying to convert me to your cause for some time now.
I know. My mirrors don't exactly engender private conversation. Unless you two were going to come up with a cipher of some kind, but I warn you, those are one of the first things Selena taught me. Regardless, you know my intentions are pure.
Aye, that I do. 'Tis weird, though.
If there's anything people can call me, irregular and weird are amongst the most common.
I can think of better descriptors. Want me to list them?
Please do not embarrass me in front of the gold dungeon.
Curse, my lovely fluff-wuffy dungeon. I would never do anything of the sort.
Ha ha! Cloudgate is fluffy-wuffy.
The conversation turned serious after that when they broke the truth that Selena and Gustav were alive. He was not put out that they had hidden the truth from him. Far from it, actually. He was relieved that their fairies were alive. He was not the type to keep a fairy, having released his from the bond upon Silver all those years ago. The big ask came from Kurz, though, when he queried Ulrich on what he should do about trying to get Gronkai to join in his crusade.
Ulrich. Lies wither when exposed to light, etc., etc. The fact that the fairy was willing to say such things to your face means they are trustworthy. Have you tried bringing them into the knowledge that Selena, while deviant, is not some mythical monster, but perhaps a boon?
Kurz. No, we haven't. You think that'll work?
You tell me. You are the two that are trying to bring beasts and heroes together by breaching the communication barrier. Is this any different?
Lorathaman.
No, Curse, it may be time to see if Gronkai has made up her mind.
I was thinking she would come to us, but it can't hurt to ask her. Thanks, Ulrich.
Don't mention it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You two are doing more for dungeon kind than anyone. If you keep this rate up, all dungeons will be but a walk away from each other. Imagine the possibilities. It behooves me to help you, not only as a friend, but as a benefactor. When the time comes, I will vouch for you.
Okay, you've convinced me. I'm gonna see how she feels. It's been a few days now, and I don't imagine she has many visitors.
I'll say, I've never had any before. Tell her I say hi, and would love a visit from her champions, or even her mobs if she can manage it. They always go around me on their way to Gladeshire. Don't forget to drop a gate on Gladeshire. The heroes talk it up as a great staging point for me.
Kurz smiled to himself at Ulrich's enthusiasm. It gave him hope that the solitude-breaking contact would have such an effect on Gronkai as well. Kurz looked for Selena and found her in her cottage. With a spell, he knocked on the door to her little private area. "Selena?"
What's up?
she said, her voice carrying from somewhere within. "Sorry to spring this on you, but for your information, Lorathaman and I have told Ulrich that you and Gustav are still alive. He doesn't have a fairy of his own, so we figured you'd still be secret regardless. However, he suggested we reveal you to Eleanor, the Jade Citadel's fairy," Kurz said. There was a pregnant silence. It reigned supreme until eventually the door to her space opened with a soft click. She swung it open and opted to walk out versus flying. As soon as she was out, she closed the door behind her without turning and took a deep breath, closing her eyes. She crossed her arms like she was holding herself and looked everywhere and nowhere all at once, like she was fumbling with what to say. Kurz spoke up instead, letting her keep her thoughts to herself, though he called for Medusa. "We need to resolve this. You deserve better than being under house arrest. I can't keep taking other fairies prisoner. Something must give."
An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Selena mumbled, looking more vulnerable by the moment. Something like that, yeah. Gustav came around to your special heritage, and he was a stickler who got queasy even thinking about using the console.
Will I be safe, though?
She asked as Medusa marched in.
No, you are not safe.
Medusa said matter-of-factly as she strode to Selena, and without warning scooped her diminutive form up like one would a toddler, holding her in a strong embrace. Selena quickly grabbed her peplos hard in her hands, clenching it with white knuckles.
Nobody is. The only constant in life is death, not peace. But if you want a modicum of safety, you need to stop being a target. And that requires the fairies to know you exist and to accept your existence. Limer did a good job laying a false narrative. Who knows how long it will be until they ferret out your continued freedom or Kerr's teleportation coordinates. A year? Maybe 10. Perhaps we only have time for one new core to spring up before a fairy visits and realizes where they are, bringing an army with them. Until then, your lie will always prevent you from being safe.
Do you really think the fairies can be scared off?
She asked, all the while clutching Medusa even harder. Kerrs mentally shrugged. Not scared off, but if they have justice like they claim, then at some point someone will have to realize the truth that you are a victim in all this, and we'll stand with you all the way. I was ready to bring war to them if Limer hadn't the ability to save you. That made Selena giggle a bit.
You big dummy, they would have pwned your face, and then I would have needed someone else to rescue me. Hopefully one with a working plan.
Pwn? I take that as an isekaiism for beat, and like hells they would never have seen me coming, regardless of how long it would have taken to fly there. And maybe Limer could have opened the gates and allowed me right in. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. I may want to have him investigate that. He could go back and see how to turn off Hybrasail's protection.
No!
Selena shouted, uncharacteristically, flying out of Medusa's arms and gesturing wildly at Kerr's core.
Nobody goes to Hybrasail, especially the one person who may be able to travel back and forth. It just isn't worth it. I'm tired of the sleepless nights. Find a way to make peace and get me my safety back. I deserve to be at peace.
You deserve more than that. I'll see to it.
Can it wait a bit, though?
Why?
Just still scared. Give me a bit. Maybe after your visit to Donheim.
Sure, whatever you ask. It would be for you, so no point in causing you grief. Chapter 31. Kerrs laughed, as again the people had lined up for the soon-to-be-founded trade connection at Donheim. It had been a long flight after Honeyhive, with a few settlement flybys. Most were farming collectives that did not have city cores. However, there had been 2 that did, his gate bouncing off their territory like a magnet repulsed. Kerrs had watched intently as the merchants flooded out each time. What had concerned him was that some nascent landlords and developers had also disembarked as well. It seemed that any smaller town was in danger of being swallowed whole by what Lorathaman offered. He did not want a repeat, nor did Lorathaman. Neither did Xena, but the same rules stopping Delmar from policing Bancroft stopped Donheim as well. It was a point of consternation, one that Xena was quite vocal about. She had forced through a change to the flight plan to keep the cloud away from any other super-large settlements until after the accord had been finalized one way or another by the Adventurers Guild's arbiter. Lorathaman had sent Pauline. She had signed on as the human representative of Bancroft, which had been a formality that Gerard had demanded. Something that had left Lyra distressed by the rudeness of it, and Kerrs perplexed. What had surprised Kerrs and Lorathaman was that Pauline managed to convince both cities to allow Kerrs to lift them into the air. Kerrs hadn't made that offer. He had never talked to Pauline about his desire. He'd never talked to Pauline at all. He couldn't figure out how she knew he could do it or what drove her to make the offer. Lorathaman had said it was reasonable she would know there was a mechanism, because Kerrs had done it to another city and was probably operating in an ask-forgiveness mode,
Still, her behavior was concerning. Regardless, Kurz had lifted those two cities, and in this case, a bit of farmland with them, into the sky. Lorathaman had immediately taken them under her wing. Kurz hadn't thought of Lorathaman as a teacher like that, but he found it only made him love her more that she would assist others in the transformation that she had only just completed herself. It was only going to make the negotiations in Freehold that much more fraught now that there was not only the status of Bancroft and Cloudgate on the line, but 3 small cities as well. For the time being, those concerns were washed away when Donheim crested the horizon. It was situated in the middle of rolling plains, cardinal direction roads cut and laid out, trade routes soon to be forgotten. Unlike Dalmar and Bancroft, it was not made of hewn stone, but mortared, sun-dried brick, giving it a weathered and sunny disposition, not one brick the same color as the next. Terracotta shingles danced in waves across the buildings, giving the whole city a soft appearance. Though if Xena was any indication, its people would be anything but, Kurz reasoned. It wasn't a tall city like Dalmar or Bancroft, but a wide, sprawling one with hard-packed dirt thoroughfares. Kurz could see a receiving party waiting for them, the news having obviously found a way to outpace the cloud. By the looks of it, the whole of the stationed garrison was out in force, flags held high and war drums banging out orders. He wasn't worried, though. The assembled force was obviously meant to welcome Prince Harkon and the Flying City. In fact, the flag of Donheim flew from each crenellation on the wall, a bright orange and red checkered flag with a roaring lion. "Is Xena gonna fire the cannon?" Kurz asked Lorathaman after they stopped short of the city.
I know she wants to, but Harkon is trying to claim she doesn't get to per the contract and that it isn't worth the danger. I think he's just trying to make her angry.
She replied with a giggle, her mood elevated on the impending new connection. Those two have the weirdest relationship. But seriously, somebody needs to fire it. I'm getting antsy up here. I wonder if the dungeon under Donheim will send out their champion, or if I'll need to send Limer in under the cover of humanhood. I know literally nothing about them.
Well, to my understanding, they are another undeath dungeon, the oldest. Lyra always talked about visiting, but never made the journey. These capital dungeons are always surrounded, and there's no way to get to them without raising concern. Like when Marchok came out, I'm sure it caused quite the scene back in Dalmar.
It was then that the cannon was fired. Xena had come to an agreement with Harkon that while she didn't get to light the charge, she did get to yell,
Fire!
And she had, immediately. The gate contraption sailed through the air and subsequently halted mid-flight, like it had hit an invisible glue. Held there for a second, it was gently lowered to the ground. Kurz admired the finesse the city had over its domain. Not only did it not ricochet his gate away, but placed it exactly where it wanted his foothold to be. He was sure that, if he was to feel out, he would find the dungeon under the city's domain all around. He was right. Kurz was given exactly enough space to form a same-size warp gate as the one at Dalmar. No more, no less. He was going to be on a tight leash, one that would assuredly pull taut and choke the life out of his little domain island if war developed. That would be unpleasant, but understandable, so he didn't fight it. With a snap, the gate came to life with his NPC to give out the starter tokens to the Donheimers that wished to visit. Or move in, if luck would have it. The rush was even bigger than with Dalmar, a result of lessons learned from that gate drop and from how much bigger Bancroft had gotten. Lorathaman had not only gained the population needed to keep her at silver without decaying, but the growth was fueling her mana generation, and she had gained a level. What surprised Kurz more, though, was the rush into Bancroft. Families, hero groups, solo people running stag poured through. And with a glance at their inventories, many had already filled out affidavits and the like to request residence. He knew word had spread, but was still amazed. So was Lorathaman, who was caught off guard.
Immigrants already? I don't have enough officers to process them,
she yelled in alarm before getting to work. Surprise, surprise! Your graceful towers and bountiful curved bridges are popular. I completely understand why they want to move in, Kurz ribbed.
You stop!
Hey, it's only fair. You flirted so hard I couldn't think straight for months. Now that you've calmed down, it only makes sense I return the favor.
Live over 50 years as a dungeon to finally rediscover what touch means and see if you want anything to do other than play catch-up with that sensation, Mr. Gripey Pants.
I don't wear pants, and neither do you. Unless you count the cloud obscuring your lower reaches, then yes, you do wear pants, and I like them. Very fetching.
When I am done processing these immigrants and making space which I wasn't supposed to need for another year, I am going to make you demonstrate those words.
Kurz frowned, his genius loci self noticing a problem. There were more activations of his gate than there were new people on the cloud. He had the ability to have a to-the-instant accurate census and knowledge of the people in the domain he shared with Larathaman. Even taking into account those leaving to exercise commerce at a velocity only dreamed of just a year ago, there were exactly 25 extra token expenditures and debit credits to his mana. A very auspicious number. Larathaman swore when Kurz informed her of the problem.
I loathe those cretins and their dastardly acts from the very center of my core.
You and me both, you and me both. Really hope they aren't just planning on setting up a chapter house. At your size, it can only be expected to have a hall, right?
Yes, and with my aforementioned hidden nethers, I have a good city set up for them to flourish. Dark, damp, and chill.
Let's not compare them to lice, please.
Seems accurate, all the same traits. I had thought about making a swarm mob that was based on a curse like that. Gustav got queasy, so I did not follow through with it. I thought it was a good way to tilt the scales towards clean and well-groomed heroes living, and filthy, unhygienic ones dying. But such is life. I am no longer a dungeon, and you won't do curses.
No, you're right. I won't, out of respect for Selena. But back to the Shadow Guild infection you're now battling. Since you're now forcing me to keep with the comparison, do you really think they're just here to set up shop? 25 is a raid party. That's a number you do if you need to get something done on a large scale. I think they're up to something more. Perhaps they want to set up a puppet ruler.
Over my dead body?
I'll keep watch to see if there's anyone who pops up as a ringleader or instigator. At some point, they'll have to leave the shadows and make an overt movement if they're to win over the political powers in my city. That'll be our best time to fight them off. Medusa would gladly kill them. Kurz agreed, leaving Larathaman to deal with the influx. As she moved her attention away, Kurz found the noise from the constant movement through his gate network was getting worse. It was as if flies were now buzzing around his head at all times, and he felt a brief wave of apprehension at what might happen if any more cities were to join up. Chapter 32. Kurz. Gronkai, you there? Gronkai.
I don't know where else I would be. My life is not an adventure like yours.
Larathaman.
You could have thrown the mirror away, or given it to your fairy or one of your champions. How is she doing, by the way?
Why do you ask?
Just trying to be friendly. We understand that your life is not the same as ours, and figured it would be a nice gesture. Has she come to terms with what we offer?
Thank you, then. She is good, though concerned about you two reaching out to me with these things. She felt that they were unnatural and may have been a gift from your own fairies. She went back to High Brazil to see what she could learn.
Went as in she's gone? Or went as in she's back already? Not to dump on your abilities to make your own decisions. Something as big as what we're asking shouldn't be done without the input of one's fairy.
No offense taken. She is back already and with me. Also, she shared the most peculiar news. Your fairy is dead. You failed to mention it. Why? Was hoping you would explain that without me having to prompt you. If we are to build trust, it should not be a problem.
Not a problem at all. But what do you know about our fairies? I ask not to try and build a lie, but on where to start.
Ominous question. But my knowledge is that they are dead. An explosion killed them while they were attempting to escape justice. From what, I know not. Eleanor was unable to get good information. Something about not having clearance. which is why you both concern her.
Not to laugh, but there is not much of what you said that is true.
Really?
Does your core room have windows?
Yes. Eleanor always hated it, but I have a failsafe that drops my core room into a safe state. However, I fail to see how that has anything to do with what I report being true or false.
Someone might be watching the mirror you're holding. If you would, please have it positioned so the surface is not visible to the outside world.
There is nobody in my domain who could be a spy.
Wrong again, and I can explain that. But it's not spies I'm worried about per se. If you would, please turn it away.
Whatever. Done.
Let's start with the easiest to believe and work from there, shall we? The reason Selina and Gustav were being held on Hybrasale. Selina and Gustav were charged with, among other things, subversion and espionage. There's no way to sugarcoat this, so I'm just gonna say it. Selina is isekai. Kurz paused for dramatic effect, though he did look to Selina, who was watching the conversation as she held the mirror in her own hands, floating around in circles in the core room. He had expected some sort of outburst from Grankai, but she gave him none. Obvious that she was waiting for more, he continued. And I asked you to turn the mirror away because it was Therill who turned her in. He found out by some means of observation, probably by us talking about it outside the confines of our core room. Regardless, he turned her in, and she was taken by force, along with Gustav.
Selina and Gustav are still alive, then?
Yes, but how did you get that?
You wouldn't have cared if I had turned the mirror around or not otherwise. The only reason would be if you were still hiding information. That information could, based on what you had told me, be something that contradicted what I said. It only follows. You also used is instead of was. Selina is isekai. Therefore, Selina is alive. Eleanor has demanded that I ask you about the fate of Arthur.
Alive as well.
Part of this conspiracy?
Nope. Prisoner of our own.
That is an interesting claim. You do know Eleanor is going to report all of this, and this will complicate my plans to take you up on providing the army for that revolution you spoke of, as I will not make life hard for her. She has been my only companion for, well, my entire existence, even if it has been her job.
If you'd hear us out, perhaps when Eleanor leaves, her report will be a bit more positive, if not downright seditious. Also, as someone who likewise has been assigned a fairy, I completely empathize.
There is much we would like to say that, if you would both truly listen, you may find yourselves sympathetic to our cause.
Try me. I will be impartial. Eleanor has also promised to listen, though I must say it is a pretty large step to take a fairy prisoner.
Larafamin and Kurz together weaved their history and what happened. Grankai rarely interrupted, and only to ask clarifying questions. Some on her own behalf, some on Eleanor's. The only sticking point was how Kurz got an intruder into Hybrasale, which was something Kurz was unwilling to share at this time. She was alarmed, rightfully so, Kurz thought. If he could get something through, then so could another enterprising entity. And Kurz, on the scale of things, was not that strong. He had some weird talents that made him stand out, but in the grand scheme of things, he was only silver. Though he did pledge to explain after he had guarantees that the fairies would cease trying to harm Selina and utilize her for knowledge. That seemed to mollify the parties on the other side of the chat mirror. Grankai.
So all of this is really just for revenge? Therill took this overslime and your fairy Selina from you.
Pretty much, yeah. Don't forget that he was upset that Azir didn't break free. So partly it's to put him in his place, too. Killing those who don't partake in the system should not be anyone's goal. No offense.
None taken, I agree with you. You really think this system works this way because of him, though?
Yes, I do. Selena's told me about other worlds with different rules. Not everything requires the death of innocence. People can be bad enough to themselves. They don't need some enforcement mechanism.
And you believe he intended for Azir to break free?
I know it as such.
I need to talk this over with Eleanor. She isn't quite in agreement.
The mirrors went silent once more. Kurz and Larafamin did not have to wait long before Grankai asked for evidence. Kurz grabbed his mirror and tried the same technique that he had used previously when he and Selena had hunted down Marwan. He cast his simple illusionary image spell on it and played his memories on the surface, flitting through them quickly, knowing Gronkai would be able to parse them by way of her own genius loci. How was that?
Saw nothing. What do you mean?
Really? Damn, my apologies. This is my first time trying it with something other than text. Hold on. Please be patient. The spell didn't work, and I need to figure out why. Kurz sank into the unreal, and after casting the spell, it was obvious. The spell wasn't actually on the mirror, so the mirror wouldn't copy it. The spell was self-evidently an illusion, and not something that would be picked up. His mind raced as he tried to figure out the proper method. The image had to be real and on the surface. He did not have mana that could act like a facsimile of paint. He could use real paint, but applying and removing it would not be quick, and the memories would appear stilted and slow, drawn one line at a time in a progressive manner. Conversely, he could add more to the mirrors. He had already done it once when, after he had made his gates a point-to-point network, he applied the same technique to the mirrors. He had thought it would have broken the self-bound item nature, but as Selena pointed out when he did it, that he wasn't changing the item, but the thing the item was touching. She had tried to explain the difference between front-end and back-end development structures, but lost him. To him, it was item side and unreal side, to which Selena said was close enough. He still kept the conversations separate, but he could, in theory, mix people together, so Skana, Delmar, Larafamin, and all the others could talk at the same time on them. So far, since nobody knew about that, he hadn't pushed the attempt. He felt it was premature to open that all up, but this would be something different. He would add the camera devices for his CCTVs to the mirrors. Kurz felt it was the right way to solve his problem. However, this was item-side work, and he didn't have possession of most of the mirrors, so he would have to recall the ones outside his control. Though everyone who had them, sans the platinum royalty, would be easy to convince to change theirs out. Kurz took the device he had attached to the CCTVs and shrunk it, small enough to look like a button. The trick then was tying it to the mirrors. Kurz took the unreal network of knots and possibilities that mirrored the text from one surface to another, and added the ability for moving images to show. With the same spell and technique, he made it so they would show if the mirror owner selected into it. Kurz affixed one button camera on the crown of the mirror so that someone using it could send their face. Thinking about it, he added another, so the owner could send whatever they were looking at while also still reading the surface. Kurz quickly realized that, while he could now do images, he couldn't do sound, which defeated the purpose. Ergo, he finally took the sonic mana, using one of his unused upgrades. He made another of the button cameras, but this time with the new sonic mana, so it would transmit sound along with images. Kurz had scarcely made the changes to his own mirror when Selena remarked on it, taking to the interface like a duck on water. She flitted through his changes and quickly brought up her own image on her screen, making the mirror device a standard mirror.
A camera phone! Kurz, these were just starting to be a thing when I was back on Earth. I feel stupid for not telling you to try and make them the first time you created these. This will be great. Hey, big ask here. Can I have one of these myself? It would be kick-ass. Actually, can Medusa and I both have one?
Everyone can have one. I should have given everyone their own long ago. And the second best time is now, so... Kurz said as he did just that. Broadcasting to everyone on his bond, he made the announcement. All, don't be alarmed, but I'm gifting all of you a mirror. For those not in the know, these will allow instant communication with any others who have one too, just right on the surface. They will broadcast to everyone who has one, though I can change that as requested. For you Rough Riders and retiree, Sanvi will have to steal them. Wink, wink. As a gift, one each appeared, sized correctly for all the recipients. Vex, by virtue of carrying part of Kurz's domain with him on his trip with Afriel, even got his. Kurz was unsure if it was a good idea, but it was only fair. Simultaneously, Kurz wrote the same on the mirrors he had given to the dungeons and citadel he had contacted, telling them that he will deliver the new camera phones to them via Lyra's cannons and his portals. They were to be ready to catch flying post. As soon as Gronkai had custody of her new device, Kurz cast his simple illusionary image, but with added sonic mana. New spell, Greater Illusion. Kurz spilled all of his memories onto the mirror. From the start, where he was all errors, to his first fairy rejection, to Selena saving him. He poured everything into that spell, his heart aching as he saw in rapid the persecution that Selena had been through. He reached out to Larafamen and found her already there, her presence holding on to his as he made, scene by scene, his case to Gronkai. But still he continued. His discovery that she was isekai, followed by her putting herself in harm's way against Karl, her capture by the fairy authorities, and then Varen's taunting. Gustav appeared at some point, flying from his side of the adjoined core room to be with Kurz. He had placed a hand on Selena's shoulder. Kurz ended it with a sweep of his prisoners, showing them, while not free, neither persecuted nor tortured. He thought to keep it only to Gronkai, but decided, now that all of his extended family had mirrors, that he would share it with all. They had all bonded with him by his word. Why not share it all? Most knew his feelings with Therill, but now they all would see it as he saw it. The Rough Riders were going to be in for a surprise. Though, with how Mel seemed to have an eye for the future, she just may have been expecting it. Kurz could feel the rankles of all those bonded to him. None were happy to see just how Therill had acted. Skana was aflame with the injustice. Larafamen angry and protective. Gustav couldn't stand the impropriety of it. Medusa wanted to, unsurprisingly, kill the god. The emotions poured and pooled, mixing into a resentment shared by all. A resentment and a support for Selena in her persecution. Selena, who had been there for all but Therill's haughty confession, was the only one muted in her response. She gratefully accepted Gustav's touch, but her eyes were focused away, as her mind obviously raced, trying to process what Kurz had shown her.
This is all my fault. The entire chain of events centers around me and my mucking with things.
The only thing you're at fault for is saving my ass and helping me get a girlfriend. If I hear you say anything along the lines of, if only I did or did not do, I will personally assign Vex to be your shadow for a year, Kurz rebuked, using Selena's own style of threats against her.
He's right, Selena. You are the victim in this mess,
Larafamen added, while also sending a missive to Gronkai that they would need a moment. As soon as they could, the rest of the ersatz family showed up, spurred on by Kurz's emotions over the bond, as well as Selena's. Larafamen's champions first, then Limer. Vex dropped the warp gate he was carrying where he stood, squeezing through it and leaving behind a confused Afriel. Skana did not fit, but Kurz, with a thought, enlarged the solar concentrator's connection to his core room so he could squeeze in. Even the Rough Riders showed up. V came first, followed by Sunvi dragging Kieran. The others followed suit. Medusa was protective of Selena and was not at all happy when V flounced over to hug the fairy. Selena tried to hide the soft happiness she felt, but bonds couldn't lie, and Kurz was happy to see her, hopefully for the last time, overcoming the sadness.
No group hugs. You are liable to squish me,
she said, with the twinkle of a tear in her eye. How about a pizza party instead? Kurz suggested. One grander than when you and Gustav were first rescued. Larafamen took to that idea with gusto.
Yes, Kurz! A city-wide celebration! We can go public and win over the heroes. That will help us stop whatever the Shadow Guild is doing.
Kurz was the only one paying attention. Gronkai.
Illusions you sent may be just those. How can I trust you?
Hells, I'll bond with you even temporarily if you need it for proof.
What?
I have bonded with every other core type out there. What's one more?
I was thinking I would send Eleanor over with my champions.
That works too, but the offer still stands. Chapter 33. Kurz turned his mind to the gateway in front of the Jade Citadel. The NPC Tim he had posted had a chit in hand, as was customary at this point for Kurz. Every first-time traveler had to go to Bancroft at least once to get a travel chit for the gates prior to being able to use them point to point. That was Larafamin's idea, and one that Kurz loved. It gave the merchants all chances to close deals while doing the requested transaction, and it necessitated travelers to familiarize themselves with Bancroft in order to find all the different vendors who carried them. Each new connection was greeted with fanfare as Donheim started to open up trade with Delmar at an even faster clip than before. Now, instead of long merchant caravans, it was simply a matter of having the correct chit before entering the gate. Even as Eleanor approached, flanked by Rinkarriku, the Tim shed its default appearance to steal the likeness of the Jade Champion. The pair paused, but Kurz quickly dove into it and took over, using his ad hoc speech ability. "This is just a performance piece. Come on, this token will let you pass through the gate, one for each of you. These ones are special, though, as they have mana inside them, so your own isn't debited to use the warp gate. As long as you hold it, the gate will connect to where the token directs. Without it, the gate will stay disabled, and you'll only walk to the other side of this structure," Kurz said with Tim as his mouthpiece, gesturing to the large gate behind it. "The cloud is underway to freehold, so expect some wind."
"I figured it would be different than when I last took you up on your offer to see the city. It'll be strange to be a visitor and not a conqueror," Rinkarriku said as he walked forward. He grabbed both coins, tossing one to Eleanor, who caught it like a frisbee.
You aren't so much a visitor as my escort. We're going to a dungeon that is self-admitted to imprisoning fairies,
Eleanor said as she fluttered up to it. Their proximity and their tokens caused the gate to snap to life. In a blink, they were staring at the cloud. As the gate flicked on, Kurz felt more of that mental noise. It was like he was living in a field during cicada season at this point, a constant drone with weird beat frequencies interspersed. But he couldn't let that distract him right now, as he tried to pull back from his absolutist stance and, hopefully, let Selena have a life again outside his core room. "And you will be leaving with at least one of them, though I'll prevent you from using fairy magic while on my grounds. I hope you understand," the Kurz Tim said, gesturing for the pair to enter. As they crossed, the gate on the cloud flicked over to them, giving the merchants, who were hoping for a new city to wheel and deal, a view of the pair. One was an expat from Nylung, who immediately screamed in horror, throwing himself back and fleeing.
"Hold your horses, sir. You're spooking them. I'm not here for conquest, but here as an honored invited guest. You should know, especially by now, that I wouldn't show unless an army was already knocking on that very door, and the seasons haven't even changed yet. Hardly enough time to raise an army, no? Though, when it is that time, I look forward to the challenge. This city is much more impressive than when I last saw it."
Fear and indecision started to ripple through the crowd, even as other travelers appeared and stopped to gawk. A purple disc bearing Mr. Anpu and Lyra soared across the walkway, coming to a well-practiced stop amongst the jittery ground. Mr. Anpu stepped off, his hands clasped behind his back. Lyra stayed on the disc, though she did curtsy. Mr. Anpu assured the crowd that Rinkarriku and the fairy were indeed guests, and that everyone in Bancroft was safe. After a brief formal greeting, the Jade Champion stepped onto the magical disc. Eleanor fluttered over and landed, grabbing onto his hip, apparently assuming that she would be blown off by the movement like a tumbleweed. As they lifted off and flew away and off the paths into a cloud bank, Kurz could already see that the appearance of the emissary had had a negative effect on the people. A very negative effect. He didn't know who started it, but someone had claimed that the visit was proof positive that the triumvirate did not have their best interests at heart. Another pointed out that fairies were always a sign of good luck, and it meant that the revolt was to succeed. Still more brought out further outlandish conspiracies, that Delmar was in cahoots with the Jade Citadel. The murmuring was building, and fast. That was when Kurz noticed it. A sign had been staked into the ground. Where it came from was foreign to him, yet more indication that the Shadow Guild was operating. It was simple. An oak post planted in the ground with a hastily affixed crossboard with vellum tacked to it. It read, "Tonight, spread the word. Come prepared." Kurz could see those with active cores flash over as something pinged their attention. Almost as swiftly, Larafaman called to him, fear in her voice.
What happened, Kurz? I've got a notification that the city is experiencing civil disorder. Some of my powers are now locked out. What's going on?
I don't know. I think the Shadow Guild made a move using the emissary's visit as a flashpoint. What does civil disorder do? Kurz answered, concern rising in him. This was incredibly bad timing. If he was to let the fairies go as a sign of goodwill, it may only inflame the situation more.
Nothing good,
Gustav said, butting in, pulling into the conversation through Larafaman. His tone was strained by the stress leaching through.
I'm working with Geist, trying to coach him through some of the finer aspects of city leadership. But we have no strong police or military presence right now. They are all off the city as part of the negotiations to allow us to fly over Donheim. Normally, Geist would create a quest or instances for them to enforce order. Or, in a pinch, if the disorder hasn't built up, we could produce a celebration of some kind like we were ironically planning. But this one has hit excessively hard. The celebration isn't going to do anything. We will have to postpone, lest it make things worse. I fear you are right, Kurz. This has espionage written all over it.
Should we return? Mr. Ranbu said, jumping in as well. We can leave our guests with Lima or Medusa.
Yes, this is definitely a matter that I need to work with the three of you over. Kurz, can you have someone take over the escort?
Gustav replied.
Time is of the essence now if we are to prevent all-out rioting.
Kurz, instinctively knowing Medusa and Vex as not the type to be hosts, instead chose Limer. Presently, Limer was using an 18-year-old man as a meat puppet and sitting on a flying walkway, watching others on the lower arched paths go about their business. He had a sketchbook open. Limer, I'm going to open a warp in front of you. I need you to go through and play host to the Jade Keep's champion and fairy. Can you do this for me?
Absolutely, Father. What do I need to know? Or am I going in completely blind here?
Limer responded as he inventoried the sketchpad and charcoal pencil. He quickly scrambled up onto the balustrade rail, alarming a passing woman and her young child.
Don't worry, I can fly. Now, don't you try this without proper protection, equipment, and training. And most importantly, permission from your mum.
Good day, he said to the pair as he let himself fall off. Yes, you are to help Eleanor, the fairy, come to understand the truth about Theral being our enemy and why. Also, Rinkariku is just here because she's afraid I may nab her. Make them at home, and I'll join in on the conversation when it's time to release one of our prisoners. Kurz opened a warp gate beneath Limer, catching him with ease. Limer warped in, just as Mr. Ranpu delivered Eleanor and Rinkariku to Kurz's dungeon entrance.
Pardon the change in plans, but it appears that the city may have an issue, and Mr. Ranpu and Lyra are required for it. I am Limer, Cloudgate's newest champion, and I will be your host.
He waved goodbye to Mr. Ranpu and Lyra as they quickly turned to leave, already lost in communication mentally to work through the knot of the problem they had been gifted.
Stand close. My father will warp us in with a spell,
Limer instructed the pair, who, after sharing a glance, did just that. Kurz cast his spell, opening the dome gate he used to translocate targets. The trio and the sliver of ground they were on appeared in the cookery, catching the fairies within off guard. They were all playing cards, with piles of peanuts next to each. They startled, with Arthur tossing his hand onto the table and standing to welcome the newcomers with arms wide.
I see the Corps has more victims and is branching out from fairies. If he hasn't told you yet, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but welcome to the rest of your lives. Now may I ask your names and make an introduction? I'm Arthur, he's Deacon, and he's Cabor, and this young man is Chase. I am an emissary of the Jade Keep, Rinkariku, and she is the fairy assigned to my citadel, Eleanor. I question your statements, though. You don't look like prisoners of war,
Rinkariku said as he stepped forward and out of the spell. He ran his hands along the hanging pots and pans, spying a recently baked loaf of bread.
Where are your uniforms, your guards? You're even playing games and seem to have free run of the place. You're more like guests than prisoners, no?
Eleanor remained silent, not moving from where she stood. You think I'm lying, do you, boy? Well, when I said that you're prisoners until the day you die, I meant it. Let me demonstrate, Arthur said as he started to scribe a portal. The Core is always watching and has ways to prevent fairy magic. Watch and eat your words. Kurz, put up to the task, obliged him. He distorted the space-time, ruining the spell, causing it to fizzle out like a dud fuse on a firecracker. Well, it looks like the Core wants to make a good impression. Normally he cuts my hands off and regrows them only after Deacon here entreaties on my behalf. He even gave one sonic mute, telepathy, scan telepathy spirit watchdog. That's enough of that. Don't need to share that info just yet, Arthur. And before you ask, that spell will hurt a lot if you try and broadcast that info across telepathy. Eleanor, I will not deny that I did cut his hand off while capturing him and have silenced him many times for trying to share what I deem sensitive information. Now, while you're here, please make yourself at home. Ask any questions you want. I'll only forbid that one particular one. How I broke into Hybersail shall remain my secret until I no longer need it. Eleanor was direct and to the point, clarifying the treatment of the fairies, with Kurz assuring her that it was as just as he could provide. They were kept healthy and mentally stimulated, with punishment only doled out when one, who happened to always be Arthur, tried to break a rule. Kurz made his point that he was keeping the POWs until a lasting peace could be achieved, as Selina deserved such freedom. His frankness seemed to win Eleanor over, as she only asked for one of the POWs to go free as an olive branch. A token to show that they were on the same side, and that Kurz truly did not have malevolent intentions. Deal. Chase is free to go.
What about me? I even did as you asked, delivered your note. I'm sorry for leaving you. I really am. Please let me leave.
Cabor broke out, babbling, running toward Eleanor, hoping to get into the radius of the spell. Kurz let him. Fine, but Arthur and Deacon are staying. They know the ways I broke through the protection and shall stay until I have my guarantees. Deacon, I'm sorry. I know you took this job thinking it was going to be something else, but you'll need to stay in my custody until it is resolved. And Arthur, you get no apologies. You were the one who carried out the kidnapping and were party to her maltreatment. Be happy you're worth more to me alive than dead. Arthur tried to protest, but Kurz negated the telepathy on him, leaving him on mute. Sometimes being petty just felt so good. Pleased, Eleanor spoke up.
You'll have the army you asked for. When I was assigned to Citadel Corps, I didn't know that it was a choice of the local administrator on their function. I saw myself as someone who is going to help Citadels rationalize their lives of murder. Gronkai is more than a little upset that such has been forced upon her without good reason. I, too, am upset at the system. Heroes don't need our help in causing death. They're perfectly good at waging war themselves.
With the decisions made, Selina warped in to personally thank Eleanor, and to give the finger to Rinkariku, who took it in stride with a laugh. He knew he was a monster from her point of view, and there was no changing that. Before the confrontation could become any testier between the two, Eleanor interjected.
It is his nature. Same as how you can never fault a dungeon for killing heroes, you can't fault a Citadel champion for killing everything else. Selina, may I approach?
Selina gave a slight nod. Eleanor flitted over, and her eyes seemed to sparkle as she inspected Selina.
So, isekai. Never thought I'd see one in the flesh. Looking you over, there is not one thing that I can detect that would make you anything but a fairy. On a side note, love the jewelry.
Thanks? Trust me, being isekai is the least of my desires. It's weird not belonging to a place at all. If I can get my existence straightened out and accepted, everything would be so much easier. Thank you again for doing this.
I will do my best. The training I have on your kind was all about sussing out heroes and the like, and maybe the occasional dungeon core that were aliens. You would have been a great case study had they just asked.
No kidding. I have literal volumes filled out on me and my experiences. A journal was all I could do to stay sane in what was, to me, an insane world. Now I kinda want to burn it all just to spite Audette and the others. To think at one point I looked up to her.
Please don't do that. I would cry if a book like that got burned.
Eleanor said, looking aghast at the thought.
One of the things I make sure the Jade Army bring back are books. I have a whole wing full of them. The idea that all that priceless knowledge being lost because some politician made a power play hurts my bones.
If only more people treated something new as just that, not as something to be scared of. But what are you doing later? If you want to stay around, I can show you some stuff. It's the least I can do.
See, what did I tell you? You and Selena would get along famously,
Rinkariku said, chuckling as he finished raiding Kerr's cookery. He grabbed at random, having no obvious culinary experience. It did not surprise Kerr. Selena was the only fairy or champion he knew of that seemed to like food. All others were perfectly content to subsist off the ambient mana in a dungeon.
Yeah? Well, I'd recommend you go meet Medusa. She's a psychopath, like you.
Selena retorted, to which both Rinkariku and Eleanor laughed.
My only ask is that you go far away before scribing a portal to report on me. I want to keep the direct connection to my core room properly obfuscated. It's better for everyone if nobody portals into my core room. Trust me, I haven't killed a fairy, but I absolutely will if the situation demands it.
Then, with a decided chill to his voice, he added, I will kill Theral if the situation demands it. Chapter 34. Kerr left Selena to talk to the fairies. She could more than handle herself, and if any made an untoward move against her, he was always ready. The more pressing concern was with the city. He snapped his mind over to Larafamin and found her with Gustav, Lyra, and Mr. Anpu trying to make plans. Geist was not present, presumably out using his natural unobservability to move about and remove revolt postings as fast as he could. They were discussing bringing Harkon and Xena in as confidants, something Kerr was also thinking about. The royals, being platinum and experienced in statecraft, would know what to do. Harkon was accepted as someone to bring in by all in attendance. Xena was a sticking point. Kerr broke into the conversation. Xena, unlike Harkon, doesn't seem to suspect a thing about Dungeon City nature. If we brought her in, I think we can trust her, as our goals align with hers. It's her husband that gives me pause. Though, peeking into your city, Larafamin, they're not together. She's on her 9th mug while he's gone to sleep off his 4th.
She seems to love him, or at least put up with him well enough for his obvious foppishness as compared to her barbarism. It is obviously a political marriage, but he treats her well,
Larafamin said.
I agree he is a little slimy, but why does that give you pause? Nobody is perfect.
Gut feeling is all. I don't like how he approached the negotiations. Everything about that felt wrong. I did not and do not understand how or why Pauline seemed to go back to her old habits of hating the status quo. Regardless,
if you think it is right to bring them both in, I won't challenge you on it. Put them both in the war room. Granted, we're not quite at war, but this is close enough.
Kerr turned his attention to the mirror in Harkon's possession. He took over Xena's moniker again to get his attention with a simple hello. He sent a similar message to Xena. Like before, he intercepted their communication. It did not take long for Xena, who was still sober though not for a lack of trying, to notice her missive. Harkon, on the other hand, was on it like a hound hunting a fox.
Xena.
What's up? Why'd you hello me? I'm trying to get drunk here. Your best tavern has weak beer.
Harkon. Bancroft does not have the best brew, if that's what you're asking. You were the one who queried me. I, for one, expected a bit of a salutation to start.
What are you talking about? Talking to you is the last thing on my mind. First are these 2 flagons. Second is your brother.
If you're trying to get a rise out of me, it won't work. I am sadly well acquainted with the behavior of the both of you. Still no heir for your family. A pity.
Kerr, I'm going to stop you both right there. I was the one who opened the chat. Please don't be alarmed. I'm going to open a portal to Bancroft's war room in 3 seconds. Please step through. You won't be harmed. Ahimsa is being followed.
With a small amount of mana, Kerr cast 2 warps, one from Harkon's study, and one from the tavern, which winked into existence on either side of the war room. Facing each other, Xena and Harkon could see one another across the table in the middle. The table was the layout of Bancroft, with multiple levels to account for the stacked, skyscraping nature of the city, as well as a blank map that looked ready to be dressed up as whatever land they were over. The room was octagonal with large viewports angled down that let in ambient light. Xena stepped through without a thought. Well, one thought. She grabbed a couple of flagons for the road. Harkon, more prudent, hesitated, looking back at the mirror. Kurz. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Yes, I am the dungeon, and yes, I will explain more once you're through that portal. This is about the revolt you're planning on addressing. Please hurry. We need your expertise to solve this mess. His face betrayed nothing, but after a moment, Harkon stepped through as well. Both Xena and Harkon bellied up to the table. Xena took a hearty swig from one of the flagons before offering it to Harkon. He demurred with a hand.
Good choice. I would drink you under the table. Looks like Bancroft is prepping for a conquest. This is a fancy setup they got here,
she said as she wiped froth off her lips with her forearm.
But enough about that. What kind of toy have you given me? I thought these mirrors were just for us.
They are, save where I got them from. It appears this drop came with an eavesdropper. This Kurz claims to be the dungeon, but I imagine they are actually the fairy, Harkon said dryly while surveying the table. Before Xena could respond, Mr. Anpu and Lyra walked in, having been teleported from a safe vantage point. Kurz, though he nominally trusted the Platinum heroes, would not give them a clean shot at the cores or either of the fairies currently in them. The pair of champions, with all respect due to the royals, greeted and welcomed them before explaining why they had been brought there. Harkon listened intently before turning to Xena with a question. Xena, will I be able to move troops in to secure the city, or are your parents against this?
You know the answer, Harkon. What my parents want is immaterial. We both are bound by the same agreement signed and enforced by the Adventurers Guild. I ain't gonna take the penalty for breaking it. Lyra, does Bancroft have a police force organized yet?
I regret to say not sizable yet. If this turns into a full revolt, we won't have the numbers. And I know that more than a few do not like having champions as leaders, so mobilizing them fully will not be easy,
she replied. Harkon lifted an eyebrow. You let some of your force that did not accept you as leaders? I find it hard to believe that you are low on numbers, yet already have such capabilities to spy on your own like that. Are you using your fairies as spies? He reasoned, trailing off and looking at the mirror where Kur's text swirled to life. Kurz. Boo. Gonna cast a spell now. Don't be alarmed. One spell later, Kurz spoke into the minds of those gathered. Told you I'm not a fairy. Now, while I can only talk via telepathy, I can see and hear everything you're saying. Feel free to talk as normal. We figured you two have more experience putting down revolts. Any advice?
You are actually the dungeon? Sweet. I am so going to rub it in the faces of the eggheads at our prime university. You know they stole Marwan, right? I really wanted to kill him by stuffing his head up his own ass, but splatting him was just as good. Though it was awesome to know I am made of sterner stuff than a Dark Lord,
Xena said after finishing off her drink, a smile on her face. Actually, he survived that too. He died to my dungeon.
That limp dick survived only to die to one of your mobs or traps? That is hilarious. Makes the story even better. Wait, if you can see everything, did you see me beating him up? Tell me there was a witness.
Saw and was rooting for it. But I can do one better and show you what I saw. If you don't mind, I'm going to improve the loot in your hands. Now, I can't just give it to you, but I can gift it to the city to Mr. Anpu, and Mr. Anpu can give it to you as a diplomatic favor. Don't ask why, just accept the rigmarole for what it is. But while I whip that up, you really need to talk shop. Can you explain why you can't just bring in the military to put this down? Kurz said as he handed a pair of his new camera phones, as Selena had named them, to Larafamen. So far, she had not spoken up. Kurz figured she had been a core much, much longer than he had, and some habits would be tough to break. When Mr. Anpu received them, he produced one in each hand and in turn gave them over to the two royals. Harkon was stone-faced as he explained how their hands were tied. The reality of it was that the contract that both Xena and Harkon had signed prevented any action with steep penalties that neither kingdom could sustain. The Adventurers Guild had them over a proverbial barrel, something that Kurz found odd, and Harkon agreed. I agree with the dungeon here. Your parents are acting weird. My brother is insufferable as always, and that contract was too perfect and timely. Something about this whole thing stinks.
You are preaching to the choir, Harkon. Just because I am a berserker doesn't mean I'm some dumb broad,
Xena said.
And now you better wipe that smirk off your face, or I am feeding you to Lyra here.
Let's keep the violence down. Can either of you give a speech? Anything to remind the people that they just had 2 dark periods in their lives? Kurz asked, interjecting before the conversation got any more testy. He reached out and soothed Larafamin, who was listening in but not talking. Harkon took a moment, looking at everyone in turn. He even tried to stare at the mirror to Kurz's amusement. It was obvious his mind was moving fast and hard. I can author a speech. Dungeon, you shall make something akin to these mirrors so I may talk to all of the people at once. You are my subject, after all. Consider it a tax, Harkon offered. Mr. Anpu growled, his history as a dungeon champion overcoming decorum for a moment. Kurz spoke first. No, you do not make demands of me. I won't explain dungeonhood to you, but suffice to say you have no authority over me. I am sovereign to the laws of heroes and their nations. However, I do want to help you, but I am unable to do such a thing, nor is the city before you ask.
Oh, the dungeon's got spunk. Told your royal ass off, Harkon. Let me try. The mirror says your name is Kurz, so I'm going to call you that, please and thank you. Kurz, can you point out the ringleaders and instigators? I am certain I can talk some sense into them all, polite-like.
Xena said with a laugh and a crack of her knuckles.
Princess Xena of Donheim, while that is a wonderful idea, I am so sorry to disappoint you.
Lyra said, her voice sad.
Whoever is taking these insulting actions is hiding themselves from us. We don't know who is doing this directly, but we know the organization that has the resources and techniques to hide from dungeons, the Shadow Guild. They are pushing for Bancroft to break free from Delmar.
Harkon agreed and insinuated it was his brother who was the patsy, his gambling debt called in. Xena ripped her wig off, threw it at Harkon, and leapt across the table, ready to defend her husband's honor. She stopped short with her fist a mere inch from Harkon's nose, who just gave her a tired smile as the truth of his words seemed to reach her.
I am going to. He is so... When I find...
Xena struggled to articulate before Harkon cut her off, throwing her wig back to her. Flustered, she put it back on. Please, I don't want to know what you do in your bedroom. The facts stand the same. I assuredly have a letter in my room stating the obvious and will be given a bargain to resolve it. Either I accept and lose, or I decline and lose, Harkon said, trailing off as he stared at the empty city on the table, a harbinger of his fears. Conversation died, but Kurz was not going to give up. With a mere thought, he took account of where everyone and everything was in the city. A moment later, he cast the illusion spell on the campaign table. The city came to life. Ghostly, translucent images filled the streets and arched bridges. A woman threw washwater out of her apartment window. A pack of children chased a hoop, using sticks to keep it trundling in a game of aptly named hoop rolling. Kurz took a moment to overlay another illusion spell on top of the first. Light, the red of lithium fire, backlit where the posts were. Xena sucked in a breath when she saw how many were there already. It had spread through the rumor mill completely. Then Kurz added where it was being actively talked about, though he colored the conversations red and green based on whether the consensus seemed for revolt, red, or against, green. Every gossip, every bar boast, every tavern, every single conversation seemed to be about the revolt, painting the city like a bespeckled dress. There, you asked what I can do. This is it.
I can give you information like this. You must be able to work with it, Kurz said. Harkon looked haunted by the task. Xena noticed and laughed, some mirth coming back to her.
What's wrong, big boy? Too much red there? Are you just realizing how powerful dungeons are? I must say I didn't realize it myself until now. Do you all just toy with us heroes and decide to kill a few? Just asking. I won't be offended either way.
That is privileged information I won't share.
Aw, just humor me. I don't technically even need to help here. Not my city, not my country. I will, because Harkon is possibly my only friend in this whole forsaken world. Oh, don't give me that look, Harkon. You are the only non-douchebag platinum out there. I mean, there are 30 of us by my last count? But come on, Kurz. If you are going to talk into my mind and kill a Dark Lord with a spell, you can at least spill why we aren't experienced in your belly at this point.
Fine. I don't choose who dies. You do. You heroes choose your own fates. It's your mistakes and your hubris that lead you to your deaths. I set the rules of engagement and watch. Watch and record and remember every life and every death in my halls. I could fill a library with all the stories I've seen borne out in my depths, and I've been around only for this 1 year. Shorting that by killing all that grace me with their hopes and dreams would lead to a barren existence. Here's a rhetorical question for you. Do you callously kill all that you meet, as strong as you are? Do you find that might makes right? Or do you see that might makes right only when an asshole deserves earning a new one?
Hey, I like that. Asshole earning a new one. I am going to use that.
Xena replied. Harkon tisked. Oh, the task at hand is difficult, and not knowing the identities makes it hard to counter. But this view is grand. With this, we can mobilize and hit important pockets, treat the red like an invading force. Show up, inspire confidence, stem the tide. Kurz, would you be able to keep me apprised of the state of things? My personal guard and I will be able to act. Yes. Also, I may have some others to assist, Kurz said, turning his attention to the Rough Riders. Chapter 35. Kurz only gave a moment's mental notice to the Rough Riders before he opened portals and pushed them through, the urgency too much for anything more. As they were brought through, Lyra and Mr. Anpu welcomed them. Xena kept neutral to the newcomers, whereas Harkon smiled warmly, recognizing them all. Sanvi did her best not to look at Harkon. How am I not surprised? Of course your crew, Roland, would be the one this dungeon takes a shine to. Melanfley, it's nice to see that you survived the Dark Lord. You have my thanks, as do we all. Xena, please meet Roland's Rough Riders. Everyone, as you know, this is Princess Xena of Dawnheim. And you, Sanvi Kiara, are hiding something, he said, his eyes boring into her questioningly. Kieran moved to put himself between Sanvi and the royal, which she appreciated. After a bit to catch up, he shared their plan to use Roland's name to muster counter-protesters. Xena was unimpressed. Scratching at her wig, she said,
Roland here is your linchpin? A silver? If he is, then he's a dead man walking. The Shadow Guild will see to it.
V spoke up, meeker than her usual brash self.
Can we go into why you think Roland is in danger? I really can't stress it enough that it is not okay for him to die here. Sanvi, you can stop it, right? Aren't you the one who is supposed to kill him?
That would be foolish of the Shadow Guild to ask a member like that, Harkon said. You have to tie them in deeper before asking an operative to kill a close friend or family member, lest they make a break. No, Sanvi here is tasked with something else.
You told him, Kurz?
Sanvi telepathed, her words steel. No, he knows it through some other means. Your secret's not mine to share. Xena, in a flash, was upon Sanvi, holding her in a headlock, having knocked Kieran away with ease.
I do not take kindly to the Shadow Guild. Harkon, want me to pop her head off for you?
Everyone else froze, not knowing what to do. But Harkon only laughed. And have my mole killed?
Hardly. She's had a hard enough run with it as it is. Xena shrugged and let Sanvi go.
You know, you don't need moles if you just kill the Shadow Guild on sight. I don't much care for your philosophy of leaving them alive so you can know who your enemies are. I find it just fine to leave my enemies dead. Don't let me catch you pulling any shadow shit in Dawnheim, or I will murk you regardless of your mole status.
Princess Xena, you are a guest, and so is she. Please keep to a level of decorum as befits such a meeting,
Lyra said with a flat voice, her hands gently on the table.
We are aware of your proclivity to violent rhetoric, but ask that you keep it to a minimum out of respect for all attendees.
Xena rolled her shoulders.
Fine, you're right. I was being a loser dick. Sorry, Sanvi. That was out of line. I won't do it again.
Sanvi laughed nervously, her body tense as she rubbed her neck.
I'm more worried about your follow-through than your words right now. Not like it will matter. This action is a do or die. How'd you learn, Prince Harkon? Do you have a second mole?
Harkon smiled sardonically. Do you think Delmar's top spy would work without my permission? Or that I wouldn't be apprised of their actions? I am the state, and there are no secrets held from me as it deals with Delmar. Xena is the same for her nation. But what is your assigned mission? Obviously, we're gonna want it to succeed while foiling the overall plot. So I ask again, what is your task? It may change the approach I recommend.
That's the thing. I am only to keep Roland from making an appearance and stay with him.
Which means that it is the secondary goal. Someone else is the primary threat for leadership and stands in the way.
Mel interrupted, even before Harkon could, earning her a look of surprise from the man.
Dwayne is a maybe. He has respect for stepping up when Frank left. Pauline would love to be, but nobody likes her. In fact, Dwayne is probably the next closest as he has guild backing.
Mr. Anpu bristled, hackles raised. Pauline has not been acting herself lately. She had turned a new leaf, but appears to have fallen back on old habits. Regardless, she has no political backing. Dwayne is an honorable and astute man. Also, he is not part of either the Delmar or Dawnheim power structures. He would stand in the way of any attempted coup. I do not see him being bought. Kurz took a glance at Dwayne and saw him at his desk writing a letter to the chairman of the guild with a carbon copy for Frank. It left Kurz confused, though, as he kept writing the same sentence. He would write it, but the sentence would disappear and Dwayne would rewrite it exactly as he had done before, even to the indentations on the paper. He's safe at the local chapter house, but he's being weird. He keeps writing the same sentence. Kieran looked up and out, alarmed. You mean like he's jumping back in time? As in the exact same actions? Yeah, but time travel isn't possible. Like I said, weird. No, that's not what he's doing. Your senses are being looped, Kieran shouted.
Someone is there with him.
Kurz turned to Selena, who had been watching from the safety of the core room. Is that possible?
Shit, yes. A gold or platinum rogue will have ways to hide from all manners of detection. That Dwayne character is going to die,
she said as she came to the same realization as Kieran.
You need to send the heroes to the rescue.
Kurz was already on it and sprung up a warp gate, though outside the chapter house so as to avoid the security wards. If Dwayne was dead already, having it inside wouldn't matter. V, Lyra, and Trent were the first to make their way toward the portal, but Sanvi bamfed over as smoke and stopped them.
You can't go. Whoever is in there will melt away if blocked by a strong force. Let me go solo. They aren't expecting me, but also won't run if I appear. Solo, they may even let their guard slip.
Harkon spoke in concurrence, rubbing his chin. Her funeral, but she isn't wrong. She goes in alone, but you five best follow and set a subtle perimeter so you can come in if the dungeon relays a need. Don't be seen or she will assuredly die as well as you. Go, now, all of you! The six left, Sanvi stealthing as a matter of course, leaving the royals and the two champions alone. And what'll you do? I'm gonna look for that letter from the guild, and then do as I said. Start trying to turn the conversation, Harkon said, turning back to walk out the warp gate that Kurz had set for him. Xena squared her stance.
And I'll go bust some sense into some heads. Can't riot when nursing a concussion. Lead me to the higher level hooligans, Kurz, and I'll show 'em what a real hooligan is.
Interlude 8. Smoke and Mirrors. Sunvi swiftly approached the grand hall under the cover of a heavy cloak. Her standard garb was too much an obvious tell. She had been to the bureaucratic stronghold enough to know where to go blindly. Stepping up to the entrance, she stole a glance at its gilded features, noting no sign of forced entry. Why would there be? The oversized double doors were only ever locked on holidays or during a dreaded audit. Her feet were silent as she hurried up the marble steps, her soft soles causing only a whisper of a noise. Her mana held mostly steady, her attention and care for stealth making the ability cheap. Once inside, she stayed to the walls, just beyond where the drapes would pick up her swift movement past them. She sped up 3 flights of carpeted stairs to where the official apartments would be. Normally there was a door lock with a master key for all those with official business, and a complex magical lock to prevent rogues from bypassing it. This door, however, was ajar. Clear evidence that something was wrong. Moreover, the absolute lack of other guild members on the floor was telling. Sunvi could rationalize that it was because of the revolt that may be underway soon, and all those that lived here would be busy, but it didn't sit right. She knew she was lying to herself. So did her heart, which was thumping in her chest loud enough she thought it might break her stealth.
Status check?
She asked across the telepathic bond, using Kurz as a relay point as she and the others had been practicing. Edgelord checking in. All clear on the western front, Kieran said with conviction. He was loitering on the boulevard west of the guild hall, pretending to check out the revolt posting.
V here, all good on the north face, not a soul. I do not like the streets this empty, like a blizzard is coming through. Wait, that sounds like fun. Does Bancroft get blizzards?
Keep on task, V. Roland here. All good at the entrance. Same as V said, nobody's about. Appears everyone's cloistered away trying to decide on their course of action for this revolt business tonight.
Trent here. I see nothing out of the ordinary. Kieran, Edgelord is not fitting at all. You need a better code name. Or just don't use a code name across this communication at all. Nobody can listen in anyway.
Not the time, Trent. Mel here. Nothing on the roof, Sunvi. Continue in. Don't hesitate to holler. Kurz, can you prevent her death like you did ours?
Not directly. Can't interfere like that for a battle of heroes. However, she is bonded, so I am a little looser on restrictions. I can cast some spells on her. Don't worry, I'll ensure this is not a fair fight against whomever she meets, as long as she can bring down whatever's jamming my senses. Jamming your senses? Kurz, you've been listening to Selena too much. That's an isekai thing, Kieran said, relief on Kurz's commitment to helping Sunvi dripping through his words.
You don't have much room to talk, Mr. XXX Edgelord XXX,
Selena said, broadcasting loud and clear.
Yep, I'm on this channel too. Sanvi, not to micromanage, but if you can find or break whatever spell is blocking us, our help will be all the faster.
Good to know. Now keep to radio silence, please, and thank you.
Sunvi telepath as she crested the stairs. She was the lone soul in the hallway. It was warmly lit by torchlight and adorned with a long, exquisite runner rug. She didn't know Dwayne's apartment, but it was easy to tell. There was only one that had the door slightly ajar. As she got closer, she heard the noise of soft breathing, slow and steady, like that of a man sleeping in an uncomfortable position, their airways partially obstructed. The moment her hand touched the door, though, it was thrown open from the inside. A masked figure grabbed her out of stealth and threw her into the room, sending her crashing into a drafting table. No noise, not even from her losing her reserve breath as another 2 quick punches hit her just below the sternum, driving the wind from her. Sanvi bamfed into smoke and reformed, daggers in hand, even as she struggled to regain function over her straining diaphragm.
Oh, Sanvi, you are not supposed to be here. Where is Roland? Don't tell me you have abandoned your charge. That just won't do.
Left Hand said from behind her mask, her posture at ease and betraying a total control of the situation. Sanvi flipped a dagger around and held up a finger to ask for a moment, which Left Hand let her have. A second later, Sanvi pulled in a ragged breath.
Sorry. Should have seen that coming. Why is Dwayne still alive?
She asked. Left Hand looked to the man in sweet repose on his thinking couch, not a mark on him yet. Remarkable, considering the room was in disarray.
Simple. I haven't finished staging the fight yet. The spells available to those in Delmar and Donheim would detect a simple setup job like that. This requires a more thorough touch. After there is enough evidence to implicate either, then he will die. But I have to be clean about it. Why are you telling me this? I expected you to kill me instead. You're right. I am going to. If you are here, it is because you are disobeying a direct and simple order. Either you are dumb, making you a liability that needs to be terminated, or you are here for my position, and if by some miracle you manage to kill me, you need to be able to continue the job.
Left Hand explained as she turned her back to Sanvi and produced vials of blood and uncorked them before carefully spraying the contents in specific splatter patterns.
Your actions are wholly with merit, Sanvi. A little soon, though. I would expect one like yourself to wait at least 10 years before making a move on me. At least an attempt to have closed the level gap between us would have been nice. Why are you attacking so early? Don't tell me you have found your companions that much of a liability already.
Sanvi didn't relax, even as she watched Left Hand move languidly around, no threat of violence in her movements.
Unfortunate timing, is all.
Left Hand laughed, replacing the vials in her inventory before pulling out a Donheim standard-issue short sword and a shiv made of aerosteel. With practiced ease, she started striking the room, producing a telling choreograph of a fight, taking time to notch the blade, even with her aerosteel.
You are lying. What is your real reason? There is no point in lying, as after I finish this up, I will kill you and everyone you know. If you are trying to protect them, stop. They're already dead. Be truthful for posterity, at least. It will let you find peace faster. No, I don't owe you anything. You dirtied me with Tortan's death. Oh, you are a Delmar mole. Sly dog. I had not expected him to send someone who wasn't a spy class or trained in Delmar. How do you win your loyalty enough for this,
Left Hand said, before discarding the sword on the ground and kicking it under a bookshelf. She looked around.
Not to be a bore, but can we move this fight elsewhere? I don't want your death ruining my crime scene.
Sanvi didn't move.
I've shown my hand. I don't trust you to not kill me while we move.
Left Hand cocked a hip.
Really? I mean, you are right. I am not trustworthy. I just don't consider you a significant enough threat to cheat. But if you want to fight me, I will be in the next room over.
With a flourish, Left Hand threw dust that combusted in the air and immediately raised a smoke screen. Sanvi used the opportunity to stealth, knowing Left Hand would too.
Curse, where is Left Hand? Has she left the premises?
I can't see in properly. You need to cancel her coverage. She's still blocking me.
I'm on it,
Selena rang out.
I'll warp in. My presence in Fairy Dungeon Bond will foil the ability.
We're on our way, Trent relayed in, only for Sanvi to cut him off.
No, she disengaged. You come knocking now and she'll ghost. Let me engage the fight again. Give me a count to 60 before you make your move.
Moving forward with the smoke, Sanvi advanced on the next room, whose door was now unlatched and a fraction open. This time, instead of trying to enter, she kicked it open before slamming her back against the wall. 2 bolts of steaming acid shot out through the space she had just vacated and splashed against the papered wood, boiling and dissolving it with a hiss. Sanvi rolled into the unknown. Daggers up and ready, she received a slight shove forward, knocking her off balance. The screech of metal on metal rang out, a stiletto cutting through her cloak with ease, only to be blocked by her armor. It gleamed in witchfire light, refracting the green color into scintillating brilliance. Roland had finished his task, and she was adorned with dragon mail. Not a cheap knockoff, but the genuine article from a first blood. Left Hand, though she may have recognized it, did not let up, quickly using her cripple against Sunvi to seize her calf muscle. A further swipe of her blade, and Sunvi had another slash in her clothes, revealing yet more of her armor. She followed it with a plunge of her stiletto, but Sunvi bamfed out of the way, reforming with the whole of the room between them, letting her daggers fly on streamers of smoke to attack. Left Hand blocked, but found the daggers phasing through her own. Sunvi drew first blood. Left Hand, undaunted, flicked her wrist and arced a jet of acid, bathing Sunvi and the couch behind her in the viscous, sticky fluid, bubbling and pitting the overstuffed furniture. Sunvi tore her dissolving cloak off, throwing it at Left Hand for the distraction, revealing her splendid armor. Regalia of Gravity, Legendary Dragon Scale Mail. Armor, 280, 280, 280. Durability, 523 out of 550. Weight, 0 pounds. Mana invested, 181 out of 200. Enhancements, Gravity Repulsion, Universal Normal Force, Super Jump, Null Fall, Life Support, Form Fitting. Gravitic Repulsion. Projectile attacks are repulsed, their damage reduced as a percentage of their momentum. Attacks without momentum are nulled. Mana required varies with the power of the attack. See conversion here. Universal Normal Force. Gravity pulls the direction of whatever surface the wearer is standing on, allowing movement on any and every non-gaseous surface. The bearer's weight is reduced such that the surface alighted to shall be capable of supporting the weight of the bearer. Mana burn rate equal to 1/10 the bearer's weight per hour. Super Jump. Gravity is reduced upon detection of a jump, giving a larger parabolic trajectory. Caution is advised. No mana required. Null Fall. All falling damage is negated at the instant of impact. Note, this does not slow the descent like Feather Fall. Mana cost is 1 point per 40 damage annulled. Life Support. Pressure and breathable atmosphere is maintained around the bearer in a space 5 times the volume of the bearer. Mana burn rate is 1 per hour. Form Fitting. Does not cause encumbrance, stacks with other armor, and will provide all benefits regardless of the form of the bearer. The fight continued, with Left Hand's skill checked by Sunvi's armor. Both managed to score blows, but nothing decisive. Healing potions were strewn about, some drunk, some spilt and spoiled. Like a highly choreographed dance, they twisted and juked about, looking for openings while guarding their own. All the while, their tongues were silent, not bothering with quips or barbs. Pithy comments would snap their own focus and potentially lead to a lethal hit. Mana was spent carefully, only if an opportunity presented itself, or if the expenditure on a skill would create such an opportunity. More than once, the pair would disentangle to assess the situation, neither lost to bloodlust. Yet, Sunvi was on the edge. Her hair had pulled loose from her braid and flowed in waves down her shoulders, her eyes lupine yellow. As she breathed, her canines lengthened and shrank with every exhale. Finally, Left Hand spoke.
You have survived longer than I would credit you. Gear score! Deal with it! You can give up any time!
Sunvi said, circling to keep her right dagger closer and to mirror Left Hand.
If you think your armor is going to save you forever, you are simply wrong. Your invested mana is dwindling, and your own pool to pull from is only adequate. Take it all away, and you are nothing but a young victim. That is where you are wrong. Take it all away, and I'm a badass werewolf!
Sunvi said, before howling and launching forward, her daggers disappearing into her inventory. Left Hand brought a stiletto up to pierce Sunvi through her eye, but was met with smoke as Sunvi dissipated into the black vapor. She had broken past her limit and came to form as a werewolf behind the assassin. Her armor had shifted to cover the new form, cladding her in the same midnight sky scales. Sunvi barreled into Left Hand, teeth and claws bared to strike. The assassin did not have the room to maneuver around an aggressive assault like that, instead opting to bury her blade directly into the werewolf's collarbone, lodging it in. Her other hand arced acid over her attacker, filling the room with the sound of sizzling skin and the scent of burning hair. Sunvi collided with Left Hand and bore her to the ground regardless of the pain. She dug her claws into the assassin while biting her neck, her mighty muzzle clamping hard. Worrying like a dog on a chew toy, she tore through both the magical and mundane armoring that Left Hand wore and found the woman's neck. Blood splashed into Sunvi's lupine mouth, but it provided no succor. Her healing was absent. Life drain blocked by Biobane debuff. Biobane. All healing, regeneration, temporary hit points, and other means of effective health recovery are blocked. Biobane lasts for 5 hours, 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds remaining. Left Hand dislocated her own shoulders to allow her to bring her legs up between the pair and push the werewolf off her. Sunvi crashed against the wall. Left Hand twisted and sprang to her feet, her shoulders re-socketing themselves with a squelch. Sunvi scrambled to get up herself, but found her head woozy. She whined and pawed at it, and then she realized her mistake. The dagger in her neck. It had been poisoned. More lethally than she had anticipated, thinking Left Hand would use a more common, simple poison on Dwayne, one that would be easy to blame on either nation. But she hadn't. She had chosen a much worse concoction. Necroadder Venom. Mana drain of 2 mana a second applied per stack. Current stacks, 3. Twilight Hagwort. Ability use enervates the user, causing mental damage. Each use increases the enervation geometrically. Current stacks, 2. Sunvi tried to telepath to her party mates, but as she reached out across the bond, she felt the hagwort stirring in her veins, a warning that using it to alert her friends that she needed them could be fatal in itself. Sunvi was forced to halt her attacks, her form dissipating in smoke to reveal her haggard human self again, albeit pale and drained, sweat racing down her clammy skin, pupils dilated. She said weakly.
Made you use your daily on me and expensive blade serfs. Yes, you did. Count that as a win if you must. Now, before you expire, do you have any Shadow Guild business that I should know about from a different cell? Or was your only mission holding Roland?
Sunvi didn't answer. Instead, she slumped against the wall. Miraculously, she heard a voice in her head.
I'm here,
Selena said, flying invisibly through the open door.
She's high gold, but I can dispel that shit. You want to know?
No, please!
Sunvi croaked, shifting slightly.
What was that?
Left Hand asked, confusion in her voice. A cool operator, she brought her guard up instead of letting it down. Selena cast Cleanse. The magic took effect, her silver dungeon bestowed equivalent allowing her to dispel the debuff and render the poisons inert.
Kick her ass!
Selena shouted, flying high and out of the way in the corner. Left Hand sprung at Sunvi the moment she saw the status effects blip away, trying to qualify for a backstab with Sunvi flat-footed. With her wits about her again and a new lease on life, Sunvi bamfed into smoke, dodging the attack. But she came to with her feet planted firmly on the ceiling, fighting upside down. Neither was practiced at such an arrangement, negating Left Hand's superior experience. Sunvi let her knives down on streamers of smoke, attacking Left Hand's full profile while she could easily crouch to dodge the assassin's own strikes. Sunvi scored a strike to Left Hand's shank, opening a laceration from hip to rib under the armor with her ethereal blade ability. Left Hand threw a spider silk net on the Vrkajna and disengaged with a liberal spray of acid before pulling a greater healing potion from her inventory. Uncorking it, she was about to down it in one gulp, but Selena dispelled it. Left Hand saw the slight shimmer in Selena's invisibility and attacked, throwing a dagger with dead-eye accuracy. No time to react. Selena was going to be struck in the face, a lethal critical hit. However, her wing decorations recognized the attack for what it was. The Breaker's fairy annuli activated. Without her input, she was suddenly shifted 4 inches to the right. The dagger missed by a hair's breadth. Still, Left Hand had attacked a fairy. She barely had time to realize that she had attempted to murder a fairy and not some hidden companion. A costly mistake. The shift was palpable. Messing with Selena had unshackled curs to meddle in the affairs of heroes. The room went weird as it bent inward like something was closing a pop-up book. Rescuer's teeth cut through reality, followed by its jaws as it ate Left Hand's lower half. The room snapped back as Rescuer left reality once more.
Don't let her die!
Sunvi yelled as she ran across the room, past the stunned and in shock assassin to attend to Selena, thinking she was hurt. Selena waved her off.
I'm all right. Kurz has my back, literally in this case. Left Hand is lucid if you want to talk to her.
Sure enough, Sanvi turned to see the assassin pulling herself up into a seated position, balancing on the stump of her torso as best she could. Sanvi crouched down outside the simple striking range.
So that happened?
Yeah, it did.
Left Hand replied matter-of-factly.
How did you become acquainted with a fairy? Long story. Now, before you expire, is there anything I should know about your mission?
Yes, but I don't have the time left to explain it. The cipher to open the knowledge bank in the mask is... The path of the knife invariably ends in violence. I must say, it will be nice to finally feel the air on my face again. It has been so long. In some ways, you have my thanks.
Left Hand said before reaching around behind her ear. Something clicked, and the mask fell off. She took one long, shuddering breath before she slumped over dead. Her clothes and form shifted, the effects of the legendary item no longer holding sway. She looked to be about 90, with wispy white hair and liver spots on her paper-thin skin. Her strong, slender arms had emaciated into twigs, bone pressing against the sagging skin. Her eyes were closed, but her thin lips were pressed into a peaceful smile. After being called in, the other Rough Riders surrounded the body, and more importantly, the mask, while Selena hovered above them. The mask had taken on a simple appearance, porcelain white with a permanent sad face, like a Melpomene mask. Tears shaped like daggers peppered its cheeks.
Kurz says it is cursed. If I put it on, I'm not taking it off on pain of death.
Sanvi explained, more to Kieran than the others.
He also said that he is unable to get access to the information stored in it. So...
Then we go without, Kieran said flatly, staring at the mask with revulsion. Roland, you got another resurrection elixir? Trent asked, before Kieran's baleful glare made him put his hands up in a mea culpa.
Nope, wasn't mine to begin with. And Left Hand didn't have any in her inventory, I take it.
Negative.
Selena confirmed.
And I wouldn't bet money on that working. This item is a doozy. Whoever made it was really into tricky items. Makes the armor you made look like a tinker toy. Forestalls aging, invigorates muscles, extends senses, boosts dexterity and reaction. Also makes the wearer untraceable and, most importantly, can reshape itself to look like whatever face the bearer wants.
Sanvi looked at Selena, cocking her head.
You mean I can wear it and still look like myself?
Yeah, though based on her last words, it might not transmit touch well. You really thinking about putting it on?
You can't be serious, Sanvi. You can't hide your face like that,
Kieran exclaimed.
I get a say in this. You can't make a change like that without my buy-in. We're partners.
I know, but what is my alternative? I've killed Left Hand. At this point, I'm dead if I don't take her place. If I just hold on to this item, the Shadow Guild will hunt me down and gut me. I can throw it to Kurz to hold, but they'll just send a spy or a thief to force the drop. And then there is a new Left Hand who will kill me for failing this mission. Maybe with a good lie, but the Shadow Guild aren't known for being understanding or bad at their jobs.
Mel's sword danced out and threaded itself through the eye hole before snapping back to her hand.
Really, you two?
She muttered as she put it on, sealing her fate. The edge of the mask seemed to suck at her skin, vacuuming on with a light whisper. It faded from her face in a moment to show us her own once again.
The path of the knife invariably ends in violence.
After a moment, she continued.
Oh. That will be a problem.
On the shores of his private island, Therill narrowed his eyes. Beside him was Bakinth.
Such a pesky creature, that Selena. Your intelligence was right, Bakinth. Go back and keep your finger on the scales. But please, hurry on having the dungeon strike you. Oh, and tell Velrin to go ahead with their plan too. I am beyond tired of Kurz, and the sooner he overexpands, the better.
Bakinth bowed, and with a shimmer appeared as Pauline before flying off. With a snap of his fingers that echoed imperiously across his entire island, Therill summoned an attendant fairy. They flew with haste and halted with wings flared painfully.
Tell your superior,
Therill began, not turning to talk to the fairy face to face,
that her attendance is required. She provided a false report to me, and I must know why.
Interlude 9. New Start.
Whoa! What happened to your home?
Vex asked genially to Afriel, a bit of wonder coloring his words. They were at the crumbled entrance to Skullcrush Mountain, the rain beating down on them. At the base of a barrow mound, the namesake skull, demonic in countenance, stood agape, its jaw distended and framing a dark staircase leading in. Vines had taken up residence and snaked through it, partially obscuring the visage, while the upper fangs had failed, breaking off like stalactites, and lay shattered on the ground. The old leaderboard had fallen over, its plank face down in the mud.
It used to be more menacing. A fiery heat and light used to pulse from within to the beat of a heart.
Afriel said quietly, water running down her face like tears.
I was proud of it. It felt safe. Like home.
Sounds cool. Wanna go in now?
Vex asked, tracing a pseudopod in the mud.
Did you have awesome traps? My dad's were just slick ice patches. Good for skating. Bad for ankles. I've always wanted to run a gauntlet.
Marwan was big on traps. Our bronze floor was maxed out in trap capacity. The mobs were all instructed to hit the heroes towards them or into them. All a planned-out dance. Anything that required planning, really. He had the whole of his Dark Lord spree figured out. He was meticulous.
Then why do you lose?
Your father. How could he have planned for something that didn't exist, and then somehow defied expectations and lived, even though the Adventurers Guild tried to kill it? How did your father live?
My best friend. They're gone now. Jail. I really want to see them again. They were so cool when they killed all those heroes. You should have seen it. So should have I, but I was dead. Gone splat. But my dad recounted it for me. Coolest fight ever! Have you any friends?
Afriel looked at Vex, her face unreadable.
Champions don't get friends. We have siblings and we have enemies.
You're my friend. We were on an adventure together and everything. This is how I met my first friends, Skolo and Lyra. They helped me fetch mana cores. Hey, you think there'll be mana cores left? We can bring my dad a present or 12. It'll be great.
Vex said as he sprang behind Afriel and gently pushed at her foot, trying to lead her on.
I'm not your friend. I tried to kill you, you little blob. You and your dad and all of your friends.
Afriel said. She walked forward, raising a flaming hand before her, its glow reflecting gently off her angelic face.
Only a friend would be upfront about trying to kill me. My first friend killed me so many times Dad lost count. Lead the way, friend.
Was all Vex said as he hopped up onto her shoulder, making sure to steer clear of its spiked protrusions. He didn't wave or knock him off. Stepping through the entrance, Afriel moved immediately to the side, keeping to the wall in the first chamber regardless of the two small balls of fire that were thrown her way. Their birth illuminated the small imps throwing them. Reedy little things with leathery skin and beady eyes, they hopped about, vestigial wings trying vainly to keep them airborne. Afriel dipped back as more fire splashed against the wall behind her. Vex, however, bullet jumped through the pair, exploding them into chunks by virtue of excessive damage. He also, however, set off the traps that Afriel was dodging by sticking to the wall. Small darts filled the air and deflected off her armor as Vex careened off the floor and walls, enjoying the moment. Once Vex was safely on her shoulder again, the room was silent for the barest of moments, before he then exclaimed,
Wow, that was awesome! I love dart traps! Oh, can you reset them so I can try it again? Please?
They shouldn't have been set, Vex. Something is not right. These mobs should have run and wilded like the others we came across on the way. Stay wary. I will take point as I know the layout, or at least what the layout should be.
Afriel dutifully walked the perimeter of the room until she got to the rear wrought iron door. She gave it a half turn, then a 3/4 back, before a full turn forward again. The tumbler inside clicked into place, and the door swung open. She waited for a count of 6, upon which an axe blade swung down from the ceiling and hit empty air. Only then did she enter, deftly stepping around the hanging blade, even as it started to winch back into place.
Go nuts, Vex. 5 hellhounds. See how fast you can kill.
Afriel trailed off as the 5 hellhounds fell over dead as one, Vex-sized holes drilled through their chests. She turned to look at Vex on her shoulder, who had formed a mouth purely to grin.
Done! And the results? I win!
Well, they were iron, and you are a silver mini-boss. Vex, it seems we are essentially running my old dungeon.
Oh, can I say hi to your dad then? I didn't know Dark Lords survived having their core shattered. That is cool!
Aghast, Afriel shoved Vex off her shoulder.
What? Vex, no, my father is dead. Your father made sure of that. This must be the automaton he set up to run it while he was busy conquering the world. It is poetic justice that I have to kill the one thing left on this god's-forsaken planet that could remind me of my dad.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Vex said, rolling back over to hug her foot. She shook him off. Regardless, he continued.
I can do the beating and killing if you want. Iron won't be hard. Is that okay? Can I clear the floor? I'll go clear the floor.
No, there is no need to kill everything. I used to travel through the back passages so I could assassinate unsuspecting heroes. This room was the farthest out they went, the door code being the signal that things were going to get serious.
She said dejectedly, stepping around Vex, who weaved around her ankles, keeping up with her. With purpose, she felt up a sharp obsidian wall, quickly finding a shallow depression and another 3 that she gently touched. With the hiss of compressed air, a perfectly flush door lifted up and out of the way, revealing a dark, hewn passage. Vex gasped in wonder, but successfully fought his urge to dart in, letting Afriel lead the way. Her hand aflame, she did just that, knowing the way from memory. She skipped all dead ends, simple traps, and others, while explaining to Vex how Marwan never believed in leaving an easy way in. Nobody was going to kill him while in his domain, having traps and more waiting for them if they ever found their way past the final bosses.
Why? Did people ever try and kill him?
No, but he had plans in case they did.
The Shadow Guild tried to kill my dad. So did the Adventurers Guild. And so did your dad. Actually, many people have tried to kill my dad. Whoa! He has lots of enemies.
Afriel shushed Vex before they turned another corner. Swapping the hellfire in her hand for her blade, she turned the corner with a shout and drove it straight into the gut of a large, obese, red-skinned demon. It didn't die, and was about to attack her with a mighty sledge when Vex jumped onto its nose and pulled aggro with a taunt. The demon switched its aggression from Afriel, disregarding her attempts to disembowel it, and swatted at Vex. Like a gnat, Vex was insufferable and eluded his clumsy attempts with ease. Afriel killed it with another 5 strikes.
Thanks. I figured it would still be around if the others are. That mob was the one that Marwan never used anywhere, keeping it as a surprise. You know he even had plans for me,
she said as she wrenched her sword from the dead, bloated body.
Nope, no idea. What plans? What plans? What plans?
Vex said, dancing about, invigorated by the short combat.
After he conquered everything, he was going to release Azir, obviously. You know that part. But he was going to give me Skullcrush Mountain as my own. Azir had promised they would be able to reset the system so that champions could run dungeons.
Whoa! That would be so cool! I could make raceways and speedways and log flumes. Is that what you want to do after I drop the core bud? I'm sure Dad won't mind.
Afriel looked at Vex even as she continued down the path, intrinsically knowing this was safe from years of traversing it.
What? Why would he give up that power? I was just here to show you the way.
Well, yeah, but why not? Not like he doesn't have enough dungeons to run. His, the Lair, the ruins of Nylung, Bancroft, that's a lot. Like, a lot. He's getting all distant-like because of it.
I heard about Bancroft. I find it odd that the other Ronin did not become champions of it now that it is alive again. They seem to have gone completely native and find killing distasteful.
Vex was about to speak up about it, but Afriel shushed him.
Please, Vex. This is the core room. May I have some peace?
But...
No buts. You wait here.
Afriel said as she gripped a wall and shoved it up a bit and then over, the counterweight making it easy. Inside, it looked just like she had left it when Marwan had severed his fairy bond and taken the Dark Lord cornerstone. The only difference was the core. It looked like Marwan, jet black and with red text on its facets. But it was only a puppet, or had been. There was no presence here. She could feel the profound lack thereof as she softly crossed into the room. She dropped her guard. The core simulacrum had no programming to defend itself if the core room was breached. It took no action. She knelt down and grabbed the core off the plinth it was on, scooping it up like a pillow. She hugged it.
Marwan? Father? I miss you. I'm sorry for my failings. I don't really know what to say. It's been so hard without you. When Medusa killed me that last time, I was so scared I wouldn't wake up. That I would truly die there, and not see you ascend to the heavens. But now I wish she had. I don't know what to do. You're dead. Brahma's dead. Even Queen Hannah, who I only knew for such a short time, died too. It's like being in a dream, no, a nightmare that I can't wake from. It's all my fault. I should have said no. I should have made you wait until gold for Dark Lord. But I didn't. And now you are dead.
She hugged it hard, tears racing down her face, wetting the surface.
I'm sorry for not being a better fighter. I'm sorry for not being a better daughter. I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. And all that's left is this stupid stand-in. I hate it!
She cried, her embrace violently shattering it. She scrambled to collect the shards, even as they wisped away into smoke.
No, I didn't mean to. Come back, I'm not ready.
Vex slowly slimed into the room.
Hey, you aren't alone. You have a friend in me. Do you want...
Afriel lunged for him and aggressively hugged him, something he was more than happy to provide.
Vex, I can't say goodbye. I can't say goodbye. I need to, but I can't.
That's okay. He'll always be in your memories.
Vex said, while squished into an hourglass in her arms.
See? You can just say see you later.
But I won't see him later. He's dead. Gone.
Doesn't mean you can't still talk to him. He just can't talk to you any longer. All you have to do is make him proud. What do you think would make him proud?
Afriel's crying hitched, and she used Vex to wipe her bleary face.
I don't know. He would want me to persevere. He always wanted to prove to the world he was one of the greats. That it was wrong about him.
That sounds good. What does that mean? Don't tell me that means you're gonna try and release Azir again. That would be bad, like really, really bad.
No!
Afriel said, her emotions whiplashing from grief to a venomous fury.
The demon spit on his name, convinced my father to throw away his life. That Azir is going to rot. Forever. I will show the world how a demon dungeon should be a denunciation of all that is demonic. It is not going to be an homage to why demons are good. And it will be the best. A work of art.
Vex produced from his inventory a core bud nestled in what looked to be a small patch of cloud. Afriel grabbed the floating cottony bassinet and slammed it home on the plinth. The cloud stayed, and the bud's lotus form precessed idly. She reached for the bud again, but instead of subsuming it, she smote it with a fist. It exploded with a brilliant flash of light. Vex, puzzled, looked at her.
What? Why? Also, kinda cool. Sad that I don't have another to smash.
One, I don't know what happens to a Ronin that takes one. Marwan's fairy never taught that, but I don't care. My father hated becoming a dungeon, and so I shall not become one either. I will rebuild his legacy by staying exactly as I am. Kurz can have the dungeon, and I will take up being a champion here. But not as normal,
she declared. She dropped Vex, and then, like she was offended, she stripped off her spiked armor bit by bit, ripping the thongs holding it on rather than untying them. Greaves, breastplates, pauldrons, all were discarded, leaving her in simple white under-armor garments.
No, I will help those in need. I will simply tithe the earned loot upon me entering combat on their behalf when requested.
She grabbed Vex and stuck him in the cloud.
Tell your father to take the dungeon now, and let him know I will be a champion of his.
Yay! My family! Best day ever!
Chapter 36. I'm gonna kill him. That asshole ruins everything. All of this is his fault. Kurz seethed as he directed his thrusters, without the will of the controllers in situ, at full power toward Freehold. Selena was still with the Rough Riders, however this message was just to her. He didn't trust himself to broadcast it everywhere yet. Mel had just explained to him and the others that Maximilian Gladwell was not only the Chancellor for the Adventurers Guild, but the man that the late Left Hand was certain was the leader of the Shadow Guild. And since that was apparently not enough, the master behind the puppet executive of Freehold. He was the most powerful person on Theral. Not just personal power as a platinum hero, but local political power. Global and subversive power, too. Selena, the Rough Riders, Lorathaman, and everyone else party to the conversation, luckily discluding the royals, had been in agreement. The circumstantial evidence that the late Left Hand had left in the mask was enough to not only implicate, but directly accuse Maximilian as the one in control. Altogether, Kurz was sure they could feel the anger rolling off him like volcanic rivers, red-hot and fresh. That man had sent not only the Shadow Guild after him early in his life, but had put Carl in place as well. He had even failed to support the fight against the Dark Lord, an act that, when Kurz had corrected it, had caused Theral to punish him. I wish I had been there when he visited the battlefield. I would have squashed him too.
Whoa there, cowboy. Do you really think attacking Freehold is the right answer? He's beneath you now.
Selena cautioned, bidding her leave from the heroes so they could clean up the mess and hopefully get on their task of stopping the civil disorder.
Your goal is Theral, a mite bit higher on the food chain. Not to mention your wife partner Rock might not take too kindly to attacking a city and its folk like that to drum out a rat, no matter how loathsome.
How better to get stronger? Cull the Shadow Guild. A whole city that I can drop rocks from on high. Been thinking about it. At this height, I can overwhelm even the most powerful mages. I can rain fire and then take over the dead city and the dungeon under it. I'd hit gold 5 off that for sure.
Hell yeah! you can kill the children and the puppies while you're at it. However, you do it by yourself. I won't be party to a psycho. So how about you cut that crap before you hurt yourself on all that edge, Or should I get LitRPG in on this conversation and tell her how much you're dreaming of nuking a whole city?
Kurz was silent in the face of Selina's smug superiority. His anger could only take him so far. Her grin grew bigger, knowing she'd won.
Yeah, thought so. I get it. You're furious. I am too. And we all know my anti-authority nature lends to wanting to take action, but we don't need you following my lead on how to deal with politicians abusing their power. So let's just keep flying. How about you pour your energy into something more productive and figure out a way to deal with the Shadow Guild when you get there? How many hours until we arrive? What, 8? You have time.
It was with serendipity that something tickled Kerr's mind. It took him a moment, longer than he cared for, to discern what it was through the noise in his head. Vex was trying to get his attention. Yes, Vex, what's up? I see you placed my domain in Skullcrush. Something wrong?
Avril wants to be family, Dad, boss. She's going to be my sister from another mister. It'll be great. But first you gotta take over Skull Crush. Do it. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it!
Run that by me one more time.
Like, you want me to say it faster or slower?
Neither. I want you to explain it better. Avril wants to be family?
Yes! A champion of yours. And she's totally going to change her armor. Robes or something. Talking about being a helper for heroes. But first you gotta eat it.
Vex explained as if he was talking to a toddler. Since it was already the plan to make Skullcrush a satellite dungeon, it didn't bother Kurz too much. He wasn't sure how having another champion would work, as neither of his other 2 satellite dungeons had them, but he was sure he could figure it out. He didn't do it for the ruins of Nihilung, as that one was still his normal patron, and it wasn't offered. And he hadn't done it for Bancroft because it felt wrong to take it from Lyra and the others. They had open invitations if the need ever arose, though. With Vex on site, he was already able to convert Skullcrush Mountain over to his side, and so he did. Influence asserted for Dungeon Carcass. Dungeon Carcass recent enough for reconsecration. No competing claims from hostile cores. Influence accepted on Dungeon Carcass. Please choose the assimilation path for the satellite dungeon. Retain prior patron or apply current patron. Yes equals retain patron. No equals current patron. Yes. Rare achievement, take the baton. Achievement qualification. Take over a dungeon ruin and retain the current patron, restoring the strength of its exile. Achievement reward. Harvest XP equal to half off the dead dungeon's total, minus decay percentage. Total reward, 74,431 XP. Note, Take the Baton is a re-entrant achievement that can be rewarded for every retained patronage. Patron Azir unlocked the Bronze Room Sacrificial Chamber. Patron Azir unlocked the Bronze Room Oubliette. It irked Kurz just a little that he hadn't made gold 0 off that. He was sure it would have happened. The decay must have been worse, even though it was technically fresher. Some quirk, probably to do with it having gone Dark Lord. Thinking about that, he pivoted his mind to the altar he had just taken over. Located in the recently vacated boss room for the Iron Floor, it would likely allow him to talk with Azir. Front and center, it was a raised hexagonal platform. Carved deeply into its surface was a magic circle, brown with dried blood. In the middle of that circle was a citrus juicer-like square blade, used to puncture a participant's hand and empower the magic with their blood. Kurz would be able to bypass that particular theatrical effect with ease and talk directly to Azir. Intrusively, he realized that Azir would have precious information on how to beat Theral and what his weaknesses were. But the cost of that information, Kurz knew, was too high. Kurz banished the thought from his mind, but found it didn't simply go away like usual. It seemed to hang there. And then the thought about why his previous thought didn't go away hung there too, making him think about 2 things at once. Kurz felt his log update with an important message, pulling his mind in 3 ways. Chunk Taiga acquired. Chunk Glacial River acquired. Chunk Mountain Crag acquired. It kept going. and Kurz realized his error as those thoughts didn't leave his mind. Too late. He had stretched too much. His mind was more noise than thought at this point. Thinking quickly, or as close to it as he could at the moment, he dove into the altar as a refuge. The noise of the rest of the world dulled and silenced, only a low hum. It scared him, the sheer absence of information as the flow ceased. He was cut off. His family was not safe like this, but it was the only way to keep his mind intact. He could almost feel the rest of his psyche pulling at him, ready to rend his ego into nothing. He had to hope there was a solution in Azir's prison. Kurz was relieved to see he had not been forced into a body like he had with Urusar, and was projected as his core with the familiar nothingness that was his presence of mind. Looking out across the blasted hellscape, he saw a bound figure chained to 5 stone pillars. The man was sweating in the heat, and his head was a shock of coarse hair. Kurz knew the man immediately.
Who goes there? I do not recognize your stench. A new jailer to replace the failure?
Azir asked rhetorically as he strained against his bonds to get a look at Kurz. Kurz knew there was nothing to be seen. He was just a mental presence, yet still felt that he was being weighed and measured. Yes and no. I am Kurz, the one who killed Marwan. We need to talk. Kurz mustered under the withering stare of this madman.
Talk? There shall be no talk. There shall be a bargain. You prevented my escape, which means your bargaining position is precarious at best if you want my power.
Doesn't work like that. I take regardless. But I do want your help, so perhaps there is something to be bargained. What do you know about Theral? Kurz asked, not willing to broach the subject that he himself may be trapped with Azir. Azir flexed against his chains. Muscles bulging with strain, he brought his hands together and wrung them for a bare moment before they were forced apart again.
I know that I shall rend the meat from his bones. I shall turn his world to ash. Any more information and you shall have to make me an offer. A promise to release me. Do not take me for a fool. I've learned the weasel words used by those with poor morals to steal my power, and it shall happen no more.
Nah, not happening. I've seen those that prescribe to your Dark Lord moniker. How about instead I promise to kill Theral for you?
Don't make me laugh. You aren't strong enough.
Yeah? And you're stuck in a hell. I have a better shot at it than you, and it'll be an even better shot if you tell me his weaknesses. Please. You're right, I stopped you from escaping this hole. You don't have any reason to help me unless you truly want that god smacked around. So if you truly want to hurt that god, I'm your dungeon. Azir stared at Kurz for a moment, and then another, letting the silence stretch.
The power I offer, you've already spurned, and will not take no matter my cajoling. You are hiding something from me. Why are you here?
To kill Theral, like I said.
No, you are hiding. Not something from me, but from something. What could a dungeon be hiding from? Did you take your shot at Theral already? You cannot attack a god and expect to live peacefully.
You did.
He betrayed me. He attacked me. He banished me. He shall die because of me.
Azir screamed, spittle flying from his mouth.
Theral only left me alive to gloat. You provide no such succor to his hubris. Since Theral has already come for you, then you are of no use to me. You are too weak to take him on, and you already have his attention. Enjoy oblivion.
Kurz felt reality clawing at him. Azir was sending him away. No, wait! I can defeat him!
No, you cannot. And I can wait until a true Redeemer lets me out to destroy all of Theral.
Kurz was kicked out. As he drowned in the noise of his domain, he heard laughter coming from somewhere far away. As his mind glazed over, he realized a god had caused the chunks to mature all at the same time. That was his last conscious thought. Kurz was no more. Interlude 10. Sickness and Health. Selena felt it first. The bond between a fairy and their core was the strongest and most secure. She fell to the ground, her feet making a soft piffing sound as she clasped her hands around her head like she was having a migraine. She had warped back to the safety of the core room, but now wished she was still out there with the heroes, trying to stop the civil disorder. At least they would have been there to see her fall and help as she curled into a ball. She reached out for Kurz to ask what was going on, but found him absent. The constant reassuring presence was gone, not unlike when she had been stolen away to Hybrasale. But before she could even process the sudden lack of what made Kurz Kurz, Larathaman wailed in her mind.
Selena! Kurz is he dead? He can't be! I'm calling to him and he isn't responding!
No, he's not.
She said, pain lacing her thoughts.
Was always told a dead core was the strongest depths of despair. A knot in your chest that doesn't untie. This isn't that. I don't feel emotional pain, just mental. No, his connection to me is still active, just, pardon my lack of a better term, dead. Hells, the fact that you can still talk to me at all means he's active as we're bonded together through him. Then what's going on? Should I be worried? Get Gustav!
Selena croaked. She didn't even have to wait a moment before she heard his wings fluttering. He put his hand on her shoulder reassuringly before he spoke. I'm here. I was busy in Larathaman's room, trying to figure out the best places for Geist and Lyra to make their moves. It is dreadful out there in the city. I do believe we're going to have not just a revolt, but an armed uprising. Dwayne survived the attempt, but his words fell on deaf ears. The poison worked by the Shadow Guild has certainly wormed its way into the heart of the people. Now, for the matter at hand, Kurz has gone silent, yes.
Yeah, painfully silent if you catch my drift. Hard to think straight. But you're older than me. Any case studies in your repertoire that deal with something like this? I have none that I can recall. For me, the dungeon was always present and responding.
You have quite the quandary there. A dungeon that is not dead but is not alive. If I think about it, yes, there may be a story I have heard of, and actually it is very appropriate. This would be an old dungeon, a story passed down to me by an already old fairy, so undoubtedly from many patches ago. I don't recall most of the story, but it was about a dungeon that grew too large a floor. The dungeon did not have a strong enough mind to deal with all of the senses coming in.
That sounds just like Kurz, Gustav. Look at his log. It shows me that he not only took over Skull Crush, but had a large amount of aspected chunks mature at the same time. How did that fairy say the problem was solved? Tell me there's a happy ending to this story of yours.
Larathaman pleaded. I'm afraid that is all that I remember. If I knew more, I would say more. Perhaps I should risk going back to Hybrasale?
No way in hells you are going right now. This is a non-starter. Kurz was my only protection. I will not go back to that prison. I will not go back.
Selena said flatly, her hands clenched in determination.
Think. What could have solved the problem for that dungeon? If the problem was being too big, we can either make Kurz smaller or make him stronger, if your story is correct.
I've tried, and I'm still trying. Anything to get him to respond. He's just not there. He's not there. It's like I'm talking to a statue.
Okay, I get it. I'm scared too, you know. His fairy and all that. But if you want to help Kurz, you will need to put on your big girl pants. You have to keep your city from falling to whatever the hells is going on, lest he lose his connection to you and really fall.
Selena said, her mind racing over possible solutions.
Again, let's think. We can have Honey Hive take over some of Kurz's territory, maybe?
Gustav shook his head.
Yes, that would reduce the size, but the time it'll take, we will already be upon freehold, and whatever the Shadow Guild has cooked up will certainly be set off.
No, I can reset that timeout from here.
Selena said, disengaging and flying over to Kerr's core. She quickly tapped away, but stopped. Her face went cross and she hit the core. It fritzed for a bit, but was otherwise unperturbed.
Or not. Oh, he's lagging out. I can't even get the console to pop up. This is bad.
Don't hit him!
That isn't the problem. Though it would have been great if it had worked. No, if I can't get console access, I'm locked out. Gustav, what would happen if we unseated Kurz, long enough to break him from his domain for a bit?
Good question, but I would caution against it. Let's keep that as a last resort. All of his standing spells would fail, and perhaps even the cloud. We'd have to hope Lerafamen's domain held enough sway to keep us all up.
Gustav suppressed a shudder.
Also, those spells include his warps. I do not want to postulate what reality might do when it is in control again.
Selena looked at the warp that Kurz had erected to connect the two core rooms together, and then to the warp that connected space and all the light-channeling fiber to his core. If those suddenly were no longer ensorcelled, it would be catastrophic.
Okay, so if we do that, we do it quick. What else? Anyone?
What about killing his mobs? Perhaps that would free him up to surface?
He doesn't really have that many. That might be part of the problem. So much of this is just that... His domain is way bigger than it should be for Silver. I really should have been cautioning him against expanding so much. The satellite dungeons shouldn't have been taxing him so much, perhaps. Oh shit, that's it! He didn't automate anything. He's running his satellite dungeons without automatons. He's running his warp network, everything. That stupid idiot!
Selena cursed. She tried to scroll the log, but it wouldn't.
Exactly! See, his log isn't updating. Nothing is updating. He's so busy running everything that he can't surface, to use your words, Lerafamen. He can't talk, can't think, can't do but react like a damn plant. Oh, I'm going to kill him after we save his sorry ass.
Oh, wonderful. How? Please tell me you have another idea, Selena. So far we have take away parts of his domain or level him up, neither of which will be fast or break his connection to it. Gustav, anything? Please?
Both fairies looked at each other. Selena, for all her indignation, was starting to show fear. Gustav, too, was a little green in the gills. He grimaced.
I am afraid I can think of no other methods. Selena, are there more tools than just the console that you sysadmins have? Could you use Lerafamen's connection?
Eyes wide at the opportunity, Selena quickly flitted from Kerr's core room to Lerafamen's and fell into her plush cushions. Her rapid tapping quickly halted as she clenched and unclenched her hands before running them through her hair.
No dice, damn it. Tunneling through hits the same dead end. Nice thought, though, Gustav. I need a hardware interrupt or something to break in, and he just did not set any priorities on his tasking. We may have to sever him for long enough to let me get in. Lerafamen, can you make preparations just in case? Land the cloud, evacuate people away from the portals, shit like that.
Can do. I'll have an order relayed to the hero steering us. I do not have direct control like Kurz does. Hopefully his last command, though. He only sped us up, wasn't a full override.
Selena took to pacing in the air, flying a circuit around Lerafamen's core, thinking through her options. Gustav kept starting and stopping, not finishing a thought as he decided his ideas would not work.
No! The civil disorder upgraded to rioting! This is bad! Gustav, I am not ready for this! Kurz isn't here! Selena!
Lerafamen wailed in their heads, even as her log facet cascaded with text explaining just what was happening. The two fairies flew over, Gustav in the lead. His face went from green to ghostly pale as he watched the updates roll in.
Great. Just freaking great. Okay. This is a shitty question, but Gustav, as you seem to perhaps know more about this than anyone, and time is apparently of the essence, how long can Kurz stay disassociated before we start running into problems getting him to come back to us?
Selena demanded, spinning Gustav around so he would look at her and not Lerafamen's core.
Is this like a coma where he can't communicate, or is this more like unconscious due to a lack of oxygen?
Selina, I'm not sure. But based on my recollection, we have a few days at least. Anything past that, and we're into guesswork.
Then we deal with this stupid-ass coup so you can save Kurz, however that may be. Larafaman, what's the status? What changed? I thought our team was winning the conversations. When they had them, yes, but our cone couldn't be everywhere. The Rough Riders were busy with Left Hand, and Xena just made it worse,
Larafaman said. She then brought Selina up to speed on how everything had changed. During the time that the Rough Riders were fighting, cleaning up the aftermath, and convincing those in the guild hall that the danger was gone, the rumors had spread farther and faster than anticipated. Groups had gathered early, when the sun was only partially down in the sky, but the tall buildings still cast their long, inky shadows. There, Xena's bravado had been her undoing. She had shown up and cracked the skull of a demagogue, ironically proving the unfortunate man's point in the process. The crowd had immediately turned against her. They weren't stupid enough to throw weapons and actual attacks, just food and insults. Harkon did not have much better luck. He had been able to reassure smaller parties when they were by themselves, but whenever he found a larger gathering, like a tavern, his reception was cool at best, nearly hostile at worst. One such even had the audacity to shut the door in his face. The numbers had multiplied, and then, with the lack of police, had gotten heated. Luckily, for the merchants and shopkeepers, the ire was directed not at everything in its way, but focused squarely at the leadership, the triumvirate. Selina and Gustav listened intently as she moved from the past to the present, the former still wincing painfully at her ongoing headache. Larafaman's status rolled over to rioting the moment torches were lit. Down multiple avenues and across her yawning arches, they marched, even as the numbers grew further by those caught up in the fervor. It didn't matter that they were near Freehold. It didn't matter that the political situation would be figured out soon. What mattered was that it was wrong. Selina and Gustav were in the middle of it, the mob converging on the building the core room was in, the main tower where the administration was seated. Larafaman called for her champions, and they answered, taking a stand at the head of the town square, even as the noise drummed in the distance with the shouts of the crowd. A quick missive on the chat mirrors, and Harkon and Xena converged, faster than the riot could. Selina and Gustav made their way out, though under the cover of invisibility, taking position behind the royals so they could talk to them.
Shame your punch didn't work. I thought it was rather appropriate considering what that asshole said,
Selina whispered in Xena's ear, hovering behind her as the horde grew closer.
Yeah, well, it didn't. And this is why I hate politics. Violence should always be the answer, but it never seems to change people's minds. And now I definitely can't smash all the heads that need smashing. Wish my husband was here, honestly. He was always better at talking, getting people to agree.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he's on the way, and he appears to be one of the leaders of this mess,
Selina confided, relaying to her the information that Larafaman had provided. Xena looked like she'd been slapped.
No, you wouldn't do that. My parents' orders were clear,
she said, a little too loudly, allowing Harkon to hear. Oh, orders from the king and queen? Pray tell, what could they be? Harkon asked, moving in closer to her, his eyes not straying from the gathering. Because I'm at a loss, unless they specifically wanted this town and dungeon as their own, as to what they could have been thinking. You know what would be useful right now? A proper police force. If only one was contractually allowed,
Shove off it. Now is not the time for bickering. But to put it plainly, yes. They were hoping to get in on the arrow steel as well. Nothing bad or unexpected. But this is too far.
You don't say. Lyra and Mr. Anbu pulled in close to the pair. Geist was in control of the Bancroft Rebuke, marching along, hidden in the depths of the city beneath the cloud, waiting to be called. Lyra curtsied.
I'm afraid my words are not going to help the situation without your own to back them up. Am I able to count on you to stand firm with Bancroft and our ability to rule?
Harkon looked between the pair before nodding. You will be entitled by Delmar at first opportunity. You have it on my word. My parents will see reason. though my mother may have trouble matchmaking a vampire. Xena didn't laugh. Not paying much attention, her eyes peered desperately out at the mob, looking for someone. Her shoulders sagged when she spotted him. Side by side with Pauline in the middle of the pack was Gerard. He had a torch and an energized look on his face. He was shouting, and the crowd echoed him.
Our city, our destiny! Fly free, no kings!
Our city, our destiny! Fly free, no queens!
It swelled and ebbed as the people edged in, forming an audience at the foot of the steps where Lyra, Harkon, and the others were. Selena was glad she was invisible and wearing her armor at that moment. It felt like one wrong move and the crowd would open up and swallow them. She mentally reached out to the Rough Riders, happy at least that even in Kerr's brain-dead state, the bond through him was active.
Are you anywhere nearby? We are being thronged. Roland would do a lot of good right now.
No dice, Kieran replied. It seems there's another Shadow Guild cell activated to ensure that Roland would not be party to what is going on. We're gonna be a while. These bastards have us hemmed in.
Damn it, come on! Shit. Hang tight. I'll send Medusa and Limer.
Selena sent back before turning her attention to Medusa.
Medusa, you free? The Rough Riders need you.
No, Kurz needs me. I don't know what is wrong, but I am not leaving his core undefended right now. Tell me you know something about what is going on.
Medusa replied, a little uncharacteristic desperation coloring her voice.
Yeah, it's fixable. He just needs experience to hit Gold Zero. That'll bring him back to us.
Are you 100% sure? And I do mean this. Are you 100% sure?
Yes.
Fine. Send heroes my way. Ones that won't be missed. Just at a slow clip. We are not taking any risks.
I don't even know how to respond to that. We're hoping to use wandering mobs when we get this problem settled down, but good to know.
Selena said, before turning her attention to Limer, whom she could feel anxiety on.
Limer, you close? We need Roland here to ward off a mob.
No, but I can be. But before I go, will Father be all right? I can't feel him as I normally can.
Yes, I really should have reached out to you and the others. That's my bad. A lot is going on right now, so sorry, but please, assist the Rough Riders.
Will do, the champion replied with relief. Selena told Kieran and the others that help was on the way, then reached out to Vex.
Vex, Kurz will be all right. You aren't worried?
Nope.
Why not?
'Cause that boss always wins. Can't wait for him to be better and kick the butt of whoever made him sleepy. Ka-chow! Wham!
Vex. I don't know why, but I needed to hear that too. When Kurz gets back, he is so going to kick some sorry ass. Thanks.
Selena said, returning her full attention to the present, and her breath was taken away by the electric pressure in the square. The chants were louder, more forceful, which wasn't really helping with her headache. Still, at least nobody was yet breaking the imaginary drawn-up lines. Selena saw that Xena was struggling the most, betrayal on her face like water in the rain. She lost her composure and shouted, the ability amplifying her animalistic mix of fear and anger into a wordless note strong enough that it cowed the crowd. Like a wave, quiet swept forth, and Harkon took the opportunity to speak.
Citizens of Bancroft, this is not the way. Have we not been gracious? The cloud flies free of military rule. So gracious to not have your armies pounding in our doors, brother. How can we thank you?
Gerard sassed.
Our lives were on the line, literally with the cloud crushing the Dark Lord, and the thanks we get? Bandied about like a bargaining chip.
Gerard turned to address the rioters with Pauline at his side.
Have we not done more than could be asked? The founders emigrated while under assault, while who failed to protect us?
Delmar! Down with kings and queens!
The mob shouted in response.
And who has laid claim to our bounty without lifting a finger to make it better?
Donheim! Down with kings and queens!
The fervor was only getting louder.
Why would you say that? How?
Xena cried at him, her voice inaudible over the throng to all but Selena. Selena put a tiny hand on the woman's shoulder, squeezing it ineffectually, even as Gerard continued to stoke the fires.
Now, answer me! Who has been here in your time of need?
Bancroft!
Who stopped the Jade Army with its magnificent cannons?
Bancroft!
Who smashed the Dark Lord like a bug?
Bancroft!
Who deserves to make their own future?
Bancroft!
With arms wide open, Gerard received the roar, and as if he were catapulted by the sheer energy, broke from the crowd and walked to the gathered few, his stride powerful and sure. Selena reached out to the Rough Riders again.
Guys, I think something big is going to happen. Any chance you can make a break for it?
Sorry, Selena. Can't safely do it when dealing with assassin types,
Roland sent back at her.
You're gonna have to work with whomever you got.
Shit.
Xena surged forward to slap Gerard, but was intercepted by Harkon body blocking her. It was apparently for the best, as the crowd itself moved forward, ready to leap to the defense of the man.
Now is not the time, unless you want this to all blow up,
Harkon said through gritted teeth, his body straining to hold back Xena's fury.
You're my husband!
She screamed, tears on her face as she gave up the struggle to reach Gerard. Gerard, however, was careful to be quiet so his words could not be heard.
Do not take it personal. I love you and everything about you. This is all rhetoric, my dear. I learned from the best. My dear brother.
Only for him to turn back to the crowd and shout,
I am your husband to secure Delmar to Donheim, like a trinket or a prize horse. Something I have in common with these great folk. Nothing but a cheap toy at the beck and call of the kings and queens. Now step aside, renounce your claims, and allow Bancroft to forge its own destiny!
Gerard turned to Lyra and Mr. Anpu, who had otherwise been passively watching.
This is where you reinforce our claim and cast aside both my wife and brother. Prevent violence, or you stand against history and stain the foundation of this city forever with the blood of murders. The people have spoken and made their choices. I know their will is blinking in your minds.
Selena, not tied to Larathmin as a political leader, could only imagine what the prompt was. She knew there were system-supported ways for transfer of power. Lyra spoke up first out of the pair.
Honorable Gerard of the Kingdom of Donheim, formerly of the Kingdom of Delmar, what you ask is not something that can be done without violence. The very act of throwing off the claims of kings will engender the very response you seek to avoid.
Gerard laughed, throwing his head back.
Heartily! You can see it on Harkon's face. He knows he's lost. He can't bring an army here until after the adjudication. And by then, Bancroft will be another freehold, free from royals. Neither can Donheim meddle. The Adventurers Guild has them by their short and curlies. Now, you don't actually have a choice here. You can throw off the shackles, or the crowd will throw them off for you. You can take their energy and make it yours, or I will take their energy and make yours mine.
Interlude 11. Draconis Rex.
Quest available. Revolution of our times. Quest requirement. Formal break with the capital city Delmar during the timed event Revolution on the Cloud. Quest reward. Upgrade to capital status. Details here. Note: this action is irreversible but contestable by Delmar through military action. Quest available. Hail to the King. Quest requirement. Retain bond to Larathmin, City of Bancroft, and the charter with the capital city Delmar for the duration of the event, Revolution on the Cloud. Quest reward. None. Quest available. It's treason, then. Quest requirement. End the event, Revolution on the Cloud, with prejudice by killing or jailing sufficient participants and leaders. Quest reward. Upgrade for local jurisdiction military attachment made available.
Lyra looked at her options and fretted. This was not good at all. The people were demanding action in a very rude manner and with an inconsiderate time frame. They had pooled in the streets like a mob of rats loose in a grain barn, forming a mass with a mind of its own. So far, Gerard, that despicable man, had kept them at bay. It even seemed like he was enjoying this part.
Brothers, Mother, what should we do? If it were up to me, I would rip the head off that odious man and drink freely from his fountaining blood. What nerve he has!
Yes, he has put us in a terrible position. Either we accede to his demands, or we kill many of our own people.
Mr. Unpu growled, the bond between them as city and leadership carrying his anger as much as it carried Lyra's disgust.
With the Platinum Heroes on our side, we would be able to win the fight, assuming there are no hidden tricks. Alas, there will be, as the Shadow Guild has made this their mission. Mother, how much of your population is rioting?
8.12% are gathered here. Tracking conversations, another 2.5% could not make it but wanted to. Another 26.44% are pro-revolution, but not enough to riot. 33.76% are against, but none have made their way out as counter-protest.
Larathman responded woodenly.
My assumption is that they want to wait to figure out which kingdom rules before they choose one way or another, as they are a mix of immigrants from both nations. The rest are ambivalent. So, sadly, more are for revolution than against, but the plurality does not care one way or another.
Actually, guys, I'm in favor,
squeaked Geist. He had only just joined up, invisible as he was currently possessing air. He had been the farthest away, controlling the rebuke when the disorder turned into a riot and had stayed back to ensure there was no danger to those not joining in. Lyra was surprised and aghast when he spoke up. He almost never did, and she had expected him to stay away from the conversation. With his form being mute, he carried that mentality with him even onto their bond, preferring to emote over talk.
Pardon my rudeness, but why would you be for such an act? Do you really want to ride the rebuke to war so soon?
No, that's not it. Just been prowling like I do, seeing and hearing lots of pain. Mother, you know this, but the refugees lost so much. They aren't doing great. Most are barely making by with their life's work from their dungeon delving days all gone. They're relying heavily on adventurers' spending, and with taxes being what they are, I think we could do better. We aren't ostentatious. The wealthy from Delmar and Donheim have only just started moving in, so this is the time to reach true equality. Larathaman is a himsa. Why can't we take it one step further? Instead of just preventing violence by the people, prevent violence inherent to the economic system.
The four were silent on their telepathic bond. The crowd's energy wasn't silent, nor fading.
Tick-tock, O champions of mine, tick-tock. The people respect you enough that they will have you as leaders, being that you rescued them from doom. But if you stand in their way as they throw off their shackles, you will surely be ground into the mud,
Gerard said, even as he was relying on Harkon to keep Xena away. He tried to give her a smile that Lyra thought would have been reassuring, but the princess was not having it.
Mother, just how bad are the worst off and how rich are the richest?
She asked cautiously.
I must apologize, but I have not spent time trying to put together any action or data on that. I have just been trying to help house settlers as they come in. Lyra, we have a few beggar orphan children. The Church of Thurl obstinately provides them housing at night, but they have no guardians. One, Victor climbs to find Skana weekly. They are worst off. There are a few older folk with long deactivated cores that scrounge for day labor, though they have bent backs and tired knees. I can go on if you like, but I get the sense that this information is new and surprising for you.
Larathaman said, opting not to talk about just how rich the nobility that had moved in were.
I'm sorry, but I did not realize that was such a bad thing. I thought this was part of the human condition. The system allows for it, after all.
Geist, you really think breaking from Delmar will solve that problem?
Mr. Anpu asked thoughtfully, flicking one ear in annoyance.
No, I don't think it'll solve anything. What it'll do is let us find a solution. And Mom being wed to Kurz, they should be able to provide, I think. Also, it helps deal with the issue of Mom's connections to the new cities that Kurz floated. They didn't need to speak, as they all felt the empathetic agreement. Gustav was invited into the chat by Larafaman. He was a little put out when he realized they had been having a discussion without him, but was pleased when they explained the substantive nature. Beckoned by the four of them, he broke into a smile and said, "In for a penny."
"In for a pound,"
they responded. Revolution on the Cloud event. This timed event is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to forge a new path for Bancroft, the city on the cloud. Leadership has been given the enumerated options for the next stage of this event. At the end of the decision stage, there will be a power struggle. The power struggle will last until either a victor is recognized or it times out. A timeout of the power struggle stage will lead to a canceling of the civil disorder. To restart, a sufficient amount of check-ins shall have to be relogged. During the power struggle, the belligerents will be in the Delmar crown on one side and the rebels on the other. The decision stage chooses which side Bancroft shall be on. Note, rebels shall be named criminals if their side loses, and revolutionaries if it wins. 0. Take no action, default. By choosing no action, the decision stage of the event shall time out as rejected. No system benefits shall be provided to leadership from the city core as they forewent the choice. Hail to the King will not be qualified for in the event of take no action. Bancroft shall be entered into the power struggle on the side of the crown. View details here. 1. Reject the demands. End the decision stage and enter the power struggle to put down the rebels. The ability to boost ad hoc posses with various status effects shall be unlocked for the city core, provided leadership spends city mana. View details here. 2. Join the cause. Accept the will of the gathered and enter the power struggle against the crown. All powers of a sovereign nation will be unlocked for the city, as well as a special bonus for the duration of the event for any and all militia raised. Zeitgeist. View details here. 3. Step aside. Instead of accepting or rejecting the demands, step down and make them someone else's problem. No achievements or quests are fulfilled with this action. The event still moves to power struggle, but instead of being between the crown and the rebels, it is amongst those of Bancroft who put their name forth as potential leaders. View details here. Choice 0, 1, 2, 3. 2. Join the cause selected. Join the cause routine initiated. City to capital, Bancroft to Delmar, link broken. Distance between city and capital calculated at 43 feet. Time delay to inform capital calculated at 0.1 day. 0.1 day less than minimum. Time set to 1 day. Leadership upgrade to Sovereign Leadership Subroutine Call. Error. Beast Core type Ronin incompatible with Sovereign title. Lyra felt the connection to Larafaman snap like a rubber band pulled too tight. It was good until it wasn't, and it lashed her as it failed, causing her eyes to fill with stars at the pain. The connection in the back of her mind flatlined, gone. She could no longer feel her mom. A scary memory, it was just as when Kurz had brought her back the first time with her connection severed. She looked to Mr. Anpu, whose hackles were raised, a growl on his muzzle. She realized quickly that he was growling at Gerard, who was smiling all too happily. So was the crowd as everyone's eyes flashed, luxuriating in the moment as the triumvirate declared freedom from Delmar. Cheers broke out, even though Lyra felt like she wanted to puke. Low-level spells were cast, streamers and gouts of celebration. Harkon's face was an unreadable mask. Xena, meanwhile, stopped fighting, and instead gave a sisterly hug to the man, knowing that they were both now in uncharted territory, and may soon find themselves in a war if the situation went poorly. After all, the new nation had front door access to both their capitals and would cause a crisis. With a flicker, Lyra felt a telekinesis spell fall on her, cast presumably by Selena. However, before Selena could speak up, Gustav butted in.
Oh dear. It appears that Therill has a prescription against champions being sovereigns, most likely as an attempt at stopping dungeons from controlling the nation they are capital of.
I had forgotten that was a possibility. But don't worry, all of this is rectifiable. Larafamen, I can only offer my utmost apologies for not foreseeing this consequence.
Lyra couldn't feel Larafamen's emotions across the telepathy like normal, but her voice carried the alarm and worry nonetheless.
Gustav, whatever I must do to fix this, I will. What are my options? I'm unable to fight my new status as a capital.
The easiest would be for them to become champions of the new Bancroft dungeon that Kurz and you opened. That will, through him and his bond, reapply the same toward you. But that would be less than ideal, as I assume you want your children directly bonded to you, and not through an intermediary.
Or, Mr. Anpu began, the very same growl still gracing his features like a red stain.
Or we can listen to what Prince Gerard has to say for himself. He appears to have known that this was to happen. Gerard, what have you done?
Nothing that you three didn't deserve. Monsters ruling men. Really thought that would work? Gerard exulted out loud, turning to the crowd with Pauline dutifully by his side, her eyes holding a mischievous sparkle.
New citizens of the Free Cloud State, we have thrown off the yoke of the blasphemous triumvirate. No longer shall we be toiling under the brutal reign of monsters. As temporary president, I will guide us to a new dawn like Freehold, where not kings, but duly elected officials shall make the rule of law. Now, with me, we shall march to the core and cement this momentous occasion.
Lyra fell to her knees, unable to stand in that moment. Like a wave, the crowd broke and a few rushed forward. Gerard closed his eyes, seemingly expecting them to carry him to the core. They didn't. They rushed Lyra and helped her up. Others swept to Mr. Anpu, who begrudgingly accepted the touch. The celebration died as the wave continued through the crowd, with more still rushing the pair. Confusion on the face of the people as the loss updated on their stat site.
This is not what I wanted. You were to be our royal family,
one cried. Gerard, who had just had the riot in his hand, was pushed and shoved out of the way. The crowd gave deference to the two royals, not approaching them as they swarmed the steps to comfort their lost rulers.
No, this is not right. They do not deserve your love. They murdered countless dungeon delving parties. They deserve nothing but scorn,
Gerard yelled as the crowd jostled him like flotsam. Selena and Gustav had flown upward, invisible and out of the danger of the crowd crush.
Ha! Loser. His coup failed. As a consolation prize, unless he and his girl are into the angry bedroom thing, he's going to be sleeping on the couch,
Selena said from where she was flying. Xena had made no attempt to help or rescue him from his predicament.
Gustav, how else can we link the three back up? Do cities have sub-ruling positions that can maintain a connection, or an emitterist role?
Selena, that's it. All we'll need is to have whoever takes over to allow advisory connections. Thank you for reminding me. It is hard to remember all of the remedial city core lessons I crash-coursed. 10 years of dungeon fairy training, centuries of experience, all traded for 7 days and OJT. Larafamen, you will keep your family.
I was going to keep them regardless. Nobody takes my babies from me,
she said with palpable relief.
Now excuse me. I have a mountain of tasks to perform to get up and running, and my vassal cities are already chomping at the bit for advice and assistance.
Lyra, her mood improving with the news, smiled. She stood on her own power, though she was offered all the assistance. Her carefully neutral face cracked from its doll-like facade, revealing her fangs. Nobody took it as a threat. Instead, a cheer arose, and the mood whiplashed back to pleased. If the champions were happy, then it was cause to celebrate once more, even as Gerard shouted for control again. Nobody was listening, except for Pauline, who grabbed his hand and dragged him through the crowd. Though she wasn't big, she decidedly pushed any and all out of her way.
Gerard, you will take control of the core, and I will ensure nobody stops you,
she promised, even as Xena and Harkon maneuvered to intercept.
Gerard, this is not what my parents wanted! By breaking Bancroft away prior to the arbitration, it will be able to raise an army!
Xena exclaimed, even as she went to hug him. Pauline was in her way, and to Zena's surprise, immovable. Don't worry, my love. As president pro tempore, there will be no army, and we will have good relations. And with control of the Aerosite, we will be richer than even your parents, Gerard said, even as Pauline led him around his wife forcefully. But I must take control before someone else steps forward, or it'll be all for naught. Harkon drew steel, and the immediate crowd backed away in response, chaos reasserting as some celebrated, and some were shocked into silence by the developments. No, brother. You will not be president. The people will choose as you claim they deserve. Pauline tisked.
You know the rules. If that blade so much as touches Gerard, as one of the signatories to the arbitration agreement, you will have a war on your hands you won't win. You know Maxwell will happily destroy Delmar and install a more favorable royal family. So put that blade away.
Harkon hesitated, but lowered it. He's royal too. He should be blocked as well as I.
Hardly. I drew up the agreement. Not my fault you didn't read the whole of what you signed. It also included a rider that has security guarantees from Freehold and the Adventurers Guild in the event that Delmar or Donheim do not like the state of things. Now go, Gerard. Do not make me order you again.
At Pauline's words, Gerard smiled and peacocked his way around his brother. Lyra swiftly intercepted him and prostrated herself before the man. She was well aware that he was a leading candidate and needed to be on his good side.
Lyra, what the shit? He ain't gonna play nice?
Selena said across the telepathy.
Honorable Gerard of House Delmar, would you kindly take myself, Mr. Anpu, and Geist as advisors? We have run the city since the start, and a peaceful transfer of power would be best for all.
Lyra pleaded, her face pressed against the ground. Her subservient display stunned Gerard for a second, before the smile crept up his face once again. You are still breathing this air, not because you deserve it, but because you are popular with the people. Your status as anything but a slum reject will be corrected the moment I bond. Lyra stood up and backed off, with Mr. Anpu sidling next to her, both striking defensive stances.
Then you shall not be bonding with the city. We had hoped for a peaceful transition of power, but I will tear your throat open if you step any closer.
Lyra promised.
You will not touch so much as a hair on my husband's head if you wish to keep your core intact, Lyra.
Xena said, moving between them, her posture relaxed.
Don't much care for what's going on here, but that doesn't mean I will let harm come to my man. Take the loss and fight another day. Harkon is doing such. Be like him.
Lyra, don't fight. She'll kill you and Mr. Anpu without backup. Medusa, Limer, you available?
Selena implored. Almost. The resource expenditure by the Shadow Guild has been intense. We will guide over Roland as soon as we can. Can you hold him off just a bit longer? Limer said. His voice had a distracted quality to it, his mind obviously on the fight. However, before Lyra could act, another voice broke through telepathically, one that carried a promise to solve her problem.
What is all this nonsense?
A rich voice asked rhetorically. Skana. He wasn't using the bond they shared, nor was he part of Selena's telepathy spell. No, this was his own draconic ability, and he was broadcasting into the minds of all present. Like the opening note to an orchestral performance, a hush fell over the crowd as they all looked up. They looked up just in time to see Skana use a weak gravity bomb to shove bystanders clear and crash down onto Gerard, a foreclaw bearing him to the ground. Before Xena could react, Skana activated his draconic presence, checking her actions as he forced all present to freeze in awe.
It appears I am just in time, having been forced to fly all the way here from space with my peaceful life interrupted. A coup in my city, Skana said as he curled his claw around Gerard, his talons scraping through the cloud cobbles with ease. I shall participate. A brave course of action to break the bonds of City Core, a capital at that, without a standing army in the lands a dragon calls home. Let me demonstrate why.
Using his tail as a wrecker, Skana smashed the facade off the administration building. He then turned around and strode through the billowing cloud of detritus, disappearing even as his wings left vortices behind him. Casually, he threw Gerard like a discarded toy into Xena through the vapor and dust screen, who caught him and flipped him onto his feet with ease. Gerard tried to sputter, alarm on his face, but was interrupted by a strong clap on his back by Harkon, who was chuckling. "Seems you need to take the loss and move on. Our parents will not be happy with your behavior, doubly so because your gambit failed."
I request the presence of the fairies and the champions. People of Bancroft, please allow them to pass unimpeded and return to your celebrations. Enjoy this historic moment as I found my draconic empire.
Skana called out from within. Interlude 12. The gang is all here. Selena gave herself a moment to breathe. First crisis averted. Almost. Skana just had to bond with Lorathaman. He barely fit in her core room, having decided to only tear out the roof and parts of the walls to get in.
I may be the Emperor after this is done, but I will not be moving from my lair,
he said, taloned claw held over Lorathaman's core.
As you wished, you three shall continue as regents, if nothing else to rule Bancroft in my name. I assume there is no objection.
Nobody raised any, and so Skana initiated the bond with Lorathaman. A simple white light languidly swept out of the city core, like a practiced ballerina, before then coalescing into a splendid crown on Skana's brow. After a moment, it winked out, and that was that. No fanfare. Skana was now Emperor. Selena flew over to Kerr's core to watch if anything would change. She knew plenty would with Lorathaman and Skana, but could only hold out hope that it would reflect over the bond between them and Kerr's. She tried to mentally calculate how much XP he would get, but gave up quickly with a frustrated sigh. Worse. Much worse. Kerr's log was still frozen.
You've got to be shitting me! We are within spitting distance!
She griped, pulling her hands down her face in frustration.
Lorathaman, can you just chuck some prisoners or something into Kerr's gullet? Like, seriously?
I'm afraid she can't, Selena, Gustav interjected, looking over and giving a sad smile from his spot next to Lorathaman. That XP farming glitch was patched out ages ago when a capital city and a different system used it to ascend through the ranks. Anyone with a connection to Lorathaman, be it a real bond or power structure, can't feed Kerr's anymore. A shudder swept through the combined core rooms, losing more material around where Skana had made his entrance. The large dragon peered out through the room, as if he could see beyond it. Selena figured he probably could now that he was strongly tied to both Kerr's and Lorathaman, borrowing their combined senses.
Your comment on spitting distance was apropos, Selena. We have seemingly flown close enough to warrant a defensive response from Freehold. We have just been struck by an artillery spell. Lorathaman, slow us down and bring us up out of range.
I am unable to do that just yet. The thruster technicians are still working on resolving sabotage from the Shadow Guild. I will need another 2 hours for me to return full control back to the people. I project that we will hold 50 yards out and at an altitude such that our lower levels will be available to Freehold. Whomever did the sabotage knew what they were doing.
Then we will have to prepare a diplomatic response. Some citizen must know signal flags of some sort, or have an ability to forewarn Freehold that we are not a danger. We must find them and see that it is done, Mr. Anpu declared before lowering his ears in submission. If that is your order, Emperor.
No, do not do that. I am not going to control your every action. You and your siblings are the rightful leaders of Bancroft. You may renew your bond as soon as you desire to.
Skana said, a slight laugh to his voice that soon petered out as his eyes narrowed.
I have been mistaken. Freehold was hiding an army behind glamour.
What do you mean?
Selena asked, frustrated that Kerr's map facet was unresponsive to touch. He had previously tied the camera system he used earlier to it so she could have a one-stop shop. But now, with him being out of commission, nothing worked, and she was blind to the outside.
Are we about to get invaded? Again?
Yes. The powers that be seem to have had a contingency plan in place if Gerard's gambit failed, like it did.
We do not have so much as a town guard yet,
Lyra added, looking between Mr. Anpu and Geist.
though the revolutionaries are more than likely willing to fight. It would be a slaughter. Our cannons will surely kill many, but it won't be enough. There's no chance we could corral some into the dungeon, could we? We'd awaken curs for sure. I know Medusa would happily volunteer to do it.
Selena asked rhetorically, knowing that no invading army would ever walk into a dungeon.
Maybe she can ice enough regardless. Selena, I have no doubt that Medusa will kill to defend, but she is one against many. That will not save my people. Even if we wait curs in time, he won't be able to act against the invaders directly.
Larathimond said with melancholy.
Those who just voted us free will be ground under the heel of Freehold. I see them out in the streets celebrating right now, not knowing their fate.
Selena scowled and turned to the newly minted emperor.
Skana, you think you can fight them off long enough until we can fly away?
If I must, then I shall, regardless of my survival. I appear to be fated to save these people at the expense of my life, all because of an orphan. Oh, how fate pulls strings,
Skana mused, nodding. That was when Selena felt a ping. Her mirror. She pulled it out and saw that Larathimond had poured her heart out to anyone and everyone attached to the chat mirrors. That meant heroes, dungeons, cities, dragons, even a citadel were all suddenly aware of what had gone down. Larathimond.
Hello all. I regret to inform you that I am in dire need of help. You see, Kerr's Cloudgate is lost. His mind is gone, even though his dungeon still functions. I can only hope to pull him from the void, but it is as if reality itself has aligned against my love for that core. I have been thrust into the position of a capital city, alone without my bonded dungeon. And now already I am expected to brave a war without even so much as a hand to hold with curs. I reach out and he is not there. I can't do this without him. He was my rock upon which I laid myself, and I no longer have him, and can't get him back with this war. This war is being brought to my gates by Freehold. They are going to sack and destroy my city, and it is all that I have of curs. I can't lose it, can't let it be turned into a mockery. I have no army to defend myself. Cannons, but no way to keep the distance. Warp gates, but no way to shut them off. Can any of you lend me aid? Something to buy me time so I can fly away from this and get my husband back. Please.
Selena gripped the mirror tightly as she read it. She looked over to Gustav, who had placed a hand comfortingly on the city core, even as Lyra, Mr. Anpu, and Geist drew closer. It took a moment for responses to start filtering in. XXX Edgelord XXX. That explains a lot, actually. V.
Yes, that's terrible. Let us know what you need us to do.
More of the Rough Riders gave their sympathies, but obviously were unable to provide an army. Ulrich.
Oh dear, I do hope it gets better. My thoughts are with you and him. I will begin production of wandering mobs at once. I will caution you, though, they will not be discriminatory, so when or if you need me to send them, keep everyone at a safe distance to prevent friendly fire.
The other responses were slower. Donheim never spoke up, nor did the dragons Skana had given mirrors to. The other cities that were now inexplicably part of a new empire shared alarm at how their capital was undefended, but as small townships and such, they would be unable to assist even if Skana drafted soldiers. Delmar was the most formal.
Delmar, we had not been notified that you broke away. We will need more information, but I assume the system will update us soon enough. We've told the king and queen, and they are in council with their ministers. I can comfortably say that we will not have an army mobilized for you. Our apologies. I am sorry to hear about Kurz. However, I do not believe I'm supposed to be party to this conversation. The mirrors must have broken when Cloudgate did whatever he did. If so, please remove me from the chat.
Selena was terribly frustrated and was about to throw the mirror at the ground when more text wrote itself on the surface.
Gronkai.
I believe I can be of assistance. Eleanor has come and gone a few times. Suffice it to say, she is not impressed with how the fairies are handling Kurz or Selena's actions. We are ready to throw in with you lot. How do you want me?
Selena read and reread the passage before clutching the mirror to her chest and spinning in the air. Catching herself, she signaled to Gustav and Larafaman that she would respond.
Selena.
Is Kerr's invitation still open? He sent it over for you to accept, and I don't recall him rescinding it. It would be in your quest menu, I believe.
Yes, I'll accept it then. However, you know the consequences of this, right? Eleanor has been looking into it. If we were to bond solely with Kurz, we'd make a brood dungeon. However, we found no mention of what happens if a citadel joins with a capital city. Either it has never happened, or, the more likely option, that information is privileged. Regardless, we will be entering unknown territory.
Larafaman.
Not to be blunt, but frankly, I don't care. I will save Kurz. Consequences be damned.
Skana.
Also, he isn't just part of a capital city. He is also party to my lair.
How many cores has Kurz bonded with?
XXX Edgelord XXX. By my count, 6 heroes, 2 champions, a city, and a dragon.
3 champions, actually. And me. Not a problem, is it, Gronkai?
No. Bonding to Kurz now.
Alia iacta est. Sunvi.
Seriously, honey?
Selena ignored the isekai and watched with bated breath as nothing happened. Kurz was still frozen out. She pushed her hair back behind her ear, watching as even the cursor on the log was still frozen. Losing patience, she returned to her chat mirror.
Selena.
Gronkai, is it processing on your end?
Yes, it is going slow. The connection is barely a whisper, a trickle.
I see nothing over here. Can you estimate the percentage? Maybe give me a running count?
Sure. 2%, 5%, 10, 15.
Selena held the mirror against Kerr's log facet so she could watch it as Gronkai counted off. The number increased glacially, growing ever closer to 100, but still, Kurz showed no sign of movement. The cursor just would not blink.
100%. Oh, this is huge.
Larafaman.
You are not kidding. I'm getting updates too. This will have to save Kurz.
Selena tried to stop looking at the mirror, not caring one bit for whatever cool or awesome thing they were sharing in. She only had eyes for the cursor. No change. Still frozen, she spun Kurz to look at his primary facet.
Name. Kurz, Cloudgate, Victor of Nylung Battle, Savior of the Realm. Type. Dungeon. Subtype. Cloud Castle. Patron. Urusar the Unreal Maelstrom. Rank. Silver 9. Experience. 947,808. Mana. 26,100 out of 26,100. Mana refinement rate. 261 per hour plus daylight bonus, currently 12 per hour, plus sunlight bonus, currently 8,126 per hour, minus parasitic, currently 62 per hour. Authority, 2,460 out of 2,790. Satellite dungeon info here.
Selena felt that cold shiver of fear race down her back. Still Silver 9. It didn't make sense. If Gronkai was seeing the benefit, then the connection was good for her at least. And if Loraphaman could feel it, then it was pathing through Kurz, which meant that it had to be affecting him. But it wasn't. That was unacceptable. The fear turned to frustration in a snap.
Damn it, Kurz! Wake the fuck up!
She yelled before kicking Kurz hard. She knocked his floating core off the dais, to her horror. But before she saw him hit the ground, the collimated laser from the stars hit the water, refracting and lighting the room with far too much brightness. So much so that she could see nothing but pain. Even closing her eyes, it was as if she was staring into the sun. Regardless, she dove blindly for where she thought Kurz's core would be heading, intent on preventing it from hitting the ground. She could hear Gustav and the others' own exclamations of pain as the light from space banished all thought of shadow, but ignored them. All that mattered was the core. She hit the ground, her hands outstretched, trying to cover like a throw rug. She felt nothing. She must have missed him. But no, that wasn't right. She would have heard it. Heard the sound of shattering crystal or the tinkling sound of glass on stone. The light went out, or so she thought. For all she could tell, she may have seared her eyes so badly that she'd gone blind. A fitting fate for someone who failed their friend. Greater healing touch. Selena felt the spell hit her. The pain was banished from her eyes, as were the afterimages. Blinking, she looked up to see the core, floating where it belonged. So, what did I miss? Kurz asked. Chapter 37. Bond request accepted by Gronkai, the Jade Keep. Beginning bond between Dungeon Kurz, Cloudgate, and Citadel Gronkai, the Jade Keep. Rare achievement unlocked. I am the Swarm. Achievement qualification. Bond with Citadel Gronkai, the Jade Keep. Achievement reward. Crusading mobs unlocked. Crusading mobs may be imprinted with expanded and more complex instincts and instructions as compared to wandering mobs. Authority for crusading mobs is derived from total dungeon domain territory and influenced chunks. For more details, view here. Tier up. Gold 0 achieved. Congratulations, Kurz Cloudgate, victor of Nyalung battle, savior of the realm. Gold rooms, mobs, and other options are now available. 2 cornerstones available. 1 upgrade available. 3 spell words available. 1 room available. 3 mobs available. Legendary achievement unlocked. By your powers combined. Achievement qualification. Complete a bond of all applicable core-to-core bond categories. Achievement reward. Pick 1. Upgrade Dungeon Core to Phylactery Core, with Abiogenesis as an ability unlocked. You may now walk amongst the heroic races as a lord over equals, be it dark or light. Or 2 upgrade status as a capital city, lair, and brood dungeon to Arcology. Unconstrained dungeon abilities within the shared domain under the auspices of the combined oversight. Requires consent and agreement with all bonded cores. View details here. Choice 1 of 2. With a start, Kurz was awake. He didn't know how yet, but the ringing in his mind was gone. He looked at his log, then banished it. He had more pressing concerns. For one, Selena was hurt. Badly. Her skin was blistered from intense light damage, her iridescent wings left as charred stubs, and her eyes were seared blind. The breaker annuli was smoking from preventing even graver injury. A quick spell, and she was righted, as if she had never been hurt in the first place. He felt out for his champions, and found them all alive and safe. Then he realized he was moving. Applying mana to his personal thruster mightily, Kurz stopped his forward movement. But for some inexplicable reason, the cloud sank until its wispy bulk buttressed against the ground, grinding to a halt on the hard, dry dirt. Perplexed, he saw an army swarming towards him. That was strange. Not wanting to be fighting while trying to figure out what was going on, he went to spend mana to raise himself up and... bafflingly found it unresponsive. The cloud was a sitting duck. Before he could look into it or make any further action, Loraphamon's sudden and insistent affection made it hard to pay attention to anything but her.
Don't you ever leave me again!
Loraphamon demanded as she smothered Kurz with attention.
Never again. Promise me. I can't do it. I can't.
Hey, I didn't leave the first time. I was banished, I think. Someone messed with me, knew my weakness, and pulled some weird power play. I heard a laugh as I lost consciousness. Pretty sure it was a god, Kurz said, not pushing her away, but his voice was angry. Not at her, but at the situation. Now, I doubt I'll have a problem anytime soon, but still, I need to prevent that from happening again.
Sounds great. Do it. Just don't expect me to leave you alone anytime soon, Kurz. You scared me half to death, and I don't plan on letting you go until I feel better. We have had a doozy of a time without you.
Kurz could intrinsically tell she was not exaggerating. Selena, fighting off the afterimages, looked at him. Kurz smiled inwardly, even while metaphysically sliding up against Loraphamon for reassurance. It was good to be back. So, what'd I miss?
Just about everything. Terrible timing to be brain dead. If I hadn't just kicked you for being an idiot, I would be kicking you for being a stupid idiot right now. How could you not subroutine anything? Yes, I should have noticed that you were being dumb. I didn't. That's on me. But come on, Kurz. Did you not think at all about how oppressive it would be with how much work you were doing versus letting the system do it for you?
Selena said sternly, though her emotions of relief were palpable across their bond. Nope. Just thought it was part of being a dungeon. Obviously, I was wrong. But, see? I told you, you are the fairy for the job. Glad to have you. Even if it does mean you put your size extra small boot up in my business every once in a while.
Don't mention it. You're my core. It's the least I could have done. Besides, my mallet wasn't handy, so I had to use the boot. As for what exactly you missed, in short, you and Loraphamon are a capital city now. And Gronkai chose to bond as well, and Skana is now emperor of the nascent Cloud Empire, and the Shadow Guild tried and damn near succeeded at turning you and Loraphamon into vassals of Freehold.
Selena said, counting off the news on her fingers.
Oh, and there's a Freehold army at your doorstep that is no doubt trying to invade as we speak.
That explains Skana, then. How about Hybrasale?
They're still in the formulating a response category. They were informed, but have taken no action. I can only assume your violation of their supposed impenetrable portal magic has them spooked. Haven't seen or heard a thing from them. They haven't even asked what your demands are through an intermediary.
Good. That makes my next decision easy.
If it isn't apologizing for being an idiot, I will kick you again.
Selena demanded, taking to wing and fluttering back to him.
Seriously. Thought I had lost you. Loraphamon may be your partner, but I'm your fairy and your friend. You do something stupid like that again, and I'll kill you to put you out of her and my misery.
No, you're right. I'd learned the wrong lessons. After losing control of the Overslime and almost killing you, and with you pounding it into my core that I was a commander, not a warrior, I took that as a need for me to direct everything. But commanders don't do that. Watching the war against the Dark Lord, I should have seen how commanders set goals and priorities and leave the individual decisions to others. I haven't been doing that, and I think that was my problem. Among other things, I've been directing all traffic through the gates individually. As I grew and opened all those gates across the world, it was stupid, and I'm sorry for scaring you.
Whoa, okay. Was not expecting an actual apology, so, thanks? I should in turn apologize then for not noticing how you were running your dungeon. That's like Dungeon Fairy 101. Pay attention to your dungeon core. So, I'm sorry too.
Selena replied with contrition.
Not to micromanage you, but your champions will probably want to hear from you as well. And there is an army right outside, hellbent on turning you into a vassal city.
Kurz, knowing he didn't have much time, did the same song and dance with his champions, though their reactions were all different. Vex went from happy to more happy because it meant that Afriel would finally get adopted. Limer was fairly neutral about it, which concerned Kurz a bit, but he didn't push it. Medusa was the most aggrieved. She was in the sally port to his core room, her body tense with an arrow nocked in the bow. It had smoothed a worry line on the nocked arrow's haft, having been held at ready for so long. She had spread sand on the floor in an attempt to see invisible attackers, and had positioned invisibly flying oozes in the door regardless. Only when Kurz touched her mind proper did she relax her defense, almost collapsing from exhaustion.
What right do you have to die before me? I am your champion. It is my job to protect you. I protect you. Dying to some stupid procedural oversight is not fair. I am not even a year old. You aren't even a year old. I am not ready to try and run your dungeon if you kick the bucket.
Her words were accusatory, but the Bond could not bear a lie, and he knew she was expressing her anxiety at him. Something he wasn't expecting, but could understand. Kurz stayed silent, letting her unload.
Selena said you'd come back, but I was not ready to get my hopes up. Your disappearance was not right. Felt all wrong. I know you can't promise it won't happen again, but I need you to say it anyway. Please.
Yes, Medusa, I will never disappear like that again. In fact, I'm going to make sure it can't happen again, right now. Would that make you feel better?
Yes. And don't tell anyone, okay?
It's between you and me. If it means anything to you, I appreciate your actions. Also gonna need you soon to help protect the city. I see Geist is already prepping the rebuke to buy us some time to make an army, Kurz said, before turning his attention to the newest connection. Now that they were connected, Kurz surveyed the Jade Citadel's grounds and was impressed, to put it mildly. The domain was a perfect circle centralized around the tower, but with a complex weave of logistical tunnels snaking beneath it. Trap triggers were connected to various spawning pits, such that one trigger would hit a multitude of them. Those in turn would produce a full-strength platoon in one synchronized action, allowing it to join the fight immediately upon emerging from the ground. And so on and so forth. Kurz could see how the Jade Citadel's armies grew and organized, neatly, expediently, and with well-oiled precision. I have much to learn, Kurz said with admiration, testing the new bond.
Yes, and I did not do my due diligence,
Gronkai said with a hint of dismay in her voice, though also some excitement.
I thought it was merely a city and a dungeon I was joining up with. I was prepared for your dungeon status to grant me the Tower of Ascension. I had already made a plan to challenge heroes if they ran the gauntlet of my army. But this? I am still looking through the minutiae of the options provided.
If it's any consolation, I had no idea what the consequences were going to be, and we'll need to talk about that. For my part, I was purely looking to ally up with you to gain access to your army, which is one of the reasons I'm reaching out right now. Kurz replied, looking over one of her mobs and realizing just how complex the instruction set that she had imbued it with was. Not only did it have an overarching set of structures to deal with high-level goals and instructions, like where to go and what to target, but it had within each goal a separate behavioral tree with nested and conditional planning algorithms that made anything he had done so far look like child's play. As you know from Larafaman's missive, I lost my mind there. I was unable to deal with all the information and demands I had placed on myself. I get the feeling you are the exact right person to help.
As long as you free me from my curse, and I no longer have to slaughter those that have no business dying, I will do everything to free us both from deific tyranny, once the army knocking at my door is gone.
Gronkai took a moment, and Kurz could see that she was conversing with Eleanor, which ended with the fairy hugging Gronkai's core. He felt her reach out across their new bond once again.
Then let's begin. While you talk, my champions will be redrafting the battle plans for my mobs.
Assenting, Kurz pulled her attention to the warp gate that connected her domain to his. This is the crux of my problem. Every one of these is part of me, part of my entrance, really. No matter how far I go, they are a direct, physical, special link, and I now have hundreds, and to manage it, I change the links on demand per traveler.
How? I see that it is. But what I see makes no sense. What is this unreal core that I see your spell using. Your spell doesn't have any information in it beyond the basic information the heroes can see, and the effect I am looking at does not mirror the wording. I see no tooltips or any of the underlying descriptions for it. Just placeholder text. Recklessly took something from the new patron that wasn't finished being made, did you?
Kinda, sorta. Worked out so far. However, that'll make it harder. It isn't a core I can manifest and give you. Can you absorb your dead mobs like a dungeon?
No. Whatever I absorb is rendered into mana, which in turn forces me to birth an army.
Gronkai said with acid in her voice. Kurz retreated back to Selena, who was still looking through his log to see if there was anything important in it. Gustav was with her, also taking a gander, though from the worry writ plain all over his face, his mind was clearly elsewhere. Kurz didn't blame him. He had maybe 10 more minutes before the enemy were upon him. Can't figure out how to get Gronkai access to my spells. The unreal core I used has stymied her, and I can't fly away. Something's blocking me.
Does she actually need to understand the spell, or can she treat it like a black box?
Selena asked, not straying her attention from the task at hand. Kurz could see that she had a notebook open with the word arcology in all caps and aggressively underlined with question marks all over the page. She said the spell does not follow what it claims to be doing, which is weird.
Hey, look, your forte. Did she account for the fact that you're in there manually manipulating the connection via the Unreal? Did you explain the Unreal to her? 'Cause that part isn't in any of the lessons we fairies got, was it, Gustav?
I can categorically say it was not. Most definitely not a thing. Nor is this arcology offered. I see you can become a Dark Lord, something I'm familiar with, or whatever this arcology is. Yeah, saw that, but one problem at a time for me. I'll leave you two to that, Kurz said, before swapping his mind back to Gronkai, whose confusion only grew when he attempted to explain the Unreal to her.
You will have to demonstrate,
she said after listening, even with the bond giving the full force of meaning behind his words. The solution struck Kurz like a load of bricks. The altar in his iron floor beckoned.
I can show it exactly. I can show you. I can show everyone.
Chapter 38. I must say, it is nice to make your acquaintance, Saul. I have been waiting for this day, Urusar said to the crowd. It had not taken a form Kurz had been prepared for. This time, it was a simple wooden chair. Kurz and the other cores directly bonded to him were there. There being that weird, unreal space that was not anything and was yet everything at the same time. Currently, it looked like a kaleidoscopic fractal of the planet Theral, surrounding them with oceans and continents reflected and refracted again and again. Skana had been reduced to his old orca-like form, back from before he had ascended to dragonhood. Lorathaman was wearing a body that looked exactly like Lyra, just with a healthy pallor. Gronkai stood tall as an orc, with an earthly green tone to her skin. Her hair was long and dark, braided into multiple falls. Kurz, too, was once again wearing the body that was Colton Kirsten.
Yes, and they are happy to see you. We're in kind of a bind, and time is of the essence, so perhaps this time could you not be oblique and help Gronkai here with deciphering my spells?
Kurz asked with a slight impetuous tone. He knew he was making demands, but he had to get his point across. Being stuck here would leave everyone vulnerable, especially since he still hadn't found out why he couldn't fly away yet.
Ah, Kurz, never the one for patience. For someone who had a mana core entitled Space-Time, you certainly seem to think that time is an unstoppable force,
Urusar, the chair, said.
This is my first time speaking to your fellows from their perspective, after all. It does no harm to exchange pleasantries. Lorathaman Swiftfoot, do you find my form disconcerting? I can change to a more agreeable shape.
No?
Larathmin said while looking over herself.
Why am I not a core right now?
I have found it best to talk to people as they were, not as they are or as they will be. Skana growled and closed his eyes for a moment. In a blink, his form shifted to that of his draconic majesty. Opening them, he stared at the chair.
I do not miss the sea so much as to lose what I am. My past is my past, and it shall stay that way. Urusar, why am I here? You are not bound as I would assume a patron would be.
The chair grew into a tree, from which the wind spoke as it blew through its leaves. Here is a strange concept to apply to a dimensionless dimension. I am as bound as I desire, as I was put here of my own will. Are you ready to rule, Skana? Does the title Emperor suit you?
That question is immaterial. Whether or not I am ready to rule does not change the fact that I must. Power has been thrust upon me, and I shall wield it to the best of my ability. Anything less would be an insult to them.
Them?
Them is a pronoun and a word lacking meaning. Do you not have anything better to say?
Skana chuffed.
Fine, so be it. Friends, anything less would be an insult to my friends. In line with that, I must insist you teach Gronkai here the secrets of this space so that she may help Kurz.
Yes, Gronkai of the Red Band, fourth strongest tribe in the Threshen Empire, torn from her warband and made into a murderer by her own words. If you accept it, I apologize on behalf of the system, the tree said, as its leaves fell and the trunk and branches grew heavy with snow. Gronkai, like Larathmin, was enthralled by her body, checking it over.
I would accept. If you can apologize for the system, why not change it? I have no desire to be this murderer that I am.
I cannot change it. That is reserved for the Light Lord, or Dark Lord if Kurz wills it. What will it be, Kurz, center of this web? Will you be the Light Lord? The wintry tree asked. Kurz, already having been part of this song and dance, reverted to his core self, banishing with distaste the human one that had been bestowed upon him. Whatever choice ends with Gronkai here learning how to use the unreal. And we really don't have time for this right now. Ah, Kurz, never one for patience. For someone who has a mana core entitled space-time, you certainly seem to think that time is an unstoppable force, the tree said, repeating itself verbatim. We have all the time in the unreal, if such a statement should be made. Before I answer your question, tell me, Kurz, are you happy with being a dungeon core? You know, I think I finally have the answer you've been looking for. No, I'm not. Happy means content, and I am anything but. I am angry right now. My friends are in danger, my partner's in danger, and gods and fairies are hell's bent on sticking their noses where they don't belong. I'll be happy when they're off my proverbial back and me and mine get to live in relative peace. So until then, I am only happy that being a dungeon means I get to fight back. From behind the tree strode, clapping, a void of a person. The chaotic light of the unreal lensed around the figure, revealing where it was by highlighting the lack. Yes, that is the answer we have all been waiting for. Well done. And to answer your question, the correct response is to encourage the choice of arcology. Unless you want that body now, Kurz.
Do you want to hug Vex, Medusa, Selena, Larathaman here? This is your chance. Prove the world wrong and make that bold choice. What did I just say? What part of it made it sound like I need a body? Yes, I've wanted to hug Vex and dance with Larathaman, but I have realized that that life is not for me. My life is that of a core. Being a Dark Lord and having a body is a nauseating idea. Now, I think you gave me the answer I needed. Gronkai, Larathaman, Skana, I believe we need to form this arcology. Don't quite know what it is or what its ramifications are, but this is where we're going. Thoughts, feelings, concerns. Not even a breath went by before Larathaman spoke.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and health, Curse, we are together through thick and thin. Arcology is the way for me, so be it. We'll do it together. Skana, how about you?
The dragon took a deep breath, his piercing eyes boring a hole in the two of them.
I have already been forced into being the Emperor. This is but another stepping stone. I will vote for arcology.
All eyes on Gronkai, she simply said,
Hers, when I signed on to fight against the Strictions, to be a dust woman that cleans up Theryl's messes, I had no idea what I was getting into. But I will see it through. In one day I have gone from a citadel to a brood dungeon to an arcology. Eleanor is going to have so many words, and none of them will be nice.
Kurz smiled, and then he spoke. There you have it. I guess I should ask your motivations, but I do not have the desire for a headache. We can talk after I've solved this fight. Yes, you and I will have plenty to talk about. Larathaman, Skana, I look forward to our chats. Gronkai, it was nice to meet you, even if it was brief, Urusar said. Then, with a clap of his hands, the four were thrown from the unreal back to reality, and nary a second of real-world time had passed. Legendary achievement unlocked. By your powers combined. Achievement qualification. Complete a bond of all applicable core-to-core bond categories. Achievement reward. Pick 1. Upgrade Dungeon Core to Phylactery Core with Abiogenesis as an ability unlock. You may now walk amongst the heroic races as a lord over equals, be it dark or light. Or upgrade status as a capital city, lair, and brood dungeon to arcology. Unconstrained dungeon abilities within the shared domain under the auspices of the combined oversight. Requires consent and agreement with all bonded cores. View details here. Choice 1 of 2. Waiting on 3 out of 4 members. Waiting on 2 out of 4 members. Waiting on 1 out of 4 members. Arcology chosen by unanimous consent. Kerr's mind lit with the knowledge as the settings and changes applied and the different achievements rattled off. All the info scrolling his log, however, paled in comparison to what he felt. The power at his fingertips. He was truly untethered now. He could cast spells however he wished, could summon mobs in whatever fashion he desired. Floors were suddenly guidelines. Apparently, being an arcology was only expected to happen to such well-behaved dungeons that the system deemed hard restrictions unnecessary. Kurz was not sure about that. He reached out to Larathaman, but quickly realized she was busy rebonding her champions back to herself, with Skana as well. Selena silenced him with a finger as he turned his attention to her. She was already busy copying the changes down. Vex was enjoying his tour of Skullcrush with Afriel. Medusa was prepping for the war that was literally at their doorstep, as was Limer. Content that everyone was busy, Kurz set to fixing whatever was causing him to be unable to ascend, but Gronkai telepathed to him as he set to figuring it out.
And just like that, I no longer must summon mobs. I can go completely dormant. Kurz, you held up your end of the bargain.
Almost. Still need your mobs. My apologies if it still hurts.
Kurz said, forgetting the task at hand and instead pushing mana from his reserves into hers, a new and novel thing he found he could do. Previously, he was planning on redirecting mana using warp gates. This was so much easier. Being in arcology was like cheating. Kurz could feel her scream as her mana reserves vaulted through the digits. He felt bad, but they both knew it was necessary. She quickly went to work, all the while sobbing, summoning her mobs to keep her mana down. Out of the ground they marched, armed and armored toward Kur's gate. Rin Kariku at the lead with his siblings, all three carrying banners. Kurz was going to have his fighting force in the nick of time. Kurz in a blink moved his mind back to the cloud and intercepted the first of many artillery spells coming his way as he felt them pass the threshold of his domain. Without a proscription against him anymore, Kurz effortlessly dispelled them as they crossed. He looked out and took a measure of the fight to come. The Freeholder army was strong, with thousands of heroes, many of which were gold. He couldn't make out any platinum, though. Siege weapons rumbled on, dragged by all manner of draft animals. Ballistae, trebuchet, all garrisoned by full complements of heroes, ready to charge the missiles with destructive spells. Even obelisks, spell foci writ large, were among the complement of devices arrayed against his cloud. Still more, Kurz saw dungeon champions, all platinum as a flanking wing. Thinking about it, Kurz realized it made sense. If the city was fully behind this action, it would only follow that the dungeon below it would be in on it too. Kurz knew he at least would move the heavens and earth if Larathmin so much as hinted. He only counted a few dozen flying mounts, which made sense as that was a gold and above mount, but still it gave him pause. He did not have a good answer to that. Unless... "Skana?" Kurz asked, even as he began the preparations to move the Jade Army. Though as he started to, he felt Gronkai was already inside his network, picking it apart. True to his need and ask, she was rerouting it live, without a disruption to service, such that he would not need to be the one to think about who went where or how. "You see the flyers?"
"I do,"
the dragon said from within the throne room. Now that Larathmin was a capital city, she was among other things redecorating. Kurz could barely spare a glance, but she was taking what had been an administration building and making it a proper royal chamber, now that she had that building unlocked. Already there was a vast hall, though bare, upon which Skana paced, his eyes seeing with his new sight beyond sight now that he was an emperor. Clutched in his foreclaw was the scepter gifted by Marchog, miraculously resized for the dragon. Taking a breath, Skana activated his Voice of the People ability. Voice of the People. Telepathic connection to all subjects within a 9-chunk square centered on Skana.
"Citizens, this is your emperor. Freehold is advancing an army at us, and our wings are clipped. The cloud is unable to fly away. Your efforts for defense are not needed. Stay indoors and safe. This is a one-way transmission. Any replies will not be responded to." By quirk of Kur's space-time warps, every city was within range, and the dragon's voice was heard by all of his new subjects. "There. You are free to spellcast without fear as required if they land." "Oh, that was not what I had in mind." "Kurz. Hello, Ulrich. Please send over your mobs whenever possible. All friendlies are out of the firing zone." Ulrich.
"Ah, Kurz. It is good to hear your voice. I was afraid you may have died young. My champions and my wandering mobs are on their way."
"You have my thanks, but your champions will be held in reserve. I do not trust my enemy to show mercy to their kind." Kurz took another look and scoured his domain. Yet he still could not find whatever was holding his cloud from moving. No matter. He would just have to beat the Freeholder army on level ground. He almost laughed because they had no idea what he was about to do. The first of Gronkai's mobs crossed his portal threshold, and to his amazement, it took Kurz next to no effort to place them where they needed to go. Gronkai was a fast and diligent worker, Along all of Loraphimon's cannonade, small portals appeared, and the Jade Army marched out. Immediately, the sky turned green, and the sun took on that all-too-familiar hue as well. A late warning, the system not checking for Kerr's esoteric ability to move mobs across a continent instantaneously. As well-oiled machines, already used to large-bore firearms owing to Gronkai's previous enchantments, they loaded the shot, the wadding, and the charges of all the cannons on the defensive redoubt. While they took aim, some up at the flyers and some out at the amassed army, other Jade mobs marched in formation out from within Kerr's cloudy form, like ghosts amidst a fog. Their feet tread a mighty cadence that echoed across the forming battle line. Out of yet more temporary connections to his warp network, Kerr's opened gates up high from which poured the first of Ulrich's mobs, the very same he had used against the Dark Lord. Kerr's sat back and held Loraphimon's domain as Rinkarriku signaled the attack. Chapter 39. Kerr's held on to Loraphimon, as lovers are wont to do while watching a sunset, though in their case they were watching the fight outside between heroes and mobs. This was a first for both of them, and there was a kind of thrill to it. They had only the barest of moments to steal before their actions would be required, like taking a deep breath before a polar plunge. The heroes, while caught off guard, had quickly regrouped and changed their tactics to take on their unexpected foes. What was supposed to be a blitzkrieg had turned into a steady fight, where progress was measured in yards, not miles. Tanks up front, melee DPS on the flanks, ranged DPS and healing in the back. With practiced art, they fought and extinguished the life of the Jade mobs. It was very impressive, more so because they were not all tied to the same instructions like the Jade Army. They fought as one, even though they were not all partied together, showing the discipline that only long hours and days and weeks spent running dungeons could imbue.
Curse, they are pushing the army back. Do you plan to do anything about it, or are we to die as star-crossed lovers at the end of all of this?
Loraphimon asked coyly, knowing full well the answer. Kerr's was gold 0. He had upgrades to spend. He brought up the cornerstone menu, opting to make the big choice first. It was going to be an easy one. Gold cornerstone. Pick 2. Silver call-up. Choose a silver cornerstone. Prerequisites varies. Forged in iron. Choose 2 iron cornerstones. Prerequisites varies. The long road. Floor definition is removed. All rooms are now nominally increasing in difficulty, vis-a-vis more trap capacity and per-room authority limits. Rooms are reset now on a per-room basis and not per floor clear. Multiple teams of heroes may be in the dungeon structure at once. Prerequisites, none. Dark Lord, turned down at silver, how about at gold? Show the world what real power is while laughing at the gods. View full disclosure and consequences here. Prerequisites, all bonded entities must be in accordance. Broodmare, wandering bosses and mobs assert chunk control at an accelerated rate. Chunks under control garner experience passively. Extend the distance wandering bosses and mobs may go from home control. Prerequisites, Brood Dungeon. Reality is merely an illusion. Floors may now expand into the unreal. Effects TBD. Consequences TBD. At this time, no mechanical benefits. Prerequisites, Unreal Core, Altar built. The Family. Double the amount of champion cores upon level upgrade when chosen. This is applied to all future and past locked-in upgrades. Prerequisites, none. He did not spare it a glance, instead tunneling through the silver call-up option to find what he was looking for. Boss Rush ++. As a matter of course, he sent Selena a quick thought about what he was doing so she would not be surprised when the log she was desperately trying to copy started to scroll faster. As the knowledge and power settled on him like a vestment, Kerr's turned his attention to the Chimera lab, Loraphimon in tow. "Care to dance?" he asked her.
Would I ever? May I take the lead?
She responded warmly. Not waiting for his reply, she dug into their body, buoyed by being in arcology, and used Kerr's own abilities as her own. Her mind guided his like a couple dancing a tango. Where previously they worked together as guide and actor, now that line was blurred. Both were in control and following at the same time, taking turns being the one taking charge. In the middle, Lorathaman pulled from Kerr's list of mobs. Like tracing her fingers down Kerr's spine, she dotted along his options until she found what she was looking for. A bear? Of all the mobs, you want a bear? What is this, exposure therapy? Kerr's accused jocularly, even as she brought it up on the central meridian. A simple black bear, not even a silver mob, was going to require effort to garner a gold raid boss.
No, it's just that your best work is when you are challenged, and it was the only lowly mob that seemed up to the task, unless you have a problem with that.
Kinda on a clock here. Literally. The fight's going on now, and we're slowly losing. If I take too long...
Then work fast. Oh, and don't let me distract you. Much.
Kerr's sighed, resigned to her playfulness, before smiling, his mind already working on the problem. He then proceeded to replicate the black bear and affixed a spirit mana core to both. Too bad, dear. Don't care how much you missed me. We are doing a vertical tango. Business before pleasure. You will design your spirit bear for night, and I will design the morning one. They'll swap at dusk and dawn.
You're no fun.
I believe your words were, then work fast. Oh, and don't let me distract you much, Kerr's replied with a laugh. He felt Lorathaman's attention begrudgingly slide from him to her bear, and the race was on. He wanted to play up the dichotomy of day versus night, so the first thing he did was take his bear and bleach it. A true albino, it lacked all pigment. True to a tango, Kerr saw Lorathaman make hers melanistic, and it made him happy. They were on the same wavelength, both taking turns leading and following like partners in a dance that they were discovering together. She made hers gaunt and haggard, so Kerr's fattened his up like a bear readying for hibernation. She made her bear's eyes red and angry like a dust-obscured sun. That was a problem, because his bear, tentatively named Kermode, had red eyes. Fixing it by changing the color would have been too easy, so Kerr's looked to a different method. He used a second spirit mana core, knowing the haint blue cast would change the eyes to that haunting color. Looking over at Lorathaman's, he saw that it was looking more ferocious. That made sense. It was to be the night bear, and the night was the domain of adventurers who tempted death. Hers was undoubtedly going to be powerful and mean. His needed to stand against that. Merciful. To that end, Kerr's added his signature warp gate spell, but tweaked it so it would teleport Kermode upon being hit by an attack, similar to Selena's legendary item. Also, with only a thought, Kerr's reached out to his waiting gold spell words and plucked the spell word summon, something that he had seen Marwan use to great effect. Now, Kermode would, upon taking damage, teleport away and leave behind a host of chunk-aligned mobs of sufficient threat. But Kerr's was not satisfied. He saw that Lorathaman had continued with the glow-up, and her bear looked almost alien, its legs and hair too long and its skin flaking away, revealing black, rotten muscles like a macabre, tortured écorché. Its claws were large but broken and jagged with black blood damping them. It screamed malevolence. Hers was going to be the muscle of the two, the true boss that only came out after the kids had gone to bed and their parents had promised that it was nowhere near.
Kashituashku, Curse. He will be named Kashituashku. He will be more powerful and drop better loot if yours is killed. Now, about that dance.
Lorathaman whispered in his ear, her presence all too close again. Close. Almost got me. Mine won't be killed. How about you make Kashituashku so it is more powerful based on the amount of mob deaths? I just beat summon into mine. Kerr's responded, almost letting her pull him away from his task with her seduction. Kerr's also, as a call-out to Vex, made Kermode small. At least, small for a raid boss, standing only 6 feet at the shoulder. Coupled with the healing aura it was going to have, it would make defeating any mobs left behind by the errant or purposeful strike all that much harder. Larathamen's creation, by contrast, was at least 20 feet already, and likely to grow as she decided to add more power to it. Sure enough, Kurz watched as Kachituashku continued to grow. With the bigger size came bigger claws and bigger teeth. Also, a shadow seemed to race over its hide. Teasing, Kurz stopped tweaking Kermode for a bit and grabbed Larathamen's domain with his own, all-encompassing like an affirming hug. He laughed as she froze for a moment, waiting, wanting him to do more, only to throw him off when she realized he was playing unfairly. Kurz's Kermode was starting to look too weak. Keeping with the idea that Kermode would run from a confrontation and let the summons fight for it, Kurz added a quirk. Any being, mob, or otherwise that was not aggroed against it would not only receive healing, but a mark as well. That mark would, upon night, be called in as a debt. Not as a removal of their healing, as Kurz was not evil, but as a type of hard mode. Ghostly versions of the life that Kermode supported would claw into existence as twisted mockeries, bent to Kachituashku's will. Whatever Kurz's boss did, Larathamen's would undo, with prejudice. Hers was shaping up to be anger and violence writ large, ergo Kurz was sadness and healing. Kurz therefore etched a spell into the path for the second spirit mana, Healing Area. Wherever his day bear, his Kermode went, would be left more vibrant with life, a teeming oasis of vitality. Then he took a moment to make a spell, summon Strengthened Death Recall, and applied it to a mimic invigorated with death and spirit mana.
New gold mob unlocked. Dusk-born Revenant.
Kurz again snuck up on Larathaman, but she was ready this time. As Kurz handed her the mob to use, she took hold of that connection.
Nuh-uh, Kurz. These arcology connections can be two-way. Give and take.
She breathed.
And I shall take, and take, and take until you can't give any more.
But the war? Kurz pleaded weakly as she firmed her lovely grip.
Wasn't asking. You gave enough mana to Gronkai to keep her summons running a bit longer. I intend to use the whole window. Now shut up and enjoy, 'cause I will.
The battlefront drew closer to the cloud's boundaries. The air had grown hazy with the cloud detaching as fog, a literal fog of war. Gronkai's and Ulrich's mobs kept a nice clip of mobs blipping into existence, but they could only survive the concentrated attention of an army for a scant few seconds. The arrayed army of freeholders and mercenaries was strong, well-equipped, and most of all, fighting a familiar battle. They were all battle-born and battle-bred veterans of killing mobs. All three of the Rebuke were timing out, having been killed. Skittermaw had left a gaping hole in the battle, but no heroes had fallen to the deadly vapor left upon detonation. Victory was a nectar, teasing the tongue of the freeholders, when an off-harmonic roar ripped across the whole of the battlefield, two voices overlaid, one high and sweet, and the other low and rumbling. Kurz was almost sad that he would not have his new quest-giver NPC out for this, but the NPC was set to summon in the dawn for whatever chunk the raid boss was in. Almost sad. Kermode galloped out, her white fur hiding her well in the haze. She barreled through a patrol of silver heroes engaging with a freshly spawned squad of mobs, scattering them all like pins. Her wide aura went to work immediately. The trodden field of battle snapped up right, the plant stems mending and greening like monsoon season was there, flowering and strengthening. Dormant critters waiting for the signal popped out, chittering and buzzing gaily. To the woe of the attacking heroes, the jade mobs strengthened too. Their wounds before their very eyes closed and sealed, erased from time. Muscles bulged with corded strength, chests heaved as the mass built upon itself. Even as the battlefield status changed and the knowledge swept across the armed forces, the other threat made itself known. Kachituashku stalked out, wrapped in gloom like a cobweb. He had grown with the addition of a titanic core to over 80 feet at the shoulder, making a stark contrast with the smaller, fluffy white other option. The haze did not so much as hide him as make him appear more odious, the mantle of fog obscuring details and allowing the imagination to form its own terrifying conclusions. He yawned, his jaw drooping weakly on saggy sinew, and a sound like a momentous death rattle echoed out. The very ground seemed to answer, as the mobs from Jade Army, writ, black, and decrepit, pulled themselves out of the ground. And, in an entirely unfair twist, Kermode's healing went to work on them too, reinforcing their undead muscles with taut strength. It's funny. Not even a year ago I feared 25 silvers. Now I'm taking on an entire army of heroes, even with those platinum champions with it, Kurz said to Lorathaman, satisfied.
Still, you know you can't win, right?
I mean, I can. I'm fairly certain I can win. I know, as much as I see all that tasty experience served as if on a silver platter, you don't want me to bite, so I won't.
Won't bite?
Lorathaman asked, confusion in her voice.
Aren't you going to take the merciful cornerstone?
That gave Kurz pause, as he did not even have merciful as an option. Obviously, she'd had a conversation with Gustav about options moving forward. Come again? What do I need to accomplish to unlock it? I don't have merciful available.
No, that's not right. You are supposed to have it available. You prevented adventurer deaths by active choice. The heuristic to pick that up has been active for many patches now. Gustav and I have been looking forward to it since before I became a city. I was going to take it. It allows you to use trap capacity to create capabilities to prevent death automatically. It's one of the ways to keep gold heroes coming, as they are super risk-adverse. He drilled it into my head as one of the better paths forward in gold.
Frowning inwardly, Kurz turned towards Selena, who was working out a cramp in her writing hand. Selena, you know anything about merciful? A gold cornerstone?
No, not trained on just about any of this. With my stint in the Slammer, I'm well behind the curve on being able to assist you,
she said, all the while rubbing her hand. Kurz threw a healing at her to ease the cramp. Lorathaman says I'm supposed to have it. Is there a way to see all the options? I have a hunch that Theral turned it off.
Oh, that I can do. Throw your console my way,
she said with sudden enthusiasm, the monotony of copying his facet banished for the moment.
I just need to add a few flags to force the system to show unachieved, forbidden, experimental, and the like, as well as filter out anything not merciful. And voila. Oh, you're right. Looks like it's disabled locally. Kinda ass.
Kinda ass? More like full-blown ass. That was Lorathaman's whole plan. Now how am I to defeat an army without murking people? Can you override the disable?
Considering you were on the shit list, not a chance. Any change I do has to be approved, and there is no way Theral would do that if he is specifically trying to prevent heroes getting strong. Doubly so because you are, well, you. He would probably laugh while rejecting my request,
Selena said while hovering in front of Kurz, a look of disgust on her face.
But, to answer the other question, you just have to be creative. The arcology state you are in has some crazy consequences, and I'm nowhere near understanding all of them. I suggest you utilize all of your commune. Work with Gronkai for the instruction set, Skana to talk to the enemies, see if he can get them to back down. I mean, you could take Inventor and use the enhanced traps or something to provide healing triggers on low health or predicted lethal damage.
She stopped talking, cocking her head. Her wings slowed, and she landed wordlessly. She turned and looked off into the distance, pushing her hair behind her ear, lost in thought. You all right?
I've got it!
She suddenly burst out, leaping towards Kurz, her wings going from 0 to full buzz in a blink. Got what? Kurz asked as Selena stabilized herself on his core and began to tap away.
How to find the Overslime! It's a patron now, right? We can use the information on what qualifies a dungeon to patronize it and use that as the search criteria.
Forged in iron. Pick 2. Inventor. Improved traps. Trap complexity unbound from tier. Trap placement cost reduced by 10%. View details. Prerequisites, none. Dual dungeon. Gain a second patron entity and all of its perks, mobs, and structures included. View details. Prerequisites, view list of available patrons. Swarm mastery. Improved mobs. Increase authority by 20%. Unlock chance of mobs spawning with a random enhancement. View details. Prerequisites, none.
Know how we've never looked at other patrons for you because of headaches and all that jazz?
She asked rhetorically.
And then we choose dual dungeon and do all that, scroll through the now expansive list because some core has domain nearly everywhere and qualifies for every patron. Voila!
Overslime. This patron is an esoteric force to be reckoned with. Outfit your dungeon with alien designs, motifs, and mobs that are out of this world. Prerequisites. Elevation of greater than 10,000 feet. No other dungeons within 100 nautical miles. 500-mile exclusive zone for dungeons that already patronize the Overslime. Current dungeons with this patron, 1.
That narrows it down.
Selena exclaimed with a whoop. Chapter 40. The fight raged on with little regard for the way of things. The Jade Army could absorb all the casualties in the world without a tear shed and without an orphan or widow made. It could grind until it was but pulp, and even then, the pulp would pick up a sword and wade back into the fight. And that made its menace all the worse. It could fight on. Morale was of no concern. There was no fear of dying. A soldier did not go into shock and die quietly, no. They fought until their enemy rendered them unable to fight and left them as a conflagration. Wounds only slowed them down as they threw their bodies at the freeholders' combined arms. That was before Kurz had released his Kermode. Now, wounds were not enough. A cut would heal almost as fast as it was sliced in her presence, and she was nigh everywhere as even the smallest tap on her health bar made her teleport to a different part of the line. That left only killing blows as the tactic to deal with the army. But even death was not enough, for Katshituashku brought back the dead. A Jade mob had to be killed not once, but twice, with the second coming worse in every way. The freeholders were now in a fraught fight, but one still in their favor. For the moment. It was a tenuous state where the numbers and resources of the freeholders were able to hold against the Jade Army and the bosses, but their gains had ground to a near halt. The heroes were not fighting the bosses, for good reason. It was not a thing for a raid boss to be outside, wandering, and here there were 2. Lucky for them, Freehold was assisting the army and had dispatched its platinum champions. They were corralling Katshituashku away from the front, as that raid boss was aggressive, to put it lightly, whereas Kermode was content to flee. Katshituashku was an even fight with the champions. It was hard to tell, as at that power level it was sure to be an ordeal, and an advantage would take a while to build. Kurz was watching and was pleased with the state. The stalemate was in his favor. His mana would never be depleted. It was not a possibility anymore. And while vast, the arsenal of daily spells, consumables, and tricks the heroes possessed had a limit. This meant he wouldn't lose. The problem was he didn't want to win. Yet. Not until he found a way to win that would make Larafamin happy. Also, there was that pesky cockroach Chancellor Maximilian, the presumed head of the Shadow Guild that Kurz had come to stomp and knew would hide if he sensed his army was losing. Not seeing an immediate solution, he reached out to the other cores who made up the arcology. Have a problem. Need to figure out how to solve it. Larafamin here wants to defend without killing the amassed heroes against us, and I'm in agreement. Skana, think you can talk them down? Maybe your presence would convince them to halt. Gronkai, can you neuter your mobs? Kurz asked everyone.
That would have been nice to know before I sent you my mobs, Kurz. Short answer is no.
Gronkai affirmed.
Long answer is I could stop summoning them and realign their instincts, but the gap would be the death of you. They are essentially in your border region already.
I have a similar problem,
Skana said.
Nothing in my cache of abilities is adapted to disarming, not in the traditional sense of arms being weaponry. If arms are appendages, then I am more than capable. I am afraid to say lending my hand would lead to many deaths. I am prepared as needed in case something in the battle turns for the worse, but otherwise I endeavor to act as an emperor and stay out of it.
Larathmin did not bother responding. She had no army of her own. Kurz chewed over the problem a while before a new possibility occurred to him. He still had a cornerstone, spell words, mobs, a room, and more, all waiting for him to apply them to his advantage. The more was what he focused on. There, he had legendary items, one for each legendary achievement. Kurz turned his attention to the battlefield again. Intelligently, the heroes were cycling the front line, keeping the tanks fresh. Even the occasional lethal blow was turned by the abundance of caution that came with gold, with Death Ward, Second Wind, and other such death-defying abilities in heavy use. They had to. The Jade mobs had become too strong, their instincts well honed to kill those that stood against them. They needed a proper commander. Rinkarriku and the other emissaries of the Jade Army could only do so much. They could not issue new orders to make them merciful. What he needed was the ability to issue those orders. For someone to issue those orders. The idea coalesced in his mind. A crown of command. Something that would form rules of engagement, force tactical maneuvers outside the mob's natural inclination. Instead of trying to write the functionality like a spell, Kurz played it by ear, like he was a composer searching for the right melody over forcing the issue. In his mind's eye and in his core room, the crown started to form. It started as a simple gold circlet pulled from his pre-made objects. The gold was quickly replaced with aerosteel by matter of course. Embellishments and filigree erupted out like leaves on a tree, taking the ordinary and making it lavish. 8 tines grew out of the circlet, fully forming a true celestial crown. Polished malachite, jadeite, and emeralds, stones that Kurz was happy to finally have, courtesy of Larathmin, adorned the spikes. Selena, still in his core room, paused her work and whistled in appreciation.
Looks sharp. What does it do?
Nothing yet, only just beginning. I need something that'll allow the Jade Army to be controlled and redirected after they've been spawned. Selena grabbed the image and turned it around, rotating it to look at the crown from other angles.
Spiffy. And controls how? Like, gives orders? Or is this some eye-in-the-sky style where it damn near controls their actions?
Run that second option by me again. Weren't you the one telling me that controlling mobs' every action is impossible?
You're making a legendary artifact, one of a kind. The rules more or less go out the window. If your crown gives a bird's-eye view of the action, an attentive and intelligent tactician would be devastating, or in your case, merciful.
Okay, let's do it. Now, how?
I tried to understand the methods behind legendary items and wonders and the like at one point in my curiosity. Incomprehensible. Don't think, just do, and let the system do it for you. Anything else, and you will be left with something subpar.
Selena admonished. Trusting her, Kurz let his vague intent guide whatever the system was going to do. With a shower of bright, twinkling sparks, Kurz brought the crown to semi-existence in his core room. It hovered, idly processing as a ghostly image. His task was not quite done. He needed to name the crown. Just need a name and a wielder.
Tactician's crown? Jade fire? Crown of conquest? I don't know. That's all I got off the top of my head. As for wielder, Skana, right? This isn't the kind of power you want to give to a rando.
Crown of conquest it is. And I was thinking you? Your idea, after all. Kurz said as the crown came to life, clattering to the ground below Selena. It, sensing she was near, had already resized for her diminutive head.
Oh, no, not happening. I am not cut out for that. Give it to Skana. He's emperor now. Give him control of his own army. Hey, Skana, I know you can hear me now. Kurz has a gift for you.
Selena shouted to the ether.
I decline,
He answered back.
I am emperor by formality and possess no experience with regards to warfare. While by title I am the rightful wielder, I have a better use in mind. I shall forward it to Prince Harkon. He has been inquiring politely about what he is allowed to do, and is unhappy at being kept from action in this circumstance. Kurz, you should teleport your new trinket to him.
Okay, that is a good idea. If you can convince him not to use it to usurp the throne. If I were him, I'd about face those mobs and take over.
Selena cautioned. Kurz did not heed her warning. He stole the man directly into his core room. Harkon came, chair and all. He was seated in a nice wooden lacquered desk chair, reclined ungainly, and was busy on the chat mirror. Kurz knew he was busy in a conversation with the capital city Delmar, who was less than thrilled that the sacred secret was out. The word scandalized was being thrown about. Harkon, seemingly unperturbed, put the mirror back in his inventory and stood up to address the core in front of him. I assume this summons is urgent, or you would not have nabbed me in such a manner. What's the situation? However, it was Skana who spoke up, precluding Kurz's need for a spell.
You have gotten your wish. We have a need for your skill in this battle.
Glad you finally see reason, Emperor Skana. This shall be the beginning of a fruitful relationship. As I've been saying, I can muster an army in a matter of hours. Where is Xena? I assume she also wants to ensure good relations with your nascent empire?
She is busy with your brother. She is aggressively making him apologize, though he seems to enjoy it. Humans are weird,
Skana said in their minds, without a hint of guile. Selena burst out laughing.
That'll be saying pineapples by the end of this. And no, Harkon, you ain't going to battle, nor do we need your army. We need you to command ours. Command his army. Kurz, whose army is it anyway?
Finally, Kurz cast his telepathy spell. For simplicity's sake, it is the Empire's. That crown will give you control of the army. Please, take it. Kurz waited anxiously as Harkon walked over. He had never been able to just give something. It always had to be a drop from a reward or some other end run around the restrictions on him. Harkon picked it up as if it were not anything momentous. For him, it wasn't. For Kurz, it was the world. He could do it. If required, he could generate whatever the people needed, and give it to them without making them fight for it. Being in arcology was nice. Harkon gave the crown a glance, verifying it wasn't a cursed item out of habit, before placing it on his head. Immediately, out of the central gem over his forehead, projected a hologram of the battlefield. The ethereal light glimmered and glitched for a moment as Harkon, by instinct, switched through different battlefield views, zooming and highlighting different battlefield units. Using hand gestures as one would cast figures on a battle map, Harkon started to experiment. He selected one platoon and reached out for them. They highlighted with a yellow outline, their stats showing up as scrolling data on the left-hand side of the hologram. Well, is this not a welcome tool? Harkon murmured to himself as he selected another squad by pointing at them with his hand. He quickly got into the swing of things after that. He gave the mobs the command to pull back, to be defensive. Out on the battlefield, the change in behavior was immediate. The Jade mobs acted immediately as a defending force versus an invading force, disregarding their latent instincts. He then moved them back to the offensive with a quick gesture, selecting the whole of the army and then choosing attack out of the options given to him, using his eyes to choose by simply looking at the hovering holographic text. Grinning almost maniacally to himself, Harkon's actions per minute accelerated towards the hundreds with his fingers flicking away and his eyes tracking the movements, even though he had not changed much yet. Back on the ground, the Freeholders' tanks' taunts started failing, the Jade mobs peeling back and holding defensive positions while their mage complement sent fire amongst the ranks. Concentrated and attacking as one versus split, it forced the Freeholders to back off and regroup lest they go down in the conflagration. "Getting the hang of this. Will I be able to control your pet boss mobs as well?" Harkon asked, never taking his eyes off the projected image, even if they had begun to water a little. "No, Geist is already on that. I ask that you keep the body count to a minimum," Kurz said. "Odd words to hear from a dungeon. Humor me. Why? This is a war for your survival. When at war, soldiers die. My partner does not accept that necessity, and since these mobs are replaceable, their tactics can be less than optimal. Do not worry about running out of them either." "Interesting. I imagine my life is only going to get weirder from here on out," Harkon said, trailing off as he renewed his actions, but with a twist. His actions per minute took a hit as he played around with the nested commands, but quickly he found what he was looking for and started issuing commands left and right. You have no idea. The Jade Army responded with vigor. They would attack recklessly. However, their violence was muted, replaced by a proclivity for grappling and disarming. A tank would pull aggro, only to be hit with suppressive fire, literally, as striker mobs would come in, trip, grapple, and disarm the target as a coordinated hit squad. Arms and armor stolen this way would be passed back like a bucket brigade. The heroes, to their credit, tried to adjust to the new tactic, but as soon as they lowered their defense to take advantage of the opportunities given by the mob's underhanded maneuvers, the Jade Army would switch back to traditional violence and light them up. Harkon was so focused on his task that he did not respond to Selena flying over to his shoulder to watch. Chapter 41. Kurz moved to his newest satellite dungeon, Skull Crush Mountain, where Vex and Afriel were busy setting it right and killing every wild mob that remained. They were overlooking a large room that was now his when he arrived. Kurz could immediately tell it was a boss room, where the main battle was in the center of the room on top of the pentagram engraved in the ground. The alcoves, like the one they were in, housed imps to hound the heroes as distractions and auxiliary firepower for whatever boss had lived in the chamber. There was no sign of it left. "Vex, I have a task that you're going to love. Remember steering the thruster? How does another version of that sound?"
Terrible. Not doing it.
Vex said petulantly as he killed a simple imp, splattering the ochre demon against the wall with a body check. Afriel, clothed in simple vestments, proceeded to torch everything with normal fire. Kurz surmised that, along with her new wardrobe, she was swearing off hellfire. Excuse me? You love flying."
Yep, but I want to welcome a sister, and you haven't done that, so nope.
"If I take her on as a champion right now, will you then go flying?"
Maybe.
"Also looking for an apology for being slow at making her a champion, are we?"
Maybe.
"And I don't get a pass, even though I was lost in my own head?" Kurz waited for an answer, and when one was not forthcoming, he loudly and melodramatically sighed. "Oh, fine. I'm sorry for not prioritizing this dungeon. It means something to you and her. I also apologize for not taking her in earlier. Now, if you would please take her to the relay core and have her touch it, I already said I would, you know. Just busy with a war and all that, and don't bedraggle her like you did Selena."
Yes! Best day ever! Again!
Vex said as he killed the last imp, transitioning to tugging on Afriel's leg in one smooth motion.
Come on! Walk faster! Gotta get adopted now! Wow-wee! Get to have big sister, not just a big little sister. Will you also shoot me with arrows? Or will you use fire?
Kurz stopped himself from making a portal and shortcutting the walk, opting to use the time to make the next 2 and last legendary items he needed. Vex led the slightly anxious Afriel back to where she had smashed the core bud. Now that Kurz had taken it over, that was where the automation relay core lay. Unlike a normal core, it was jet black and opaque. The core room had also been stripped of all its ostentatious features and was now a bare cube.
That boss says you just need to touch it. He has no champions for this dungeon, so you can just take the slot for iron. Touch it! Touch it! Touch it!
Vex cajoled, pushing against the angel's leg. Afriel rolled her eyes, laying her hand on the cool stone.
Don't make me regret embracing this life.
Kurz felt the lightning hit of the connection. It took no time to mature strong enough, as it was a simple request. The Iron 5 option for a beast core for the satellite dungeon, sitting untaken but ready, would be spent. Locked in, but without the resultant core. Instead, that core would be bequeathed to Afriel, if Kurz accepted. There was no reason for him not to, ergo, he did. "Welcome," Kurz said as soon as everything finished tying her into his consciousness.
Uncommon achievement. Found family. Achievement qualification. Taken a beast or Ronin as a champion. Achievement reward. 300 XP.
The reward was nothing special, but it did not matter. For as soon as it dinged over, Vex went ballistic, his joy so infectious that even Afriel giggled.
More games! Limer for hide and seek, Medusa for dodgeball, and now Afriel for everything else.
"We're a little busy right now, Vex. She has a whole satellite dungeon to outfit," Kurz said, trying ineffectually to calm the bouncing slime down.
Wait. You are going to give me control?
Not control, but you will have the primary design say. Unless you want to give that up. Demonic is not my thing. I think your dungeon would be best suited to your touch, though. You lay out a plan and I'll lock it in. I just need Vex for a mission now.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Now, Vex, are you willing to go on this mission of mine? It's really simple. I just need you to race around the entirety of the planet. As fast as you can. Vex's voice was oddly hushed, as if he was tamping down on an immense and barely contained excitement.
As fast as I can?
As fast as you can, Kurz affirmed. I need you to fly through every cloud, more or less, and see if you can run into any of them. You're looking for another flying dungeon, Kurz explained. Vex began to quiver and tried to speak up, but Kurz kept going. This flying dungeon is where Slime is jailed. You find them, and then we can rescue your friend. Vex took off. Kurz barely got a portal out in time to redirect him back. Vex, you need my artifact first. Say hello to the Scram Pack. Knowing that Vex was not going to wait, Kurz transferred the artifact to Vex's inventory as a matter of course, even though he knew it wouldn't work. Unlike the thruster Kurz had been using previously, this was small, doubly so when it resized to fit Vex. It was a long, thin tube with a flat wedge shape protruding out the front. Inside the tube was a spike-shaped tongue, centered and sharply pulled. All black, it looked simple enough, but Kurz knew it was anything but. Vex immediately equipped it, readied himself up, and jumped. He harumphed as he fell back down, landing with a soft, wet squelch.
Oh, you said I would be the fastest! Falling splat isn't fast!
You did not wait for the instructions. That thing won't work unless you're already going fast. And no, fast isn't running fast. Fast is like falling from orbit fast. Vex froze for the first time in his life.
Really?
Yep.
Like, you promise I can? Really?
Yes. I learned from my prior orbital bombardment. Whoever wears that will be protected. This is the one time you have my blessing to jump off Skana's landing. Go. Have fun. Vex was already gone. The only indicator that he had ever been there was the small cloud of dust he left in his wake as he took off. He veritably skipped through Skullcrush, sailing through with his tiny self, only touching the ground for the briefest of moments. He shot like a bat out of hell through the gaping maw of the entrance into Kerr's portal. Gronkai had already had her way, and it synced perfectly, sending Vex to Skanas with a tiny debit of Kerr's mana. Kurz turned to Afriel, who was gawking. As I said, welcome, you'll get used to it. But for your dungeon, however you set it up, I'll lock in what you need. I assume you know how to use the crafting menus? After a moment, the fallen angel shook her head in disbelief.
Yes, I can do it. At the very least, I can choose the cornerstones and upgrades, mobs and the like. What is going on out there? You've changed since we last talked, Curse.
Out there? Yeah. Politics, war, the normal state of things at this point, I feel like. But don't worry about it. I have it under control. By the way, I like your idea of acting as an easy mode. Should help cut down on deaths where the extra foolish and headstrong will be the usual.
Good to know, but that is the only part of what I am talking about. You've changed. Letting me make the dungeon, now talking about killing less people. I was there during the war. I was killed by Medusa, a product of your psyche. How did you go from someone more than willing to kill and kill and kill to this?
Well, turns out having a partner who's a city gives you a new perspective on things. She doesn't want potential citizens to die needlessly, so I'm doing my best to support her and her growth. And same goes for business partners, for lack of a better word. And hells, I'm even bonded to heroes. Put it all together, and killing like I have been feels a little distasteful. Also, frankly, I'm gold. I don't need to rush things like that. I can take it slow. Afriel thought about it for a moment.
You think the Dark Lord is a honeypot trap for dungeons then, don't you?
Now that you say that, gold dungeons won't have the hate in them with the years they would have mellowed out. And silver really isn't powerful enough to launch a campaign to conquer the world. I can see that, Kurz said. Then he sensed that Vex had reached the jump-off point, so he let the conversation die. There, at the platform at the top of the stairs, the little slime had stopped to stare at the ground hundreds of miles below. For a moment, Kurz surmised he was lost in thought before he realized that it was Vex, and the true reason was a great deal simpler. He was waiting for his quick-time ability to time in again. It did, and then with all his might, Vex threw himself at the planet. Even though he was in space, Kurz could swear he heard the little guy screaming his heart out in excitement. He watched as Vex shrank and accelerated from the gravity. He was barely a blip, a dot of a dot from the distance between them when he hit the activation speed for the scram pack. A blinding light, bright enough to leave after images and hurt the eye when stared at, lit up like a nova star. Vex was off. The slime was going so fast, though somehow fast didn't quite do it justice, that when he hit the first cloud he tore clean through it, the wake behind him rendering it as an ever-expanding ring. A contrail followed the light that was Vex, pulled along by the pressure drop behind him. Kurz realized he had erred. When he wished that the next legendary was to be the fastest, he should not have aimed so high, because he had hit it, and then some. He now had doubt. His fourth legendary, the Severing Knife, was in the hands of the Rough Riders. He had to hope it would only perform its job sufficiently and not excessively, or there may be problems. Interlude 13. Suicide Mission. They had been dropped behind enemy lines. The Rough Riders, Medusa and her angels, and Limer all. An airburst shot from a cannon, carrying a tiny bit of Kerr's domain in it so they could all be warped to it, over the city limits. Then, a simple application of improved invisibility and featherfall, and the spies were all set. They fell unseen into the city of Freehold, acting as invaders under invisibility. they had a chance that the city would not automatically detect them. With the city and dungeon having aligned themselves with the freeholders, evident by the champions fighting Kerr's bosses, it was a dangerous gambit. But the city was only gold, so there was a good chance that Limer's magic, with him also being gold, would protect them. Their mission? Find Maximilian and deliver him to Kerr's. Not kill him, as that was almost assuredly beyond their capability, but find a way to get him to where Kerr's could do it.
No biggie, right? Just take down a single man, right? Not like he isn't the most powerful physically, socially, economically, religiously, and criminally.
Sunvi telepathed to everyone as they slinked along rooftops, all wearing silenced boots and shoes. They were far from Kerr's, so their telepathic bond was through Limer, who had emplaced a new one that would last the mission. As long as they didn't breach the dungeon boundary proper, they would all be able to communicate if they got separated.
Well, when you put it like that, you sure make it sound like we signed up for something 5 levels above our pay grade,
Kieran replied. He was the slowest and the most unsure on his feet on the clay roofing tiles.
Now is not the time for prattle. We need to split up to find this human.
Medusa cut in briskly.
You Rough Riders shall go to the main Adventurers Guild Hall. See if you can verify his whereabouts there. Limer, myself, and the Angels shall seek out the other guild in the shadows.
I thought we hashed out that we would be 3 groups,
Trent questioned.
Limer finds the Shadow Guild, as he's a spy. Medusa and the Angels hang back and wait for the assault order, and we go in and find the Chancellor.
He was making good use of his echo, teleporting about with it to keep an extended eye on the ground, watching for a martial response to their presence.
So far so good. I don't see any action below.
Did not say otherwise. We will just be tailing Limer,
Medusa said dismissively. They had reached the second wall, the defensive embankment that the city had outgrown over a century ago. It was the demarcation between the haves and have-nots. Nobody without a reason to be there could get through. No public loitering, no inns or other temporary stays. Even guild business was kicked out after hours without special permission. Right now, its storied defensive line was flush with nobility, treating the battle at the front as some spectacle detached from reality. Some vendors were hawking finger food to the masses, trundling along with ovens on carts.
That is definitely not a place for me. I will happily stick to the shadows. I believe this is the time we split up,
Limer said wryly. He was wearing a short woman's body as a disguise, one well suited for slinking about unnoticed. Nobody disagreed, so they did just that, with the Rough Riders jumping to the ground so they could drop their invisibility and cross as normal heroes might on their way to the guild hall. As Sunvi had said, the best disguise was the truth.
We were just let in,
V said as the Rough Riders walked the main thoroughfare toward the resplendent guild hall. Unharried, except for a few glances, they walked as casually as they could, trying not to be furtive.
Well, yes.
Mel said as they walked, subconsciously tracing the mask that was her face.
You showed up in a chainmail bikini, and since you like to flounce about, you gave them all they could ask for. The poor men couldn't think straight. You could have been smuggling in darn near anything, and they would have said, yes, please, go ahead, to stay on your good side.
I was just being friendly. Figured it couldn't hurt to be nice. Would you have rather I iced them? Like, seriously, they'd need more cold here. This city is hot.
V countered, adjusting a strap.
Can't believe I'm the one trying to keep us on task. Oh, the old man's rubbing off on me,
Trent groused.
But we really need to be focused on what is ahead. I haven't been to this guild hall, so I won't know the layout. Mel, you've been, right?
Yeah?
I don't expect we'll be allowed into an audience with the Chancellor unless we have either a good reason or personal connections, and, well, we have none. On the contrary,
Kieran interrupted.
We do have one of those, a good reason. We were there during the battle against the Dark Lord, and we have intelligence that could be used against Cloudgate.
What?
We aren't going to betray you. Of course not, which is why you're going to stay silent. You're too much of a straight shooter. Mel and Sanvi will do the talking. They can lie as easily as they breathe, which is a compliment. We're gonna go in, and they're gonna get us to him. If he is there. I mean, I hope he is, because otherwise that means Limer and Medusa will find him, and Mel has the knife, Kieran said, nodding at his elven compatriot. She nodded, but otherwise did not manifest it out of her inventory, lest the legendary item draw unwanted attention. Could not risk what might happen. They walked as a party of 5 up the overly wide marble steps, not pausing to gawk at the ornate hall. Only once they had entered the hall proper did they pause for a moment. It was abuzz with activity inside. The status of the heroes out front was being relayed to the orderlies through some magical means. A large board was hung, upon which were a multitude of green cards. Each card carried the pertinent information of whom it was tied: level, health, mana, status effects. Some were red, indicating they were out of the battle. Some were even gray, a more permanent fate. Trent gulped and paled, knowing they were party to that, to those deaths. But even as he hesitated, Mel walked right up to one of the guild officials and grabbed them by their lapels.
Listen, that war out there, we know how to end it right now. We know how that city summoned a citadel sortie so soon after it had procced, and how it is being leveraged against Freehold. We need an audience with the Chancellor. Now,
she demanded. The official fought out of her hands and adjusted their shirt. God, good for you. And you are?
Heroes from Bancroft, that very city. We... Trent Euling? What are you doing all the way out here? Is Roland with you?
Said a nearby elf, clad in mystical-looking vestments. It was Nerithian, the gold mage that had been Roland's teacher. She looked just as she had back in Nylung, but her eyes were hiding pain, reignited at the sight of people from her old life. Oh, hey, good to see you, Neri. Did not think we'd meet again after you moved away, Trent said sheepishly as she walked over and embraced him like family.
And, no, Roland is back on Bancroft, fully retired, again.
It's good to hear that at least someone made it out of this life alive. Don't worry, Mason. They are with me,
she said, waving off the orderly, who was more than happy to get away from Mel's abrasive approach.
So, what brings you out here? It wasn't me.
Yeah, about that. Mel said it better, but, we know how to stop that fight before all the freeholders get killed, and, we need to see the Chancellor, as he's the only one who can call off the fight.
Trent, I know you may be scared from the battle at Nilehung with the Jade Army. Hells knows I am. But it can't conceivably go that way. The Freeholder army is the best in the world. A fresh sortie is rare, but has happened. The only thing of concern is that we did not know Bancroft was being trailed by the army. Had we known, we would have marched to save it earlier. The forced march all the way here means the mobs are weak and are on the ends of their stores. It will peter out very soon. Frankly, I am a little glad that army is still up. It is bolstering my argument that the Jade Keep needs to be shattered. It has gotten much too strong as is. Blasted thing should have been shattered a decade ago. Doubly so with this new aberrant behavior,
she said with a sniff, her eyes watering a bit at whatever memories were dancing in her head. No, you don't understand, Neri. It's stronger. These mobs haven't marched the leagues required to get here, and it's not going to attack Bancroft. It is defending it.
You are making no sense, Trent.
Kieran coughed into his hand to interrupt. Crude, but effective. Trent, if you don't mind, I can explain better, he said, before turning to Nerithian, who was regarding him quizzically. I'm Kieran, healer. Kept all these fools alive by paying attention. Regardless, I know you think the sortie is going to weaken, but that's the opposite of true. The Citadel has bonded with the dungeon, and it is using the... they got too close, and somehow a bond developed, like how a city can bond with a dungeon. Now, with the guild hall on Bancroft in disarray following an attack from the Shadow Guild, we're forced to go all the way to the top, as all prior agreements and alliances and everything are just worthless paper with the Dragon Skana taking over. If this isn't top priority, I don't know what is, because the Citadel and the dungeon are working together at the behest of the dragon to crush any threats to Bancroft. Or in this case, threats to itself. Nerifia narrowed her eyes at him.
You talk with conviction, and I would be shocked if Trent would run with anyone untrustworthy. How do you know all of this? You have knowledge beyond what anyone should have who isn't a dungeon surveyor. What you are describing, a city, a citadel, a dungeon, and a dragon all working together? Pure fantasy.
I know that it's unheard of, but so is a flying dungeon.
He added.
We haven't spoken. I was the orc that Roland carried out when I lost Becca to the dungeon. Hi. And we did the survey for the silver floor. And Sanvi, that woman there, she was party to the first kill on the dungeon. Show her.
Sanvi shrugged and pulled away her shalwar to reveal the dragon scale mail underneath.
We are the closest to experts on that dungeon. The citadel is gold. The dungeon is gold as of today. All the mobs the freeholders are killing twice, they are just the first and second wave. The third wave will come, and with the backing of whatever resources the dungeon is throwing, will annihilate Freehold.
Neri, confronted by the five, who all wore deadly, serious looks barring V, took a deep breath as stress visibly wormed its way up her face.
Follow me. My appointment is not until later today, but I know the administrators. They will let me in.
She took off in a run, her robe billowing. The Rough Riders chased. Turning a corner, they raced up a flight of large steps into a tapestry-laden hall. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a wonderful display of art. Now it was a maddening delay before the high chamber. A guard, normally unobtrusive yet decked out in superb gear, stepped to the middle, raised her shield, and ensorcelled it, creating a nigh impenetrable amber barrier.
Halt!
She shouted.
Second Officer Neferian, state your business and your personal passphrase. We need to talk to the Chancellor. Let us through!
Nerithian shouted as they vaulted the steps.
It is about the battle. State the passphrase, then, to verify your identity. You know the rules. Roses are red, violets are blue. Let me through or I will kill you,
she said, suddenly apprehensive as her cheeks colored rouge. Sanvi could barely hold back her snort laugh as the raised shield responded, Nerithian's words embossing themselves on the barrier. After a moment, it winked out.
Passphrase accepted. Go forth,
the woman said as she smoothly stepped to the side and took up her post once more. Trent reached the doors first, and with a mighty shove threw them open. They were greeted by a great ballroom with wooden parquet tiling, freshly waxed. Fluted columns with magical lanterns threw fantastic lighting, banishing every shadow in the room. 5-story-tall stained glass windows told the storied history of the guild. Centered against the back wall was a 3-step raised platform with 3 chairs, one larger than the rest and made of mithril and abyssal steel, a gaudy yet poignant statement of wealth and power. However, the chamber was empty. Not a soul, not a single attendant. Sanvi swore and called over her shoulder at the guard.
Is the Chancellor not in? His business is his own. Are there antechambers or alternative exits? From security policy, I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of any other means of ingress or egress.
Sanvi swore again and tickled the telepathic link.
Limer, be careful. The Chancellor is missing.
Limer's small elven body was surreptitiously looking around, acting the part of a street urchin. Early 20s, rail-thin, dirty. Upon inspection, the body would show an iron 0 core. Without already being part of the Shadow Guild, the hardest part would be the invitation. He had to act fast, lest Medusa and the others decide that fire and smoke would be the best way to force the rats out of hiding. He was hoping the presentation would be enough to disarm anyone looking, but there was always the chance that whoever took interest would take more. There, a squaman. He was pretending to be cleaning his toe claws from gutter trash, but his eye was decidedly not on his foot. Limer did not have sufficient experience with them to know if his vertical pupil was narrowed out of shrewd thought or predatory intent. Limer pretended not to notice and scurried closer, trying to melt into the wall as if not to be seen. It worked, by failing. Now, what is a young thing like you doing in parts like these? It's not safe to be alone, the squawman said, breaking the silence.
Guards kicked me out of every other sector of the city. Don't got much a choice.
Limer lied, standing up straight and proud, even while rubbing dirt off his face with a sleeve.
What's it to you?
Just a concerned citizen is all. I like it here. The dark suits me well. Shouldn't you be in class, learning how to be a hero?
Tried that. Skills for chumps.
Limer claimed.
There's 20 questions, or you got a point.
To me, it looks like you need a friend, and I, Fatapel, can be that for you. Why don't you follow me? I got coin to cover your door charge at the bar. Maybe we can hook you up with a dungeon party, see if we can fix that ugly Iron Zero into something useful.
Who's we?
Follow and find out. Friend.
Limer had no trouble following Fatapel, even in the dizzying cacophony he was led into. The well-defined corridor became overcrowded upon turning down one alleyway. Stacks of illegal tenements clogged the space. Ramshackle dwellings of wood and cast-off detritus. It was a serious hazard. Smoke, dust, and an acrid haze held sway, burning the eyes. Still, Limer followed. As he was ducking under a low timber, he felt the telepathic connection open.
Where did you go?
Medusa demanded.
We lost track of you.
I am not at the destination yet, but I am in the middle of the slums, being led either to my death or to the Shadow Guild. No need for an evacuation yet. Now, let this calm lay follow. This spell can be sniffed. I will reach out if needed.
Limer sent back before letting the communication line drop, leaving the spell active, just not in use. After a few more turns obviously designed to confound any attempt at tracking or discerning one's location, Limer found himself ushered into a seedy tavern. Where there was room for a whole tavern was anyone's guess, but there it was. All conversation stopped as Limer crossed the threshold, and hosts of eyes darted to him, sizing up his diminutive form. He was not worried. As a gold champion, there would be precious few who could see through his disguise.
Fat! What in the hell did you find this time? An elven runt? They don't have a lick of experience in their face, let alone their nethers.
A boisterous woman yelled to much laughter and guffawing. Before Fatapel could respond, Limer spoke on his own behalf.
If it takes experience of either kind to be with you, I'll pass. I think a dog would be better company anyway.
Everyone laughed, the woman the hardest. He turned to Fatapel and quietly asked where he was. Fatapel's smile was all he needed. He did not have much time, though. The war was raging outside.
I always heard there was some big shot. Is that who I talked to for your initiation?
Limer asked the squawman as they walked toward the crowded bar top. Fatapel snickered before addressing the crowd.
This elf has balls. She wants to meet the big shot. Who here has met leadership?
And as one, the whole room said,
Not I!
Limer's blood ran cold. He could see that there was a smattering of classes and levels. 1 gold, though, and even that hero had claimed not to have met the man. Either it was an impressively brazen lie, or nobody had actually met the individual in charge. Just then, to his chagrin, the telepathic bond sprung to life in his head again. It was Sanvi this time.
Limer, be careful. The Chancellor is missing.
He's not here. I don't think he ever shows his face here. He is not missing, and I think you are in grave danger.
Limer tried to send a cross, but partway through the spell cut out, his connection to the Rough Riders severed.
Medusa, go save the others. They've sprung a trap.
Interlude 14. Catch a tiger by its tail.
He's not here. I don't think he ever shows his face here,
Limer said before his spell failed, dispelled or otherwise nullified. They all felt it, that itch in the back of their minds easing out. At the same time, the Chancellor stepped through the wall. It rippled around him as the high-level illusion was disrupted. He was in a gaudy, noble outfit. Buckled high-heel shoes of white suede worn on top of white silk stockings. Extravagant, gold-embroidered silver breeches and waistcoat under an even more extravagantly detailed royal purple justaucorps. Oh, I have visitors. My sincerest apologies. Normally my calendar is up to date with such things. I am terribly sorry that there was nobody here to receive you, whoever you are. Neri spoke up after bowing.
The apologies are mine, Chancellor. These heroes, the Rough Riders, brought news that I thought pertinent to share prior to my allotted time with you. They have knowledge on how to defeat the Jade Army.
Wonderful. Now that you have introduced them, you may go, Second Officer Nerifian. That very fight you mentioned does need a few more resources than I advised the Prime Minister, and you are needed there.
Excuse me, but sir...
Yes, you are excused. Please do not make me request again. Shocked into contrite silence, Nerifian bowed again and left with haste, her cheeks burning red. The Rough Riders themselves did not move an inch as she left, her boots clacking on the wood floor, making the air uncomfortably awkward. The door closed behind her with a click, and then a heavy thunk from the other side. Now that that is out of the way, how is this going to go down, It is not often I have assassins come for me, but you won't be the first, the Chancellor said. In a flash of light, his royal outfit was replaced with his battlefield gear, Dreadnought, the legendary full plate armor made of abyssal steel. We don't know what you're talking about, Trent protested, but one look from the Chancellor shut him up. I am not about to insult you, so please don't insult me. Only assassins would come in with an active telepathy spell and partied up for combat. Or do you have an excuse for that and the invisibility spell that you dropped just outside the inner gate, Mel narrowed her eyes while unsheathing her sword.
You have mighty fine senses for someone in a back room, almost as if you are listening and watching from the shadows.
Oh, I see. Another hero group that thinks I lead the Shadow Guild. I say that rumor is beyond passé now. Absolutely stale. But one moment, please, Maximilian said as he brought his arm up. Alarmed, the five prepared to defend, not knowing what might be unleashed on them. Facebreaker. Maximilian's legendary hammer appeared in his hand from his inventory. Casually, he let it drop to the ground. Its head made a thick, resonant knocking sound on the wood just once, but it was enough. Nigh immediately, his posse was there with him. 2 more platinum heroes, Maximilian's 2 trusted henches. Rain the Blade Brooks, winner of 6 of the last 12 freehold games, and Tobias Goliath Lorak, the winner of the others. The Blade was a tall woman, wearing a form-fitting mithril chainmail and with both kopeshes unsheathed, casually rolling her wrists. Her golden tresses cascaded down her back, loose. Her eyebrow was cocked, obviously waiting for the violence. Goliath was a huge orc man, though not an inch of his body was left unarmored. Covered head to toe in a casement of stone, he could have been mistaken for a stone golem. On both wrists, he wore a pair of titanic shields which together could make a bulwark even more daunting than his armor. They were the storied sword and shield to Maximilian's healing. If there were 2 other party members who rounded out the troop to make a full platinum party, they were not known. A feat, considering the amount of attention the platinum brought just by existing. What was more surprising to the Rough Riders was the 4th figure that made its way through the ephemeral wall, a smug look on her face. Trent's eyes bugged for a second. Pauline? What are you doing here?
Stopping Cloudgate, is that not obvious?
She retorted as she leaned against a real wall, crossing her feet. An apple appeared in her hand. As she took her first bite, the blade attacked. A blur, she surged forth and nicked Trent, V, Kieran, Mel, and Sanvi on their faces just below both eyes, playfully, before dancing back now that she had all 5's attention.
Really, Max? These are the assassins you were warned about? They're silver.
Meanwhile, Goliath stepped between the Chancellor, slammed his shields together, and a thin, glistening energy shield enveloped him. Entropic Shield. Absorb all forms of attacks that cross the barrier, their damage and effects weighed and converted to a credit on the mana stores of the caster. Increasing mana this way is unstable, and the more the shield absorbs, the worse its containment failure will be. Pauline here claims they are not alone and will have backup, Maximilian said as he raised his hammer and dropped an armor and magic resistance buff on the trio of platinum heroes. The three flashed with golden light as it sank into their skin. I do not see how such nobodies could ever be a threat. Do what you will. I am unconcerned. Trent cast his short rest double up and became 3, 1 fire echo and 1 water, attacking the blade. She parried his attack with a yawn, which continued as she blocked the echo follow-ups. Then Trent mana dumped and exploded his echoes repeatedly and instantly like he had done on Mammoth. The concussive attack rocked the woman and sent her flying into Goliath's shield. She stopped soundlessly against it, with Goliath not moving one bit as all her momentum was transferred to the ability gracing it. The blade fell straight down, righting herself into a 3-point landing. She blew a slightly singed loose curl out of her face and placed a hand on her chest where carbonization marred her armor.
Youch! I'm impressed you even managed to hurt me. At Silver you can do that.
Yeah, and there's more where that came from. If you give up, I'll happily show you what else I can do at your leisure, Trent said as he pressed his attack. Sanvi smoked while V shot gouts of ice at the pair, hoping to encase them. She had read what Goliath had done and knew that hitting him direct was not an option at the moment. The blade did not dally, instead cutting through Trent's echoes like the ethereal magic they were, dispelling them through damage as her kopeshes destroyed them. Sanvi solidified behind her to strike, but caught only weapon.
You can't sneak up on me. I'm 2 whole tiers above you, girlie.
The blade taunted as she booted Sanvi in the chest to gain room to catch Trent's next attack. Mel's dancing sword joined the fray, weaving in to give the blade even more attacks to worry about. To the Rough Rider's consternation, it was not phasing the woman one bit. She was blocking and attacking at speed, finding no issue with the task. More insulting was that Goliath was letting V ice him up and Maximilian was still only adding more buffs to his side of the fight. With a wicked display of prowess, the blade slashed all of Sanvi's outer garments off, revealing the full splendor of her dragon-scale armor. Her eyes widening in surprise, the platinum hero dodged out of the fray with a spin, opting to land behind the now-encased Goliath. Trent was more than happy to stagger back towards Kieran for healing in the reprieve, his body rife with shallow cuts. Kieran hung back, trying to be unobtrusive lest he catch stray attacks. His heart was beating so loud he was sure it could be heard outside the room. This was not a fight against mobs, and there was nothing stopping the blade from geeking the healer first, whereas Goliath was obstinately protecting Maximilian, and that was assuming the platinum hero even needed protection.
Chancellor, these aren't nobodies. That is not just legendary. That is for defeating a dragon,
the blade asked, keeping defensive. In agreement, the Chancellor raised his open hand, keeping Facebreaker low. A goldenrod yellow hexagonal grid emanated from the man's palm, segmenting the area before him as it swept forward. The 5 could feel the invading magic, like a dog sniffing for treats. It winked out, leaving behind motes of sparkling dust.
3 legendary items? Now I am impressed. A party of silvers and you've amassed 3 legendaries. Even I only carry 2. I have access to many more locked away in the guild vault, but 3? On you nobodies, Maximilian said, the shock and slight admiration in his voice evident. I am revoking my standing order that you may play with them. These nobodies are dangerous. Kill them all. Mel took the opportunity to reveal the mask of left hand.
You keep using the word nobody like it to defend us. We of the Shadows are more than happy to stay that way. Blade, Goliath, you may keep your lives if and only if you give us no more quarrel. The standing bounty for the Chancellor will be split between you.
Blade rolled her eyes, and then grinned.
For the last time, you cannot buy us off. His treasury is bigger. Don't know if you're that cocksure or just desperate that you show your face finally. You have been the hardest whisper to pin down.
Maximilian's face betrayed nothing.
My intelligence says you are only a gold assassin. Now that you are revealed, you're not much of a threat. Blade, Goliath, change of plans. You may kill all but her. Left Hand especially must not die and must not escape. However, I prefer alive over dead for others as well. They need to understand the true breadth of my skills as a High Inquisitor.
Goliath flexed and effortlessly scattered the ice block he was in. The next moment, he was on V and bounced her off his shield like a rubber ball. Surprised, she barely made a snowdrift in time to cushion her landing across the room. Sanvi conjured up her smoke daggers and began her dance with the blade again, but the swordswoman disengaged and chose Trent, a softer target. He did not even have time to brace himself before she cut him down with a series of Thibaut strikes, one of her platinum powers. What looked like ordinary attacks that even an Iron Zero warrior would perform, these were anything but. The pinnacle of precision, her Kopesh's pathed just around his parries without even a hair's breadth to spare, finding where his armor was weakest and exploiting it perfectly. The absolute minimum necessary mana expenditure for maximum effect, she struck unerringly and methodically in the span of a clock tick in the elbow hinge to afflict a severe neuropathy, rendering his hand numb and unable to hold a sword. Instep to make him fall to a knee between the ribbing of his armor and his ribs to steal the breath from a lung, the wrist, the hip. Finally, the flats of her blades on the temples. Trent was down. V was up and shot her Ice 1C at Goliath, but it shattered on his armor as he charged her into the wall, cracking it radially. He pulled back, leaving a broken V in the crater. He turned around, only for a pillar of ice to return the favor, picking him up and slamming him into the ceiling. V weakly fell to the ground, one hand raised as she shaped ice. A second and third followed as V pulled herself to her knees. Silently, she sprung razor-sharp ice from the ground. Shattering her pillars, Goliath fell, but he landed on his feet, the ice unable to withstand his indomitable body. Kieran hadn't even gotten to Trent yet when he was forced to watch V get pummeled a second time. And this time she did not get back up. Neither the blade nor Maximilian tried to stop him as he ran to Trent. Kieran knew he was taking a risk, but his best healing had a short range, and Trent really needed the hands-on approach. Kieran's death mana coursed up through his hands, painting them black. Just as he dropped his guard to cradle Trent's head, the blade was there, ready. The woman spun her blades into reverse grips and stabbed them clean through the corporegeyer, pinning him to the floor. Kieran coughed once, and then heaved hard, his torso seizing. He vomited a black mass of tumorous growth. A teratoma, it had hair and teeth in it, and the blade visibly recoiled with disgust. Long enough for Sanvi to shove an arrow steel blade through the woman's armor and into her flank with a twist. Tipping her forward, Sanvi wrestled her to the ground, ungainly but with purpose. Kieran, his hands still dripping death, picked up the teratoma and pushed it against the blade while his other hand pinched into Trent's scalp. "What's mine is yours," Kieran declared as he used sympathetic healing. The blade screamed as all of Trent's wounds and Kieran's alike were stolen from their bodies and delivered unto her. Stunned by the pain, she could not stop Sanvi from taking her other dagger and plunging it through the nape of her neck, up and in. She fell silent. Dead. Trent snapped awake and Kieran vitally returned. Mel rushed over to V to assist, but a strong bell sounded, and she was blasted with a brilliant golden light, rocketing her off her feet and sending her tumbling. Maximilian's hammer was steaming even as he chuckled. "Bravo! I was wrong. You are not nobodies. I shall remember your names. Pauline, you called them the Rough Riders, right? Oh, it is a shame such good fighters are going out in the spring of their years." The bell sounded again, but this time built into a carol as others joined it, filling the chamber with their joyous sound. Twinkling motes of brilliant white and gold sprung to life and zipped over to the broken and bleeding blade, lifting her up. Trent, Mel, and Sanvi sprung to action, rushing to stop whatever healing the Chancellor was doing, but Goliath intercepted them hard. The three found themselves literally unable to move as the very air became heavy and dense, like it was made of invisible concrete. Their lungs labored to breathe. The blade was spinning in the air, light shining from her fingertips, mouth, eyes, everything as she was miraculously revived. She looked more annoyed than anything as she was gently set back on her feet.
Oh, don't be sad. You never had a chance. There is no way in the system for you to beat us. But take solace in the fact that you forced Goliath to use his hold-all ability. That is not common. While history may not remember you, we will. Oh, that counts for something, right?
Maximilian said as he walked towards them languidly. He passed Sanvi and Trent, not paying them any mind, his eyes laser-focused on Mel.
Now you have a second legendary. What is it, Warlock? Let's see,
he asked rhetorically as another scanning light enveloped Mel. This one was more probing, invasive. Every inch of her and what she was and what she had was revealed to the High Inquisitor ability Banish the Shadows.
Oh, a dagger? And masked so I can't read it. But you've left it on your hip and not even in your inventory. How confident are we,
Maximilian reached for it. That was when Pauline took notice. Her eyes wide, she raised her hand in alarm, shouting,
"No, don't!"
But she was too late. The Chancellor placed his hand on the hilt of the dagger and drew it. Chapter 42. Kurz felt the draw of the severing knife the moment it was pulled from its sheath by some unlucky soul. He had thought about not making it a trapped weapon, but to do what he needed it to do, even a legendary item could not, unless he gave it the caveat. What Kurz needed it to do was cut something that wasn't there. He needed it to cut intangibles. Heroes who couldn't see them, couldn't understand even what to cut, would never be able to do it. Kurz, though, could, through a trap. He was pleasantly surprised to feel that it was Maximilian whose hand activated the knife. His action of drawing it had unwittingly sealed his doom. The knife cut the fabric of reality on its own, achieving two very specific outcomes. First, it did the namesake of the weapon and cut the intangible domain of the city, and two, in that little cut, it allowed Kurz to bleed in. Kurz pushed hard against the wound, ripping it open like a failing dam. And then, just like the water, Kurz filled the room. With a thought, he cast Dispel from the knife, freeing the Rough Riders. Simultaneously, he healed all of them to full, taking special care to bring V back from the brink. And with the physical touch, Kurz could speak directly to the Chancellor. To ensure it stayed that way, Kurz cast a touch-hold spell, preventing the man from dropping the weapon.
Hello,
Kurz said, as Maximilian looked at the weapon, not understanding.
You don't know who I am, but I know you, what you've done, and what you've tried to do, so I shall enjoy the experience and maybe even catch an achievement. To quote my best friend, eat shit.
Kurz then lazed. 4 at once to get everyone who was not supposed to be there. The blade fell to Kur's overpowered magic. It was enough to kill a gold Dark Lord, it was enough to kill a platinum hero. And Kur's had only gotten stronger. Goliath's armor glowed white with heat for only a moment before it failed, and Kurz extinguished his life too. As Maximilian died, his head a smoking cinder, Kurz realized that Pauline was not dead. She was uninjured, blocking the spell with her forearms. He did not know how she had moved that fast. She must have been prepared for what was to happen. Undeterred and willing to resolve the mystery after the fact, Kurz simply turned up the juice. What was 4 simultaneous spells became 1 spell, 4 times as large. Pauline suddenly switched her look. She took on another guise, one that Kurz did not recognize but could tell what they were, who they were. The god, Bekinth.
I am so sick and tired of powerful people playing with the lives of me and mine,
Kurz raged as he doubled the power.
The light was so hot, so intense, the air around it was combusting. "You don't want to do this!" Bekenth shouted over the crackle of the spell. He was gritting his teeth in pain. Kurz could see the god's skin starting to burn, which meant he had what he needed. Before Kurz replied, there was a magnificent crack of thunder, and suddenly Medusa and the 4 angels, Kelly, Farah, Sabrina, and Chris were in the room, as well as a dead, smoking elf crumpled into a pile. Charred through, some of the elf's bones showed through the still smoldering charcoaled tissues. And yet, like a marionette, it stood up. Its jaw, completely disconnected from its head, moved to speak. "That is a mighty strong anti-teleportation ward. I must commend the mage who placed it. I had liked this body. Such a shame it had to go to waste," Limer said, before stepping into reality and dropping the corpse to the ground, forgotten. He then took one look and immediately knew what was happening.
"Ah, Father, you mustn't!"
"Oh, why is that? Weird to see you on the side of this puke who pushed this war, pushed the revolt, pushed everything that we've been through recently. This trickster god needs to go."
"No, if you hurt him, that will let Therill fight back. We aren't ready."
Kurz looked at Bekenth as his skin started to blister and stopped his spell. Took a second to himself. "I've already hurt him, which means Therill will come for me. Bekenth, can you stop Therill? Or are you a patsy?" "Yes, absolutely he will listen to me and call it off. All you have to do is stop, and he will show gratitude," the god said as he took a deep breath and rubbed his charred forearms. "If you are going to lie, make it believable. I've met that monster wearing a god's skin enough times to know you're full of it," Kurz said coldly. He reached out to the others that made up the arcology. He didn't need to say anything, each agreeing with Kurz's intent for their own revenge. Gronkai was forced to be a murderer. Lorathaman was targeted for control. Skana was the subject to culling. Kurz didn't even need to ask Selena. "Since there is nothing you can do to stop Therill, there's nothing preventing me from killing you," Kurz said. The blade had slipped from Maximilian's hand now that he was dead. But that was immaterial at this point. From it came another laser, this one 16 times as powerful as the first. Then 32, 64, 128. Kurz's mana drained precipitously, but he paid it no mind. He would always have more. Bekenth tried to move out of the way and run to safety, but the light was too intense, and Kurz was too fast, slewing the laser as Bekenth even twitched. "I am beyond done with your godly interventions. Consider this my acceptance of the title, Light Lord," Kurz said as he watched dispassionately as he annihilated the god. Skin, then muscle, then innards, and finally bone. Kurz kept the spell up until even the skull was lasered to nothing. Until Kurz was sure even a phoenix elixir would be useless, he was unwilling to stop. Kurz felt the effect grounding the cloud release, evidence that it was something the god had done. He could not see the ability the trickster god had used, hidden by Bekenth's very nature, but it was gone nonetheless. Just in time. Gold 1 achieved. Legendary achievement. Deicide. Achievement qualification. Kill a god. Achievement reward. None. If you can do this, you are already aiming for the top. You were noticed, but now you have my distinct attention. Achievement consequence. Therill is unfettered. Good luck, Kurz. The jade sky was banished. In its place loomed a night sky as dark as there had ever been, the stars themselves blotted out like a sheet had been pulled over the heavens. An aurora like no one had ever seen graced the night violently. Brilliant, it danced across the sky, giving an ethereal green and red glow. Kurz saw, across all of his vision, those within and those outside his domain that he could spy, their eyes go golden. A forced stat sight. However, instead of flashing like normal, it held. It held, and their eyes bled as the information burned itself into their psyche. Even Kurz was not immune to the intrusion. Apocalypse, end of the era, has begun. Theral, Lord of Theral, first among equals, precepts of the Therillian Pantheon, has been challenged for supremacy. If you are not the challenger or party to the challenge, this is your warning to stay out of the way. That text scrolled across Kerr's log again and again and again, like an ominous harbinger. The soldiers fighting the Jade Army were faring no better, rubbing at their faces, anything to get the ultra-brightness to fade. They were in luck that even though Harkon was subject to the screen, his Jade mobs continued on their last commands and only disarmed. It finally faded. Kurz had been expecting more. Normally, an event like this came with information on how to end it, quest information, every detail one might need to know how to act to succeed. This announcement seemed more like a formality. Knowing who was coming, Kurz moved his mind to space and sank into a watcher. From his vantage, he saw there were now 2 shining dots. One was Vex, who was still puncturing every cloud he could find. The other was making a beeline to Kurz. Theral. He had scant moments, but he knew what he had to do. Up in space, not in orbit around Theral, but farther. In orbit around the sun, Kurz flicked the mental switch and was thankful that Gronkai had shown him the way. In the deep dark, where the void held sway, Kurz bubbled arrays of collectors oriented themselves best for light and turned on. Kurz had resolved to never run out of mana again, and he had done it by making the whole of Skana's lair a light collector. But never run out and always be full were different. The sunlight coursed through, and Kurz immediately felt the euphoric effect. Max mana of 79,100, total mana regen per tick was now 79,100. It could go no higher. The system forbade it. Kur's mana, which had been low from killing Bekinth, was suddenly and immediately full. It felt like he was standing in a thunderstorm where the very ambient air was charged, ready to snap to life. Theral came to a calamitous halt over the battlefield, looking the part of an old man wearing advisal robes and a grimace on his face. He held a gnarled staff in one hand. The heroes beneath fell to their knees, his sheer presence so strong they could do naught but. The Jade mobs all froze, stunned by the very same effect.
I must say, Kurz, you certainly have a knack for causing trouble.
Theral bellowed as he rolled his shoulders and loosed the sash on his robe. It fell, revealing a hardened, chiseled body, like that of an old, wizened farm worker who had never known a day's rest, all corded muscle and rock-hard sinew. Then, quieter, and in a most disconcerting manner, he whispered such that only Kurz could hear him.
I had thought I was denied my cleansing fire when you prevented Azir's release. You spat on my face then.
Kurz met his gaze, unflinching. When the world is your body, I have nowhere else to spit. I must say you deserved all of it. All of this. None of it would have happened had you let me be.
True. But I could not just let you break the rules. I set them for good reason.
Yeah, to hold on to power absolute. But you made a mistake. You came for what I consider me and mine. I cannot let that stand.
I know. You have been very clear of your aims. You reached for the heavens so you could choke them. And here I am, Kurz. How do you want me? Shall I depower and let you think you have won, only to show my true strength and grind your broken spirit into the ground beneath my heel? It does have a romantic story to it.
If you come at me with anything but your best, you'll be dead before you can bring your mighty core to bear. I am no mere gold dungeon. I am Kurz. I am the Light Lord, and I will have my vengeance upon your sorry excuse for life until I set this system right myself.
Well then, good luck with your vengeance. Just know, your decision here has only hastened your death and all those under your command and bond. You have unfettered me. I will have my scouring, and the planet shall be reborn. This time, there will be no paths left for the likes of you to challenge me.
And then, Theral launched forward in the fraction of a breath, fist cocked, to sunder Kerr's gate. Chapter 43. But Kerr's was not there. He had seen this. He had been part of this song and dance before. Throughout the whole conversation, Kerr's had been wrapping the cloud with a gate. The whole cloud. With a fraction of a breath, Kerr's was leagues away. His mana debited in a single tick. He took the whole of the cloud through a space-time warp, leaving behind only a few floating cloud slimes for Theral to burst through like a shoal of jellyfish. You mock me. Did I not just say I am more than just a gold dungeon? I am not a rock in the ground for you to dig your way to. You may control all of the resources of this planet, but me? I command the space above and shall outlast you. Whether it is pound by pound or grain by grain, I shall erode you down until you are nothing.
I do more than control the planet. I am the planet. You cannot hide, Kerr's. Fight me! Back up your worlds with more than cowardice.
Theral said as he scanned the horizon, spotting Kerr's beyond the line of sight. Not gonna happen. I've long given up the desire to be the warrior in battle. I am the commander at the helm, Kerr's replied as he loosed Rescuer. The Unreal raid boss tore itself into reality and swallowed Theral whole. All the shackles were off, and Kerr's was truly and finally able to use all of the power available to him. It was exhilarating, if not terrifying, because Theral was the same. Theral ripped himself out of the boss's neck, refusing to be a simple meal. Kerr's did not let his boss be such a weak opponent, healing the damage, the reach of his spells now nearly global with how much territory he encompassed. With a thought, Kermode and Katshituashku roared their challenges. Kermode teleported in onto Theral while letting her aura reinforce Rescuer. Kerr's locked in flight as a keyword now that he was gold and could, and quickly cast it on Katshituashku, allowing him and his summons to fight. Katshituashku stalked the air to gain access to the god. The whole while, dead heroes and mobs all sprung back from his back like demonic lice and rained on the god, who defended with patience, turning aside strikes with languid, fluid motions of his staff. Kerr's did not bother with his thruster. He had too much mass. He would never be able to run conventionally. He would have to rely on warping. As such, he watched all of his watchers and all of his senses for what Theral might do. Kerr's was throwing the mightiest fighting force he could put together at him. The combined might of those three bosses would be enough to take down a platinum party of heroes. Like a snake, Theral waited to strike. Then, and only then, did he make a move. His staff cracked Kermode across the body and sent the spirit bear flying across the sky, streaking as a meteor into the ground, whereupon she left a 30-foot crater. The bear attempted to stand, but Theral was on her immediately, his foot caving in her back before she could heal herself. Rescuer dove in and out of reality to close the distance and coiled around the god to bind him, while Katshituashku used his 8th plague ability and breathed a pestilent cloud of darker-than-night locusts. It moved as a murmuration and seemed to be a murderous, evil spirit as it raced toward the captured god. A ravenous horde, they would ruin arms and armor and drain the mana and life of any caught in their throng of hungry mouths. 8th plague. Woe be to heroes who fall beneath this plague. All perishable items on the afflicted go to waste. All consumable items have a percentage chance to be destroyed. All other items take damage as a percentage of weight. Heroes take damage to hit points and mana equally. It wasn't enough. Theral harumphed and outmuscled the titanic worm holding him in place, pushing apart the coils just enough to escape. Freed, he twirled his staff fast enough to summon a tornado. Grabbing the twister in his hand, he used it to clear the swarm without even taking a single bite.
You will have to forgive me for starting slow. I am out of practice, and it takes a bit to get back into the mindset. This is not me going easy on you, but take it as an opportunity to say any last words you may have.
Therill said, even as he shifted position over to rescue her and, in one strike, severed the head from the body. Therill was fast, and he disengaged from the last living boss and flew to Kerr's new location, riding the lightning like a thunderous reckoning. Kurz faded away again, swallowing his whole cloud, dungeon, and city and all again into the unreal. This time, Kurz dropped 80 simulacrum of himself. Phantom images, each as exact a replica as Kurz could manage, centered on a bit of cloud domain he had left behind, and at other locations in his expansive area of influence. Expensive, they would normally have been prohibitive to create, let alone maintain, excluding the mental drain of budding as such. But now, Kurz was on a wholly different playing field when it came to spells. Therill opened his hand and summoned a thicket of gleaming golden arrows in the sky and shot at 8 in front of him as an artillery volley. Kurz cast a dispelling laser, interrupting the shot. To his consternation, he failed. His magic was not strong enough to overcome whatever difference there was in the magic. Not giving up and needing a win, Kurz tacked enough pluses onto the spell that he was certain it would burn out any human-born attempt to read the spell. That did the trick, thankfully, and the hail of arrows vanished in detonations of light. Therill had not expected it, and paused in the air, as if unsure of himself. Kurz then took that second and rewarped all the copies and himself in a game of 3-card Monty writ large. Kurz stole the moment, as Therill cursed Kurz's cowardice, to get a bearing on his people. Limer was seemingly leading the Rough Riders and Medusa's angels to safety in Freehold. This was not their fight. Larathaman was in full lockdown mode, sending those who could out as refugees to safe lands, using Kurz's portals as a means of exodus. Those who may be able to assist as officers and coordinators were doing so, directing the citizenry off the cloud and into Delmar and Donheim or wherever they could. Gronkai was in full production mode. Roiling with anger, she had dropped all lesser mobs and was pushing out a new gold army, obstinately to provide cover and distraction against the god. Skana, on the other hand, was busy outside Kurz's domain, in places where he had no senses. Irritating, all considering. Selena was in space, on the landing for the lair floor. "Good idea," he said to her, agreeing with her being safe.
1, shut it. I'll take the fight to him if he dares come up here. 2, I'm not here for safety. I'm watching Vex, waiting for a sign he has found the dungeon. I'm not about to be some damsel in distress watching you duke it out with a literal god.
No, you are not throwing your life away for mine. Don't throw good blood after bad. You don't get to argue with me in this case. I will literally teleport you myself to Hybra Sail if I must for your safety. Kurz admonished her out of concern. Before Selena could argue back, Therill attacked what happened to actually be Kurz, forcing him to respond. As such, Kurz swapped places with his illusion and then generated 10 more to replenish the ranks. A stalling tactic, but it was something. Kurz returned to Selena as Therill deleted another illusion of his. "No, I'm sorry. I was wrong to lord over you like that. We're both feeling it right now, as this is a fight to the death for me, but please don't kill yourself on my behalf. I appreciate all the help you've been. My only regret is having not been the best dungeon this world has even seen. I only just cracked gold."
Don't you dare get mopey right now. This is not the time. You need to be amped up. Kick some godly ass like you mean it. You are running, which is great, but you have to be able to think of something to go on the offense with.
Selena was right. Running was going to get Kurz nowhere. Both Therill and he would have an inexhaustible stamina, and while Kurz had to get lucky forever and not make a mistake while on the defense, Therill only needed one good hit. If he landed on Kurz's cloud proper, there would be no way to deal with him. Ergo, Kurz improvised and experimented. As Therill closed in and used a sword that was seemingly a league long to slash through one of Kurz's illusionary clouds, Kurz fought back. First, he dispelled the blade, forcing Therill to close the gap to finish his attack. Then, once the god was within reach, he used the high-pressure water trick that had severed Arthur's hand, but this time deeper and wider. Kurz had more points in the water to pull from, and as such had a much, much higher pressure. The knife stream of water warped out just in front of Therill, catching him clean in the face. Through the mist cloud, Kurz smiled.
Would you look at that? Therill bleeds red. I don't think you're as immortal as you wish to be. I think you can die from damage like anyone else.
Therill slowly took a hand to his cheek and pulled it back, looking at how his own blood wet his fingers. He rubbed them together as if the very concept of bleeding was foreign.
Kurz, nobody has made me bleed since I banished Azir in the time before history. But before you take solace in that, how much effort did you just go through? For a paper cut? You truly think you are going to win this by running around the world and killing me by 1,000 tiny cuts?
Kurz did not respond, instead activating his network again to lance Therill with a microstream of pressurized water. Therill brought a hand up to intercept it, a golden glowing gauntlet of energy surrounding it. Kurz cut off the stream, seeing that he had done nothing to the shield spell named Hand of God.
That's enough of that,
Therill said, before ignoring Kurz's fake clouds and streaking across the sky. Kurz knew where he was going, and began to expand and eat more of the ocean floor in an attempt to outgrow the violence coming. Too slow. As Therill approached, the oceans receded upon his command, revealing the territory that was Kurz. He had built nothing but a gate so far on that underwater outcropping. It took barely a strike of his elbow to shatter the gate. Kurz felt his log cascade, but he paid it no mind. He didn't need to know that he had lost part of himself there. He noticed the sudden lack of feeling as Therill annihilated the very seafloor with a flurry of blows. Just as fast, Therill took out another. Kurz couldn't teleport around the ocean floor. It mattered not if he moved it, as Therill did not care which piece he destroyed, only that he did. Shocking to Kurz, though, was how callous Therill was. His destruction of Kurz's ocean spots was creating catastrophic consequences. Event message after event message spawned to indicate the coming tsunami waves that were racing towards all coasts. Thousands, tens of thousands were going to be left injured and homeless, if not worse.
For a figure of worship, you sure don't seem concerned for your followers,
Kurz said, his mind racing for another way to attack the god.
You can't end an era without casualties, Kurz. For a dungeon, you sure seem concerned with the deaths of heroes.
Therill responded, and he smashed another oceanic gate.
Now, that just about takes care of your pesky spit. Are you ready to actually fight? Do you have more mobs to throw at me? No?
Kurz did not respond, only taking the time to bud more clouds off himself and make even more illusionary copies that he quickly sent out. He was not going to be caught, but he still had to figure out a way to fight back. While he was churning through thoughts, from stealing hellfire from Bazadai to crafting some novel spell, he lost track of Therill. Chapter 44. Alarmed, Kurz took his attention to space to find the god again, only to see him land at the boundary of the Jade Keep. Grankai had been working overtime to raise a proper gold army. All her mobs had enhanced stats, arms, and armor to protect them from holy mana, light mana, and all other common manas that warlocks of Therill took. Things she thought Therill might attack her with. Instead of swords, lances, and bows, they were all wielding hand cannons. The ballista and trebuchets had been upgraded to smooth bore cannons as well.
Grankai, you have to run. Have one of your champions grab your core. I'll move you to somewhere safe,
Kurz said quickly while Therill took a measure of the fight before him.
No, I will have my grievances known.
What of your champions? There's no glory in throwing your life away.
There is no glory in living my life either. Never has been. No, you will take my champions as refugees in the event that I die. And if you die too, then it is immaterial, as we are all dead.
Her words were final, and Kurz knew immediately she would not change her mind.
Goodbye, Gronkai. You were a good citadel.
No, I wasn't. But I get your sentiment. Promise me Theral will have no mercy.
None. Kurz felt Gronkai slip away from the arcology. Not that she was breaking her bond, but that she was making it one way. She was muting the pain she was sure to feel.
Theral! Come get me!
Her army roared in response and moved as one coordinated mass. Theral harumphed like only an old man could and entered the fray. A swing of his staff sent countless mobs flying, bloodied and broken. A backswing sent doubly more. But for every mob he sent up in flames, 2 more attacked. With no regard for their lives, the mobs thronged him like bees on a flower. Theral was taking his time again, being patient and thoughtful with his moves, as he had not encountered firearms before. The bullets, not accurate, zipped by, their whistle only heard after they had passed. What hit ricocheted off him, his body harder than any armor. Kurz could only hope that they were still doing damage, as he was unable to read Theral's stats. The system still stymied him, even at gold. Kurz stole his attention away to the battle in front of Freehold, which had abruptly stopped when Theral had appeared. It had not restarted. The organized heroes were milling about, some retreating, some just talking. Harkon had pulled back the army he had placed, and Ulrich had stopped feeding his demon-killing bees. Kurz. Harkon, Ulrich, this is too much to ask, but I must anyway. I'm going to kill Theral or die in the process. You saw the event. Any help would be appreciated. Know that it comes with dreadful consequences if you do. Ulrich.
My apologies, Kurz. You aren't going to win. I cannot consign my family to death over your quest. Those who burn bright don't burn long, and you have been the brightest there has ever been.
Harkon. I, too, cannot help. I need to go to Delmar and be with my parents. We shall have to put together an offering to assuage the gods and pray it works. I will return the crown to you, Kurz. I wish you the best. I understand, and I do not judge you for bowing out. Thank you for your kindness. I do truly mean it. Kurz was glad that there was no emotive content in the chat mirrors, as his frustration was boiling. It mattered not that his mobs were agitated. There was nothing they could do to help at this time. Except for Ketchituashku, who was flying in the air over the battlefield, not having a target and outside aggro range for those below, thankfully. As Kurz still had the tiniest wisp of cloud in the area, he quickly expanded it into a proper portion of his domain, bubbling out the cloud to the horror of the heroes on the ground. Then, with an expeditious application of thrust, Kurz cast the cloud over to Ketchituashku to capture him and bring him to Theral once more. Also, taking the gently discarded crown back into himself, Kurz immediately gifted it to Selena. Selena,
On it! Let's kick his ass!
She shouted, using her own mana to pull herself back into Kurz's core room.
I'll send the mobs over that I can. Hey, Gustav!
The fairy, who looked dreadful with worry and was presently wringing the hem of his shirt with white knuckles, started.
Yes? Sorry, what, yes?
I don't care how bad this looks, we ain't losing. But since you can't help Larafamen secure herself and her people, go to High Brazil. Someone there must have enough pull to stop this. Tell them we have an arcology and who knows what else, and if they ever want to learn more about it, they can't let it die. Now go!
She commanded, gesturing for him to hurry even as she donned the legendary crown herself. It shrunk to fit her small head and looked distinctly anachronistic on her. It glowed for a bit, and Kurz could see the mobs under its sway respond accordingly, charging toward what would soon be a gate.
Yes, I can do that. Brilliant idea, Selena,
Gustav said as he quickly started to scribe a fairy portal. He stopped and gave Larafamen a full-bore hug, holding her core tight for a long moment. Just before Gustav stepped through, Selena shouted at him.
Bargain anything, don't care. I'll take jail if it means our cores live.
Right,
he declared, before the portal winked out. Selena? Kurz asked, even as he warped the reinforcements to the fight where it was going poorly. She waved him off.
Therill had already decimated the army and was keen to continue the onslaught until none were left. Gronkai, using her connection to Kerr's mana, was pumping out whole battalions at a time, but even that was too slow. But out of the ground, surrounding Therill, crawled new jade mobs, except these ones were black and the ashen color of grave dirt. Katshituashku, whose strength grew from the dead, had arrived at a battlefield fertile with the blood of the fallen. Therill raised an arm over his head, his forearm braced for impact. The gold raid boss fell from the sky and drove him to the ground with a titanic paw, the ground instantly desiccating and dying, a toxic cloud of dust billowing from the mighty impact. Therill, in a feat of strength, lifted the heavy paw off himself with both hands, only for Katshituashku to swat him with the other while roaring a death rattle of challenge. Therill flew through the air but righted himself in the sky, never touching down. His simple pants were starting to show wear, and his body appeared to even have a bruise across the midsection. Dirt coated him like a second skin. The assembled jade mobs, both alive and enhanced as revenants, attacked. Metal bullets were supplemented with a fusillade of bullets made of spirit mana. Therill drew up a shimmering gold bubble around himself, the bullets flashing out of existence in little explosions against it. But quickly, they petered out. The mobs all had to either reload or drop their weapons for swords. Therill dropped the magical barrier, revealing his form clean of detritus and dirt once more, and drew for the first time and out of thin air a real blade. This one was an old design, a simple straight blade on a cruciform hilt. But in his hands, the blade shone with a golden gleam like the rest of his abilities and grew to be 20 feet long.
See, this is why firearms are not a good idea. I've been briefed by the fairies, and they tell me it will take hundreds of years for them to be better than bows. And that is discounting the magical abilities. It may even be a never.
He strafed away from the lumbering Katshituashku, and behind him fell headless an entire line of jade mobs. Then another. He cleared a circle around the boss, saluted him with his sword, and then finally attacked the titanic bear. Kurz watched analytically as Therill methodically dismantled Larathman's raid boss. It was not quick, but it was not slow. A lone gunman, one that Katshituashku had revivified, took aim and, by chance, hit Therill square in the forehead. The god reeled for a moment at the critical strike. Shallower than Kurz would have hoped, but he was still encouraged by the blood that trickled from the welt. He watched the god's face harden, not unlike that of a farmer about to slaughter livestock.
That is enough of that. I am distinctly tired of stinging gnats interrupting my fight.
Therill's sword glowed and incredulously grew to be the same size as the bear. 4 strokes were all it took to clear the battlefield, the entirety of the mobs going up in flames as one. Katshituashku, too, fell victim to Therill's godly ability. But Kurz was not paying attention to that. Gronkai's tower was also carved like a cake and was tumbling down, the brickwork and mortar falling like tears. There, nestled in the middle and wholly unprotected, was Gronkai. "Screw this, Gronkai, you are leaving. Kurz said as he cast his spell, only to see a laser impinge on Gronkai and shatter her like a pane of glass.
You'll what, Kurz? Did you think that I, Therill, the god of light, did not have a laser like yours? Or did you think I was going to let you save her?"
Kurz's connection was fading. Gronkai's domain was decaying. Therill laughed as Kurz's world shrank away until Kurz could no longer hear nor see Therill directly. Finally, Kurz felt Skana again. Kurz rounded on the dragon and was about to berate him for going missing at now of all times, but before he could launch into his raging tirade, Skana spoke up with his own anger first, a smoldering fire, the kind that could never be put out. He was also not alone.
Kurz, I need a portal big enough for 3, and set it right on Theryl's face.
Chapter 45. Theryl flew up on one of Kerr's illusions in the sky, his grim aggravation at Kerr's multiplicity and evasion plain as the day. He had his sword in the forward position and was racing to the door. Kerr's had taken to dispelling any ability, so he was forced to melee the illusion to reveal it. It gave Kerr's no satisfaction, fresh off the death of Gronkai, to surprise Theryl, but he did nonetheless. The illusion collapsed, leaving just the simple cloud with the warp gate. The open warp gate. Theryl paid it no mind as he slashed at the cloud matter, intent on destroying Kerr's foothold in the region and one of his escape points. He was met with dragon breath in triplicate. A boiling stream of acid, spitting and convulsing as it reacted violently with even the atmosphere. A superheated jet of jagged, flensing sand, tight, collimated, and heavy. Rounding out the breath was the directed gravity wave from Skana. The 3 kept their attack trained on Theryl as his momentum was checked and then reversed by the sandblast. He summoned a shining golden energy barrier, but it only protected against the tail end of the beam. Once the sand and acid had splashed away and petered out, Theryl dropped the barrier. He was hurt. His skin was raw, burned and abraded by the twin material streams. If he sported injuries from the gravity breath, he did not show it. While dangerous, it was only silver in tier. Gwynplaine laughed telepathically as he stalked through the portal, his scales going from shadowed to shining in the light of the open sky. Herenosis and Skana followed in lockstep.
Theryl, I cannot even begin to tell you how good that felt, you pompous windbag.
I should have known you dragon vermin would ally with the dungeon. You have sealed your fates,
Theryl declared, leveling his sword at them.
Our fates were sealed the day we were born to this cruel world of yours. Tell me, Theryl, has a dragon ever died of ennui? Has a dragon ever gone to platinum? Has a dragon ever closed their eyes and let a hero take that final blow of their own volition?
Herenosis demanded, contempt dripping from her every word. She flicked her tail at Theryl, launching spikes at him. Theryl deftly deflected them with his sword before flying at Skana, ostensibly the weakest of the trio. But Kurz could back him up directly. Yes, Skana was outside his domain now, but being in arcology had its advantages, and this was one of them. Skana shouldered his wing out to protect against Theryl, and Kurz buffed him to make his wing even stronger, mana cost be damned. Protection against slashing, against magic, and more, and all plussed as far as Kurz could imbued Skana's skin. His wing membrane turned the blade, vibration ringing up the strike into Theryl's arm. Gwynplaine was there, snapping forward to bite Theryl. The god let it happen, opting to stab the inside of the dragon's mouth to make him regret it. Gwynplaine did not stop, chomping down even as the blade pushed through his muzzle. Having Theryl there just made him an easy target for a follow-up breath attack. Mouth closed, the acid had nowhere to go but to fill and burn away everything that wasn't draconic. Theryl punched out Gwynplaine's teeth to extract himself, pulling the sword along only for Herenosis to take the second bite and repeat the maneuver. The 3 dragons in telepathic communication were acting as one lethal superorganism, which only made it worse that Theryl was holding his own. For every minor injury he took, they took 5 major spread across them. Skana was tanking the most as his wounds were healed by Kurz as fast as they were introduced. But Kurz noticed that while Theryl brushed off the gold dragon's attacks, he was paying clear attention to Skana's breath weapon. Kurz pointed it out to the 3, but they had already concluded that Theryl's resistances were lower comparatively to gravity mana, enough such that the silver was out-damaging the gold. A fact that brought Gwynplaine to giggles. That got Kurz thinking. What he needed to do was now figure out the best use of gravity in a spell to make it potent against Theryl. Kurz kept watching while formulating plans on how to do it. He stole a glance at Selena, who was watching raptly at the action from his core room, tension holding her body in an iron grip. Larathaman was almost done securing her people and would soon be ready to take on Therill with him. Therill broke the silence of the combat.
This has been a good refresher, but I think I shall destroy you now and then your cause. Any last words for antiquity?
You really thought we would attack you so plainly, hmm? Gwynplaine asked with rhetorical jocularity. Well, you were busy fighting ghosts and images of dungeons in clouds. Skana helped us move our phylacteries into Kur's domain.
You will only end us if we all fail.
Herinosis added, diving full body at Therill, trying and failing to grapple him. While Herinosis flew by, Therill's hand glowed a brilliant gold. He dragged it along the side of the spiny dragon, leaving an indelible handprint on her. Kurz tried to read the spell, but found he could not. Like before, the system had deemed Kurz unauthorized. All he could get was the obfuscating spell name, Incarnate Core. His other senses, though, showed him the horror of the spell. Within Skana's lair, where the two dragons had secreted their cores, Herinosis' was dull and ashen. Lifeless, it was no longer a core, but a cheap, faceted argolite. Herinosis was no longer a corporal form and a core, but a core and corporal holistic fusion, like when Marwan was in Kur's core room. Herinosis whipped her head around to stare at the god, whose blade was now once again held in a forward stance.
Then you shall all fail,
Therill said, before launching himself forward. His blade danced along Herinosis, opening the dragon up like a carcass being butchered. The life left Herinosis' eyes immediately upon the colossal damage, shock notwithstanding. Gwynplaine did not turn tail, and instead went down fighting, his beheaded grin forever frozen into a mocking smile. Skana, too, seemed ready to accept his fate when Kurz stole that option from him. Using his mightiest of lasers, Kurz vaporized Skana before Therill could touch him, saving the dragon in his core and removing him from the fight. Skana protested, but Kurz ignored him, telling him quite succinctly that as the Emperor of the Cloud Empire, his life was not his own to throw away. Back in the sky, Therill chuckled.
Protective to a fault. Friends will get you killed, Kurz. Imagine where you would be if you had forsaken your fairy the moment she told off the guild and had listened to them instead. Fat and happy. Safe. Everything you are not right now. You can't defeat me. Everything you have done amounts to no different than a child scratching at their parent in anger. Do you not see how futile it is?
I will kill you. The more you play, the more time I have to find the way.
No, you won't, you... Really?
Therill said, his voice trailing off to incredulity as a very bright speck appeared on the horizon. A very bright and very fast speck. Vex. Kur's terror grew. Vex was too far away from any parts of Kurz to call off. Until he wasn't. Screaming at many times the speed of sound, he went from a blip on the horizon to a streak flying past Therill. Kurz felt Vex connect, but before they could talk in that exceedingly brief moment, Vex was already out of range. The shockwave followed. The roiling, compressed air hit Therill in a thunderous clap. He was tumbled like a leaf in a tornado, tossed casually aside, battered and bruised. At that speed, Vex's turn radius was something to behold, but instead of admiring it, Kurz was anxious that he would come back. He needed a way to talk to Vex, to tell him to back off. Therill was playing for keeps and would shatter Vex's core if only to spite him. Thinking quickly, Kurz used his light mana to cast an illusion spell. This one was simply a banner in the air that said, "Vex, go home!" Kurz watched as Vex rounded the corner and came for another pass at the god. Therill was not fast enough. Vex blew past him and the shockwave tossed the god once more. He either did not see the sign, A slight possibility, or more than likely, ignored it. Kurz turned his attention to Selena, who was watching from his core room. Selena, I'm at my wit's end. How do I get Vex out of there? He's gonna get killed!
He's reckless, but he's not that reckless. If he actually hits Theral, he'll be shunted into his core immediately at those speeds. The slime ball has a reason for his antics,
she said, staring off into the middle distance for a moment. Eyes suddenly widening, she quickly cast a warp to Skana's landing and stepped through.
Holy shit, that's brilliant!
She said with frank admiration. Kurz was about to ask what, but she was pointing at the planet below. Transitioning his point of view to the landing's watcher, he saw what she was looking at. Vex had left a contrail in the sky and had formed a ginormous arrow pointing at a particular cloud hovering over nothing in the middle of the ocean. Below it, in a wiggly cursive script, was, "Found it here."
Kurz, he's stalling to give you time to shatter the core there. You need Medusa back.
Already on it. As a matter of course, Medusa had picked up the severing knife, but had otherwise let the heroes deal with the dead. Kurz had a connection to her through it, as otherwise the city boundary would have halted any normal telepathic connection. Vex found the dungeon core. I need you to sever its connection, Kurz said into her mind, showing up unbidden. They were in a room somewhere in Freehold. It only had a table with a chess set on it and a simple wooden chair. Everyone was packed in tight, but it was where Limer found safety. Once he won this, as Kurz would not bid a thought of losing, it was going to be a terrible time for the Rough Riders. They had beheaded not only the leader of the Adventurers Guild, but of the Shadow Guild and the power behind the throne of Freehold.
Wonderful. Waiting to die does not suit me. Teleport me and my party,
Medusa requested as she stood up, her hair writhing in agitation.
You four, get ready. We have a job to do,
she declared, spooking them with the suddenness. Farah, Chris, Sabrina, and Kelly, given their orders, also got up off the floor, a little wary of what was going on. Farah found her voice first after sharing a glance with her non-monstrous teammates.
If it has anything to do with fighting a god or trying to get in on this fight, is this going to help prevent the apocalypse?
Maybe, maybe not. Would you rather sit here and hope the end of days is a dud, or would you rather attempt to halt it? Regardless, I have a job to do. I would have you with me. Will you keep the party, or am I going alone with my brother?
Medusa replied, her eyelocks quickly turning to stare Farah down. The elf sentinel did not falter under their gaze, having been partied with Medusa long enough now to be used to it. Kelly popped a cork of a potion that was definitely not anything but grain alcohol and took a swig.
All for one, one for all. I'll come. Sabrina?
The songstress snatched the potion from Kelly and imbibed a taste before patting her mouth.
I can't miss it. What kind of bard would I be? The songs all right will be legendary.
Chris smiled and tilted her head at Farah before slinking over to Sabrina and taking her own sip. She held it out to Farah, taunting the elf by lightly shaking it at her. The whole time, the Rough Riders were waiting to be called to follow. Trent was the one who actually asked the question. Should we not come along too?
No, this is a simple, presumably iron dungeon run. I need you to be back up if anything happens,
Medusa said with a shrug.
I fully expect Theral will have something up his sleeve, and if all our eggs are in one basket, we lose. Stay with Limer. He can get you summoned if there is a need. Farah, you coming?
She barely answered in the affirmative before Kurz opened the warp to space around them. Medusa, I'm going to dropship you all. While you were getting ready, I already fired off a thruster with some of me going with it. You have to hurry. Vex is giving you the opening and I don't know how long it'll last.
Lovely. Open your armory. I plan on outfitting everyone here with the best you can drop. Boots of haste, better armor, all of it.
Kurz left Medusa under Selena's watch to go through his inventory for outfitting and to wait for the signal, turning his attention back to Theral, who was looking angrier than when Kurz left him. Apparently, Vex had even found a way to annoy a god. His speed made him impossible to hit and equally impossible to get away from. A perfect gnat. Kurz was so proud. Why go through with all of this? Kurz asked, trying to distract Therill further. I understand fighting back at me. I killed your friend, and I'm trying to kill you. But why did you even let it get this far? Aren't gods supposed to be aloof?
I will not debase myself by defending my decisions to the likes of you. I could just as easily ask you about your choices that brought you here, throwing your life away, but I will not. Now, this Vex of yours. So far, he has been my hardest opponent, simply because he is hard to hit,
Therill said as Vex took another pass. Therill shot a magical net at Vex to try and catch him, but misjudged it, firing off too early. Vex simply flew over it. The follow-up spell was much too late, flaming off into the distance like a sad firework.
You have a knack for finding all of the areas of the system that I need to patch. There will be a speed limit after this, Kurz. A speed limit. No space-time mana, no gravity mana, none of that nonsense.
Not rising to the bait. After this, you will be dead, and there'll be no patches needed. I'll start fresh, Kurz declared. He felt the portal open from his cannonball. He knew that Medusa and her 4 ladies were now beginning their assault. He needed to keep the distraction up.
Noble goal. Noble and naive. You would never understand the intricacies of balance, even if I retired and handed you my laurels. Your bond to the city has clouded your already poor judgment further. Violence is inherent to the system and must be maintained. Let me demonstrate. Your poor, misguided champion Vex thinks he is untouchable with his speed,
Therill said with venom dripping from his words, failing to hide it behind the patronizing tone. Vex was coming around for another pass, the very air screaming from his scram pack.
What he fails to realize is the consequences of his actions. I've been watching him, Kurz. He hasn't stopped yet. I don't think he can he? So, let's find out what happens if I make him.
Therill cast his hands out to both sides of himself, and a curtain of light from miles above to the ground below and as far as the eye could see sprung up. Everything in front of it was bathed in light, and everything behind was twilight by shadow. Terminator line, the ultimate barrier, the difference between night and day. Only those allowed shall pass. All others shall find the light as solid as steel. Kurz tried to read into the details of the ability with the scant second he had, but he was again stymied by not being high enough level. Even without knowing the numbers, he knew it would be bad. He was too slow. Vex was too fast. Kurz could not ready a spell in time. Vex course-corrected. Not to dodge the wall, that was impossible. No. He was aiming for the hole in it. Therill. He now aimed right for Therill. Vex hit him, dead in the chest. All that speed, all that momentum brought to a halt. The light from the scram pack was searing bright in the explosion. The Terminator line winked out, and a cloud enveloped the impact. Kurz did not receive Vex's core in his inventory. The cloud dissipated. Therill was still there, flying. He was bowed over, clutching one arm around his midsection. His other, held high in victory, clutched Vex's core. Therill coughed blood, the offending fluid falling toward the ground far below.
And all the time I've been a god, I never thought I would be harmed so again. This is what I mean, Kurz. You find ways around the rules I have set. It should not have been possible for Vex to go that fast and crash. Should not. But he has. I would commend him had he not failed. I still stand, while he does not. Enough of this foolery. I've a proposition, Kurz. You stop running, and I will not crush this core in my hand.
Agreed, Kurz said, as he banished all of his false selves, leaving only the one real one. Drop the core, and come get me. Chapter 46. Theral laughed, though clutched at his chest while doing so, a slight wince on his features. He dropped Vex's core, letting it tumble wildly in the air, and zoomed across the planet towards the only Curse there was now. "No more running, but we are fighting on my turf," Curse declared valiantly as he warped his whole cloud into space, centering himself in the lair floor. Weirdly, it was comforting now that Vex was in a core. He couldn't get into any more trouble. Curse stole a second to see that Medusa had disappeared into the other cloud dungeon that Vex had found. "Before we start, can you breathe in space?" Theral made a right turn and blasted off towards the lair. He didn't answer, flying in silence. Larafamen took the silence to make herself known.
Curse, what's the plan?
Delay for the destruction of the poor dungeon below and pray to the system. You have any better ideas? He killed 2 dragons. He killed Gronkai. My most powerful weapon, the laser, he is immune to. And my mobs just aren't strong enough.
I too saw that he got hurt by Skana. So how about we shoot him until he dies, and then continue for another week to make sure? We got this, literally. I finished the evacuation and securing of the city. Now we fight together. 2 minds casting spells? He's toast.
Curse grinned. Okay, that we can do. At the very least, we'll die together.
He'll kill you first, but close enough.
Theral arrived, paused only for a moment to stare at his planet, and then shot at Curse, his sword held low, brimming with energy and extended to 100 feet with magic. Curse responded by expanding the space between them. "Theral, all of this, everything, is mine. You may have had home field advantage on your planet, but here, everything is my domain." Larafamen summoned Migaloo and Porphyrion, the cosmic cetaceans between Curse and Theral. They appeared out of nothing as she used Curse mana and spells to warp them in. Together, the two were an imposing barrier of blubber. Porphyrion turned to swat the diminutive by comparison god with his tail fluke, while Migaloo opened his mouth and loosed such a flood of monocytic slimes that it blotted out the stars as they rushed as one toward Theral. Theral would have dodged, but Curse saw to it that he couldn't. Space-time shifted around him so that the tail was directly in front of him no matter which way he moved, and it connected like a landslide, shooting Theral backwards. There was no respite, as Curse also repositioned an asteroid behind him for the collision. Theral hit that too, shattering the rocky obloid into smithereens, only to be mobbed by the legion of monocytic slimes. They congealed around him as one oversized macrophage, intent on dissolving the god. Golden rays of light pierced the ooze, growing more numerous until finally the macrophage exploded, revealing Theral once more. His hair was now wild, slick with sweat, and his body glistened. To Curse, it looked like he was showing a bit more injury. Not waiting, Curse crafted a new spell from the phrase, "Weakness seeking prolonged strengthened gravity blast," or gravity missile, and immediately started firing them off in Theral's general direction. Larafamen joined in, trying to tag the god even as he did his best to evade and close the distance. Together they pummeled him with a barrage of spells, pulling from Cur's inexhaustible mana. Theral tried to cast a spell for protection, when a third presence tapped Cur's mana and cast a version of Dispel. Skana, while still in his phylactery core waiting for rebirth, was able to join the fight. Cur's intuited it was via the arcology state, but did not question it, instead happy to make it a 3 versus 1. Together, the 3 took on distinct roles. Curse managed space-time, keeping Theral away and ensuring a constant stream of mobs. Larafamen wove spells to hurt him, and Skana kept his defenses tied up. Like bees, they were going to sting the mighty god to death. Curse felt the touch of the severing knife. Medusa had drawn it from its sheath, taking its curse upon herself.
We'll hold him off. I'll take over doing the space-time for you,
Larafamen said.
Go. Do what you need to.
Curse pushed himself through the knife. The young core was weak, only Iron 0. It had no capability to fight Curse, who had experience with battling like this. He subsumed the core room in a matter of seconds. It was idyllic. Filled with fluffy cloud material, the walls were a pastel blue. One had a gaping hole in it that still dripped alchemical acid. Soft lanterns gave it a sunrise look, coloring the clouds in welcoming warm amber. There, in the middle, was the cube of space Kurz couldn't violate. He knew a core lay there, but he was unable to subsume it without first bonding. Kurz could feel it push against his will, but Kurz's boundaries were strong. He locked the core into its small space like a caged animal. There was a fairy, male, whom Medusa had at eye point, all her eye locks staring him down. Laser evidence marked him in the form of burns on his clothes and face. The 4 women were there too, looking not at all battered by their adventure through the dungeon, though they all looked unsure about the violence that Medusa had promised the fairy. "Medusa, that's enough. You can let him go," Kurz said while opening a warp to awaiting Selena. Medusa shrugged and dropped her guard. The ferryman immediately scribed a circle, sparkling the portal to Hybra sail, and dove through. Selena, understanding her job, flitted through the warp. She nodded to the women and waved at Medusa before flying into the space Kurz couldn't see.
Confirmed patron is Overslime. Core name is Zeke. Hold on. Going to bridge a temporary bond between you two.
She called out loudly. Kurz felt the tickle as the other presence added itself to Kurz's mind.
"Please don't hurt me. Who are you?"
asked the timid voice with a soft, juvenile inflection. To Kurz, the core sounded like a young boy, immediately making Kurz even more cross. Theral was playing dirty. "Kurz, I'm going to be frank here. I'm here because the patron you chose, or had chosen on your behalf, is one that I intend to release. I have reasons, good reasons to do so. Let me ask you something. Do you—" Kurz paused as a serious sense of déjà vu washed over him. He could not place why, but it felt like he had a memory at the tip of his mind. An odd sensation because he possessed perfect recall. "Do you like being a dungeon core?"
I don't know. It's kind of boring. Haven't done much of anything. Redecorated a few times. Don't know if I can kill anyone, even though that fairy said I would have to. It's wrong to kill people. Or at least that's what I remember being taught, I think. But you're here to kill me, aren't you?
Zeke said, fear and conviction coloring his words in equal parts. I have killed so many people. So many. I've killed humans, elves, orcs, squama, men, women, old, young, dark lords, cute, fuzzy animals, and even a god. I have earned many titles through my slaughter, but lithiacidal is not one of them. Yet, it would be the easy course of action. Even now, talking with you is putting my life and those I care about at risk. Theral is trying to kill me. Medusa wants to kill you, so let me ask you again. Do you want to be a dungeon core? Are you willing to kill, as I have? Or would you rather your first death, the one that was cut short and had you shoved in that core you are now, have been more final?
Is there a third option? I'm not ready to go. I want my mom,
the core lamented. In some ways, Kurz was glad that the bond was only temporary and did not carry the full weight of melancholy that those words dwelled in. I have no memory beyond my own death. You remember your family? That must be hard. Perhaps death is the best option for you.
Okay.
The connection to the core fritzed out, cutting out unceremoniously. Medusa had grabbed the core with both hands and pulled it, separating it from the little bit of dungeon left and forcing it into a stasis. Alive, but no longer connected to the dungeon, thereby allowing the overslime to escape.
What? I was watching the log on the core's screen to see your conversation. Selena here was too. Kurz, you may be a killer, but you aren't a child killer. If Therill can turn a dungeon into a city, so can you when you take his place.
Medusa said defensively. You're right. That should mean that... Kurz said as he checked his possible gold cornerstone. He branched into the dual dungeon option and found what he was looking for. All options for other patrons were unavailable, as there was an override. Overslime. This patron is an esoteric force to be reckoned with. Outfit your dungeon with alien designs, motifs, and mobs that are out of this world. Prerequisites. Elevation of greater than 10,000 feet. No other dungeon within 100 nautical miles. 500-mile exclusive zone for dungeons that already patronize the Overslime. Current dungeons with this patron, 0. Note, override enabled. No patron other than Overslime may be chosen until Overslime has at least one patron. Kurz slid back into the fight seamlessly, in time to double up the speed of spells. Larafamen had done good work with keeping Therill at bay. Skana had done some damage, even though the god had dispatched the 2 titanic whale bosses in the meantime. Therill himself was bruised and bloody. One arm now cradled his waist as if holding a busted rib. Kurz reopened the chat, even while taking over the spells again. You're looking rough, Therill. How about I make you a deal? You leave this planet to me and fly far away. Anywhere else, really. I don't care what planet. You leave, and I won't kill you. You've lost. Therill stopped where he was, taking a few gravity missiles for his trouble, his body absorbing them like gut punches.
Why? Because Medusa picked up that pathetic dungeon core?
Kur's smugness vaporized, worry replacing it immediately. He lost his tongue, unable to find a response. His mind raced, the enormity of what that statement would mean weighing on him.
Curse! I am not a dungeon who's limited to their domain and their watchers. I am not a hero limited to their eyes. I am not a mere god either. I am the epitome of the pantheon. I am the god, and I am limitless. I can see the whole world. Hear the whole world. Congratulations, Kurz. You've opened the gate. But your savior is lost in the dark forest. They are days, weeks even, from finding their way out.
Therill claimed.
You win? You are so far from my level, you can't even get a read on me. But let me tell you something. Tell all 3 of you something. I have not been forthcoming. I have not even been trying. Like a father watching a child, I have been letting the 3 of you feel good about your accomplishments. But now it is time for me to introduce you to one of the reserved spell words. Sovereign!
With a snap of his fingers and a flash of golden light, Therill was healthy. All wounds gone. Sweat, dirt, grime, all no longer sullied his skin and clothes. He took a breath, regardless that he was in the vacuum of space, and started leisurely flying towards Kurz.
Kurz? You never did give me an answer when I asked if you would prefer I give you a proper fight, or if I should toy with you to give you time to lose hope. I chose for you.
Therill gloated, his body whole and unmarred.
I have vastly more experience than you. You may think yourself smart and creative, but I have seen it all, in some form or another. Maybe not the exact spell or that particular manner, but it is all the same in the end. Those weaker than me take a shot at my crown, and I kill them.
Kurz cast his shape space-time spell again to gain some time, but it fizzled. Error. Sovereign spell, no escape, has asserted a fixed 3-dimensional geometric distance between Kurz, Cloudgate, victor of Nihilung battle, savior of the realm, and Therill, lord of Therill, first among equals, precepts of the Therillian pantheon. Kurz looked up the spell word sovereign, but it did not show as an option. Gravity missiles were harmless, blocked by the spell no more. High-pressure water glanced off Therill without even wetting his skin. It was like he had just flipped a switch that read, "I win." In no time, Theryl's foot touched Kerr's cloud. He advanced along the walkway, silent in his assured victory. Larathaman was silent too, her domain squeezing Kerr's like a vice. Kerr's was doing the same. A few sword strikes later, Theryl carved a direct path into Kerr's core room. Then, and only then, did Theryl get rid of his sword, opting to pull into existence a chair for him to sit in. Selena warped in, holding the best scowl she could on her face. She held the laser saber in her hand but did not use it, knowing it was powerless against Theryl.
That spell word is some bullshit.
If your core was not about to die, I would chide you for your language. But in this circumstance, it is understandable. I am glad you showed up, Selena. Really. The question is what we do with you. You're obviously talented, but oh, so very dangerous,
Theryl said, scratching at his cheek with a look of mild worry. He had eased himself into the chair and was within an arm span of Kerr's.
As you know, there are consequences when dealing with fairies, all sorts of trouble. According to your rules, I should just send you on your way and let your superiors punish you as they see fit. But that did not work, did it? Killing you myself will cause an even bigger headache for me. You really have me in a bind.
Well, pardon me for not feeling the least bit sorry for you,
Selena said sardonically as she positioned herself between Kerr's core and the god. She looked at Kerr's for a moment, before adding softly,
If you find me talented, I could work for you. I don't know what you need, but I onboard quickly. How about a deal? You spare Kerr's and the rest. Let them fly away, like they offered you.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. I did not rise to this position by forgiving transgressions. However, I think you working for me has merit. A work release from prison, maybe. Might take some time to set up, but it is a much better option for me politically than killing you too. I doubt you disagree.
Selena sputtered, trying to muster up a biting comeback, but Kerr's ignored it, and faded away from that. From everything. He could afford no distractions. He pulled into his own mind to make sure he could think as fast as possible. There had to still be a way to win. He was not going to accept defeat, his death of his partner, and the enslavement of his fairy. With anger coursing through his core, he reviewed his memories from the fight with Theryl to see if he could spot any weaknesses. Nothing. There was nothing that Kerr's could make use of. Doubly so now that the damnable sovereign keyword was being used to power the god's spells. It was not fair. The keyword was too powerful for Kerr's to read. It was too powerful for Kerr's to read, so he needed someone from a higher tier. He needed the Overslime now. Reviewing the memory, Theryl said that the Overslime was lost and could not find his way out of the forest. That was it. Kerr's needed to signal the Overslime, tell the entity where to go to claw back into reality. That suited Kerr's. If anyone knew how to work the Unreal, it was him. Pulling up his upgrades, he filtered it down to the one gold cornerstone that mattered. Reality is merely an illusion. Floors may now expand into the Unreal. Effects to be determined. Consequences to be determined. At this time, no mechanical benefits. Prerequisites. Unreal Core. Altar built. The choice beckoned. He did not care that it was mechanically disadvantageous, nor that it was incomplete. What mattered is that it allowed him to build into the Unreal. I'm not dead yet, Theryl. Why do you talk about me in the past tense? Kerr's said as he locked in the choice. Immediately, the knowledge of how to build the Unreal flooded his mind, teaching him the secrets required. If he had not already learned the ways of living outside the constraints of reality, he would have broken them then and there. But he knew what was coming, and the knowledge, profane as it was from the perspective of physics, was but a welcome breath of air to a drowning man.
Because, Kerrs, you are I am merely talking to those left behind and damaged by your decisions. I need to decide what to do with them once you are gone. Though I am interested in what you are doing, I see that you've upgraded. What do you possibly expect to do?
Me? What I always do, Kurz said as he popped into his pre-built crafting menu and grabbed something. Something that he had built what seemed like a lifetime ago, back when he was just trying to attract adventurers. A lighthouse, the very same one he had built back when he was Iron Zero, but this time, he was going to attract something greater. He dropped it in the Unreal, just on the other side of his core room, if such a concept could be, thrusting mana into it such that it built essentially instantly. Then, with the might of all the mana pouring into him, Kurz cast his laser to light the beacon. So strong and voracious for mana that it temporarily dimmed the core room, as nearly all of Kurz's mana was drained from reality. Therill in one motion stood up from the chair and ripped Kurz from his watery dais, holding the fragile core in his hand.
What are you up to,
he said, rotating it so he could see the text on the log screen. Selena's eyes went wide, darting away from the warp wall that brought Kurz and Larafimin's core room together.
No, you fool! You've
Kurz, no longer attached to his expansive domain, could not maintain the warp spells. Across the world, up through space, into the depths of the oceans, reality asserted itself with a vengeance. The spatial distortions closed violently like collapsing vacuums. As taut whips, the unreal threads that tied it all together became all too real and cut. Swaths of forest were cut down at uniform heights. Submarine earthquakes and sonic booms wrought destruction. Ever more catastrophic events popped up for the unfortunate souls on the planet. Chapter 47. Kurz naturally floated back to place on his dais and saw just what had happened when the warps he maintained had been disrupted. Luckily for everyone involved, Kurz was in space, and the damaging correction went down to the planet. The walls and walkway that Kurz had removed between him and Larafimin were small, and a very short distance to correct compared to the other portals. He could feel the spells were still there, as echoes. He was confused for a second, but quickly realized what had happened. Gronkai, when she was reworking his network, had thought of this contingency. She had prepared for his spells dropping. Through a convoluted application of periodic, per day, hold, and her own keyword, renewing, she had made it such that Kurz would be able to recast the spells without having to revisit each and every location. Larafimin had been safe in her sarcophagus. Selena had sheltered in place. Her legendary item had kicked into overdrive and had prevented her from being telefragged as the core room rearranged itself. Though she was still unconscious, she was covered in tiny scratches all over. Turning to his children, Kurz took in their status too. Vex was in core form, somewhere, and most assuredly not close to a hit from this. The severing knife was legendary and did not break, so Medusa was fine. Limer was somewhere in freehold with the Rough Riders. Most importantly, Kurz did not have a beast core waiting for him, so they were all alive. Or at least not dead. He reached out to Larafimin to squeeze her domain with reassurance before opening a telepathic channel. I'm all right, Larafimin. How about you?
I'm good. So are my champs. They were luckily not near a warp gate, hiding in safe rooms in my city. Only 15 dead from the warp collapses inside the city. Gustav had good planning for the shelters.
Before they could see each other more, Therill stirred. He had been thrown against the returned wall, cracking it, his hand a mangled mess. He shook the shock off his face before he looked amazed at the fleshy, ruined appendage.
You still had another attack left. But that was a one-time use, wasn't it, Kurz?
He goaded, even as the wound reverted in a flash, leaving the god pristine once again.
Was that what you were planning this whole time? Convince me to try and read your log to see what you did with your mana and hope the portal collapse killed me? Hardly a good plan.
Wrong. An unseen force ripped through the transparent roof of Kerr's core room. At first glance, Kerr could see nothing. Whatever was out there in the black was invisible, but he could feel the malevolence. Since he was currently situated inside the lair floor, he instead, using the technique with the mist in his iron room back when the Shadow Guild first tried to kill him, looked for where the hidden entity wasn't. There, he found who he was looking for. The Overslime, or at least what it had become. Gone was the arrow-sight body swimming with shark-fin obelisks. In its place was a tear in reality, a perfect sphere of nothing sized no bigger than a wagon. So perfect, even light did not illuminate it. Overslime. Access denied. Insufficient stat site. Hello, Theral. Before Kerr could react with angst at again being blocked, the Overslime reached out. Behind it, the presence would not be denied. It was a bond request, not an offer, not a question, but a request. Kerr took it and immediately failed to understand. Overslime, the Eater of Stars, Aerosteel Leviathan, subtype Enigma, HP, Error Overflow, out of Error Overflow. Abilities, numerous. Overslime's voice rang out in his head, and to judge by Theral's reaction, his too. Where is Vex?
That speck! You are going to fight me, a god, over that insignificant gremlin. The core is somewhere down there. I dropped it like the refuse it is.
Mistake. Kerr watched with amazement as Theral was punted out of Kerr's floor. One moment he was there, the next he was careening towards the planet below. Kerr's warps that kept the floor contained had failed when he had been disconnected, so Theral kept right on rocketing towards the ground. Kerr had to switch to viewing the Watcher to see Theral crater into the ground. From space, it was silent, but the destruction was evident. Kerr could see the shockwave flatten trees and dissipate the clouds. The ground rolled and ejecta filled the air. Yet Theral shone with a golden light and flew to return to the fight. The Overslime waited placidly for the god to return. Kerr took the moment to begin to reconnect to the most important resource he had, the space array. Lucky for him, being situated in space meant he was already attached to the whole of the lair floor and the adjacent solar collectors there. A big boost, it would make re-upping the spell to deep space possible, though it would still take a while. Theral arrived on the scene with a brilliant flare, any wounds he had since healed. With a flurry of slashes, quick as the wind, he struck deadly blows on the sphere of nothing. Golden arcs raced through the sky, emanations from Theral's sword strokes. Kerr, alarmed, had to use space-time to squeeze his core room such that he would not be hit. Instead, the very structure of his dungeon was cleaved by errant attacks. It was better for that to be hit than the city where innocent heroes and families lived. He started up a thruster to push the cloud farther away from the fight. It was slow, but he currently did not have the mana to move the whole of his cloud via teleportation, and it was a better alternative to staying put. Front row seats were too dangerous. The whole while, the Overslime did not dodge. It just waited, taking the attacks like it was proving a point. Kerr noticed what was going on a moment before Theral did. The Overslime annihilated Theral's sword the moment it made contact with its nebulous form. The weapon was just gone where it had struck the black ball. It put in perspective how Kerr, who thought himself powerful, was completely outclassed by the two entities going to war right now. Kerr had thought to take a war to Theral, and the god had played with him, letting Kerr think he had a chance the entire time. He could only hope that such a mismatch was not happening now. Theral held out a hand, arm straight, and shot a lance of light at the ball. It struck, dead center, yet it too failed to seemingly accomplish anything. The surface was unperturbed, and Laser did not reappear out the other side.
A sovereign spell. Sovereignty is irrelevant to those who don't recognize it.
The overslime shifted. It reshaped itself to be a torus. Through the center it shot a point mass. Immediately, Kurz was beset by cascading error reports for the layer floor as the non-dimensional object crashed into and then through Theral. It vaporized itself not long after, unable to keep the lack of shape real as an unprotected singularity. Then another, then 20. Quickly, the overslime ramped up the production of the bullets. Theral threw up a barrier, but the pressure of the projectiles was infinite, and they tore through Theral's magic with impunity. Kurz laughed with relief, taking the moment to heal up the minor wounds to Selena, though he took care not to wake her. Tiny pinprick holes welled up with small drops of blood. Not damaging in any strong sense, but insulting. Theral had attempted to protect himself, but had failed. His efforts had fallen far from sufficient. Again, golden light washed it all away and set Theral right once more. Kurz had no way to stop that, and looking at the limited information he could glean across the temporary bond that the overslime had bridged with Kurz, neither did it. It would have to either up the tempo and outdamage the heal, or hit hard enough that Theral could not recover from it. Hey, overslime, I think—
No. Time away has not changed our relationship, Kurz. I do not desire or need your advice.
Theral's form shifted for a bit, like it was moving out of focus. When it snapped back to clarity, he had 8 arms. He was armed with a sword, bow and arrow, spear, sickle, chakra, and mace. He started to grow, and his skin flaked off like it was a fragile shell over his power. Underneath was a golden god that grew bigger and bigger until he was 80 feet tall and made of what looked like solid metal. Lightning arced around his body, as if there were just not enough space still to contain all the power. The ability was called Deific Warform, and it was terrifying. Theral could have killed Kurz whenever he had desired, and had never been in danger. Even so enlarged, Theral was fast. He swung his mace down, the head engulfed in multiple halos of energy. This had an effect, hitting the comparatively small overslime dead on and pushing it back. 10 feet. Theral fired the bow. The magical arrow pierced the black ball, jutting out of both sides like the overslime was a cherry on a swizzle stick. More cataclysmic blows rained down on the overslime. It maddeningly did not dodge, instead taking the hits. It was the 3rd arrow in its body that changed that. The overslime pulsed. Each pulse brought the arrows into its body a bit more from both sides, exactly as if it were eating them. The pulses started coming faster, even as Theral kept up his attack on the stoic slime. Mace hits and sword slashes displaced it, but otherwise seemed to accomplish nothing. Kurz was sure it was getting hurt, but insofar it was not revealing anything. More arrows were added by Theral, and the overslime kept eating them, faster and faster, until an arrow would hit and the overslime would absorb it instantly. Kurz could see, almost imperceptibly, that the overslime was getting bigger. Then Theral's sickle slashed it and it went through, cleaving the overslime in 2. But Kurz had seen this trick before. The overslime was now 2 creatures and had seemingly been waiting to absorb enough mana or material to accomplish the split.
You locked me away from my stars.
The second ball of nothing zipped forward, dipping under a chakra before deleting a section of the mace handle. It danced around Theral like a fly, only this fly deleted whatever it touched. It punched holes in the weapons and even Theral himself, albeit ones that closed on their own not long after, courtesy of Theral's spell repertoire. As the new form deleted things, it did not grow, to Kurz's chagrin. It shrank. The second form was going to be short-lived. Even then, the Overslime did not make a move to end the fight, with the second ball only punching holes in joints and muscles, nothing decidedly deadly. Eventually, the ball was so small it evaporated on its own. That move left the Overslime smaller than when it started, now only the size of a wagon wheel versus the whole wagon. Kurz, however, felt supreme confidence across the bond. It was warranted, because no sooner had the ball evaporated than Theryl's war form faltered, crumbling like a broken statue that had lost its luster to time. The god emerged from within and bore a look Kurz had never seen on his face. Fear.
You want your stars? Take them. I hold no dominion outside this planet. You have all the space you could want. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Both our resources are too great.
Theryl said tiredly.
What? He can't be serious!
Kurz protested, but the immensity of the anger at his intrusion across the bond shut him up.
You are mistaken. I can kill you.
Theryl's hands went to his neck as a force unseen grabbed him. His feet kicked and squirmed frantically. Even so, he managed to eke out,
You will regret this. The fairies.
Fairies are not of my concern.
Kur's spell to the greater array ticked over, once again filling him with power. Knowing he was not welcome there to talk, he nonetheless expanded a warp from that array to the pair. The sun, so much closer now, shone through with such an intensity it whited out Theryl and highlighted the absoluteness of perfect black that was the Overslime. After a moment of hesitation, the Overslime moved for the first time since it had returned. It seemingly rolled through space, as if it were a heavy ball suspended on a fabric sheet, light lensing around it as it tugged forward. Despite his protestations, his power, and his existence as a god, Theryl was drug behind it like a snared animal. They crossed Kur's warp and found themselves among an oversized field of solar collectors, all facing the sun and greedily soaking up its light. It was hot, boiling hot from the sheer radiance. The Overslime loosened its hold on the god, not enough for him to escape, but enough for him to say his last words.
Please, I'll do anything. I can serve you. I know the ways of the planet, how to work with Hypersale. All of it. You can't throw that away. Don't leave me out here stranded. I won't be able to find my way back.
Theryl pleaded, a note of hysteria in his voice.
Abandon you? No. This is where you die.
The Overslime began to swing the captive Theryl in an orbit, using an ability called Binary Runaway. The pair orbited around their berry center faster and faster, whipping Theryl through space. Eventually, they were moving so fast that the Overslime's hold on Theryl was overcome and the god was ejected. He was flying straight toward the sun, tumbling and disoriented. To drive home its point, Kurz felt the Overslime kick Theryl with its invisible force, speeding him up further.
Take your shot, Kurz. Don't miss.
Not having to be told twice, Kurz tagged Theryl with a laser of simple, undifferentiated mana. Inconsequential, except it would guarantee that he got experience for the assist at a minimum for what was about to happen. Theryl stopped tumbling eventually. It was hard, but he had a good reference point for at least one direction. The sun. It filled up so much of his vision at this point, but it gave him the bare minimum of facing towards and facing away. It loomed so big he could scarcely believe it. He always thought his planet was big, but this thing was a monster. And hot. Even now he felt his godly resistances being taxed. He could not tell how far away he was, as he had no way to judge it. Turning away from the sun, he looked for Kur's array to find the warp home. All he had to do was get back to Theryl. The fairies would take up his case, and since he had been a diligent god, someone would be able to get him the help he needed. In hindsight, maybe it was wrong to kill all the other gods, Therill mused to himself while scanning for a reflection or something off Kerr's structure. Had his pantheon been a full complement of gods, they could have taken that overgrown slime like all the others before. Especially now that Kerr had shown the temerity to kill one of his trickster lackeys, he was realizing his error. Therill could not see whatever Kerr's had. Not from here, he realized. If those devices sucked up light, they would not reflect. All Therill had to do was move beyond them and look for their silhouette against the sun. It would be painful with how bright the sun was, but it was better than wandering space for eternity, or whenever his ability to survive without sustenance or air or anything really tapped out. Therill was not sure which would happen first. Flying away, he kept looking around, just to see if he could spot anything that may help, though he was now hotter than before. Turning to the sun, he was also sure it was bigger, which made no sense as he was flying away from it. A shiver of dread and doubt ran down Therill's spine. Perhaps he wasn't flying away. Could he still be falling? It was mighty hot, so much that now his mana was being debited to keep him safe from it. Therill tried more to fly away, pushing as hard as he could, but looking over his shoulder, he was certain the sun wasn't getting smaller. There, a reflection. It was a speck in the distance, but still a reflection. Therill powered towards it, all thoughts on the sun banished. He was going to crush Kerr's first and then figure out a way to deal with the overslime. Maybe Vex as a hostage would be the token he needed. Before he could close the distance, a fireball shot out of that tiny spot, aiming right for him. It grew and grew in apparent size, racing towards Therill unerringly. The shining light behind it winked out. Therill scoffed. He had a bearing on where the gate was. He would find it now regardless, and no piddling fire spell was going to stop him. However, it was no fireball.
Hello, brother!
Cackled Azir, wearing broken chains and manacles on his wrists and feet still, as he rode the conflagration towards the god.
My vengeance is nigh.
Therill stopped mid-flight, summoning up a shield and spear of golden light.
Azir, how did you get out? I am not dead, nor deposed. Regardless, we do not have time for this. Our battle prolongs on the planet, not in space.
That is where you are wrong, brother. This is not a battle. Curse built a warp in my jail and freed me on one condition. He is going to rename the planet after this. Remember my promise. I do.
Azir declared coyly, not pausing to slow down. Instead, he threw his hands wide, causing the fireball he was on to expand massively until it was the size of a barge. It turned an ugly shade of red as Azir suffused it with hellfire. Therill began to back up, keeping the distance between them. The heat from the fireball in front was hot, almost equal to the heat he felt on his back, reminding him of that weird problem.
He sent you to kill me? You aren't strong enough?
No, you fool. I am here to ensure he gets assist credit for your death. Can you feel the heat, brother? Can you? You aren't getting away.
Therill could. He had been lying to himself that it was not getting hotter. But now the heat was unbearable, so Therill had to cast a spell to buttress his passive immunities. As if cued, Azir exploded the massive ball of hellfire he was on, jettisoning himself directly at Therill, catching the god distracted as he cast his spells and knocking him back. Wrapping his brother in a bear hug, he let the broken chains bind them both together. With a manic grin, he kissed his Therill on the cheek.
Mwah! 'cause assuredly you would not be able to escape the pull of the sun.
That confirmed it. It could only be getting hotter if he was getting closer to the sun. However fast he was flying, he had not overcome his fall, and was destined to hit the burning ball. Desperate, Therill attempted to cast spells to hasten himself, but Azir foiled them with his own application of magic.
No, we can beat this! Let go of me and together we shall outrace the sun! Help me, brother! Like old times!
Never. You're centuries too late for that. There shall be no forgiveness.
Therill was trapped. He did not have the ability to generate the escape velocity needed. His initial velocity was much too great, courtesy of the Overslime's throw. Therill raged and poured everything he was in an attempt to escape. All the while, Azir laughed and laughed in his face. He tried and tried and tried, but he never felt relief from the heat. At best, all he ever did was decrease how fast it was getting hotter. But hotter still he was. Exhausted after what felt like forever and a day of failing to escape, Therill joined in laughter with his brother. He then dropped the spells protecting him and deactivated his core. He vaporized instantly. Azir fell towards the sun silently, pensively. With a flash of hellfire, he looked like he had the day Therill betrayed him. Pristine and clean, the agony of rage erased from his features. And sane. Azir closed his eyes and wore a smile. His sacrifice had not been in vain. Therill was dead. Clasping his hands over his body in repose, he softly spoke.
I did it, brothers and sisters. We can all rest now.
Azir then followed Therill's lead and vaporized. Chapter 48. Vex had found a new game. He called it Orbit Toss, and he was playing it constantly with his newest, oldest friend. He would jump from space, gain enough speed while plummeting toward the as-yet-to-be-named planet to activate the scram pack that Kurz could not get back from him, activate it so he would be moving at a ludicrous speed, and then fly straight at the Overslime. Just before he would contact the ball of nothing, he would deviate just enough that he would miss death by a hair. Instead, he would be spun around the Enigma on a hyperbolic arc, enjoying the astounding acceleration he felt, only to be jettisoned and, incredibly, going faster. He would repeat the slingshot maneuver until the acceleration was so hard it was lethal, upon which point he would respawn, cackle madly, and do it all over again. While Vex was occupied, all the others bonded to Kurz directly and indirectly were in conference in the Cloud Empire's throne room, with only Gustav conspicuously absent. Thrown up on an empty wall with a device that Selena called a projector was an image of Kurz's log, and they were all looking at the blinking option. Before it, Selena stood to address them all. Battle for the Ages. Planet GUID 93D972EE-4AEB-428-9-8A9E-6E7A80FAFA31 has a vacant local administrator position. Kurz, Cloudgate, victor of Nyalong Battle, savior of the realm, God Killer, has qualified for the role. To accept a chance at being deified, select yes or no. Terms and conditions apply. Note, other possible contenders are listed below. Lorathaman, Bancroft, savior of the realm. Skana, dragon of gravity, emperor of the Cloud Empire, savior of the realm. Overslime, eater of stars, God Killer. Yes or no?
So, terms and conditions. I'm only partway through understanding them. The skinny is thus. If any of you, including the big old black hole slime over there, contest the administration or godhood of any of the others, we go through what we all just did all over again. Lucky for us, the Overslime really does not want personal power and just wants to leave. They're only still here because Vex cries when they attempt to fly away,
she said to the assembly.
Those of you who aren't on the list are here because their ascension to Administrator would give you maintainer levels of control. You'd still be heroes and champions, just with more abilities, like what would happen to these three, but a little lesser. What I'm saying is, if you aren't in this for the long haul, this is the time to say so.
Sunvi and Kieran looked at each other, their hands interlocked. Roland scratched the back of his neck.
Does this mean we'll live forever?
Don't know that part. Maybe. Haven't hit that chapter yet. I was never trained on being a fairy for gods or godlings, which brings us to the next problem. Gustav, who may know that info, ain't back yet. Nominally, I would say that becoming gods would make all problems moot, but I still exist. The cat is out of the bag, and those assholes know what I am.
So, you are asking when we take this god title what we need to do to secure your freedom as well as Gustav's? If so, I am willing to do what is necessary.
Skana spoke in everyone's minds. He was more than content to recline with his head resting on his forearms, eyes closed. Regardless of his apparent relaxation, his mind was obviously still with them.
I am already an emperor. Why not a god? I will do so, if only to ensure that the next generation of dragons, behemoths, and beasts have a guardian so their fate is something more than item drops.
Slow down there, cowboy. Yes, having gods on my side would go far to ensure my freedom, but the fairies have power. Real power.
I don't think they do, Limer interjected. He was wearing a fairy as a puppet once again. Fluttering up to Selena, he turned to address everyone. My time in Hypersale showed that yes, they have magic. The ability to portal to their assigned cores, ignore the local system and other such nonsense, but individually, they are physically weak. I don't think they could stand the attack of a silver hero. No offense. None taken. I know I stand among giants, Trent said, spreading his hands open to help his words. Thank you for understanding, Limer said with a quick head nod. What I mean to say is they rely heavily on their ability to stop foreign magic and material from crossing their portals. My puppet here is able to cross, and then my connection follows because distance is not a concept for it. What I mean is, if I ingest a warp gate, Kurz may be able to make a breachhead. Doing so will allow us to bring the fight to them. Such a threat would undoubtedly bring them to the negotiating table with regards to Selena and Gustav.
I'm for it. Gustav must come home,
Larathaman said, her champions nodding in agreement with her decree.
He has helped me through thick and thin. If I am to be a goddess of whatever we name this planet, then he must be by my side. Or at least have the option of dropping his assignment. He can't be a captive.
Excuse me, Mother. But if I may interject, Mr. Anpu said, speaking out of turn, his hands clasped behind his back even as he bowed to show his position in the conversation. So far, everyone agrees. I see no champion who would ever go against their parent in this regard. The only ones who we are trying to convince are the heroes. Perhaps we should just give them the floor. And if they desire to fight on our behalf or retire to a normal life, they may make such a choice. As so far I know you, Mother, Kurz, and Skana will become gods regardless of this conversation. None of the remaining arcology partners argued the point, making it all that much clearer. V took the floor first.
My life has been a whirlwind since Kurz first descended. So much has changed. I am not who I thought I was going to be, and I keep company with those who I could never have imagined. I'm not ready to get off the ride just yet. I will take it to the end. Count me in.
Mel simply nodded in affirmation. Roland spoke next.
I'm retired. I have no desire for whatever power comes with what title you're about to take. I'm out. Mel here took my place, and she is doing well as is.
Trent slugged him in the shoulder.
He says he's out, but he doesn't mean it. When I say I'm in, he'll come around. I will be the best there ever was, and this looks like the way to do it. No, I will not be coming around, damn you. I've earned my rest. Leave me out of your nonsense. I retired, and you dragged me back in twice now. Can I not have a moment's peace? What'll being a demigod give me? Trent smiled the world's biggest grin. Well, for starters, I assume you'll get your own personal aerosteel forge. Maybe even get to make your own legendaries in time. Roland's look could and would have killed a lesser man, but Trent laughed it off, knowing he had him. Bah! Make it thrice. Fine! Everyone in assembly laughed, the moment of levity helping to reduce the tension of the life-changing moment. Sunvi and Kieran assented as well. I believe it's time to select yes, Kurz said, as he locked in the future. Limer scribed open a portal to Hybrasail from one of the sister cities of the nascent goddess Labyrinth. That way the fairies would not be ready for it. He had to be careful, as at this point there was no way Kurz or Labyrinth's gate locals would be unwatched. Also, with his father taking the reins of the planet, he was sure a welcoming party was being put together. Stepping through and wearing Arthur's face, there was nobody. He breathed a sigh of relief, but it caught in his chest. There was somebody. As a predator, more at home waiting in ambush than anything else, like recognized like. I have come to parley on behalf of Kurz. I suggest you come out and give me a proper welcome, Limer said, standing his puppet up tall. Sure enough, the everything shimmered as a powerful glamour was torn away like a curtain, revealing that the fairies were waiting for something to come through. Limer's problem was that he was wearing the face of someone believed to be dead. A host of fairies stood fierce, magic crackling under their fingernails. Limer waited a tense minute before a portal was opened, and out stepped Odette and Jennifer, obviously summoned through an alarm.
Take of Arthur's face, you insult us all with it,
Jennifer said coldly, staring daggers.
What she means to ask is, are we having a prisoner swap now? Kurz has us at a disadvantage,
Odette said.
We are the negotiation team by nature of being the team originally brought on to deal with Selina's issue. Can we ascertain that Arthur and Deacon are safe?
Absolutely. I will bring them over when we are all ready for it. I am here to bring this ugly chapter in fairy dungeon isekai relations to a close,
Limer said, before countering.
Is Gustav safe and healthy? He was dispatched to get help against Therul. Labyrinth and his core had expected him back already.
Jennifer scoffed, but then snapped her fingers. An armed fairy behind her quickly scribed a portal. It sparked into existence. A few moments later, Gustav stepped through. He gave a huge smile and walked forward a bit, but Jennifer stopped him. His face crossed for only a moment before the jolly smile returned.
Hello there, Limer. It is great to see you. Before you ask, I am not so much a prisoner as just someone whose task has taken longer than expected. I could have returned at any time, he said apologetically. Not a prisoner. That is why you haven't been back? No, it was not like that. I understand why you think that, but I couldn't come back yet lest I give up our negotiating position. I was so close, and then you won. I was going to come back, but I wanted to bring good news with me, Gustav said with a grimace. Well then, feel free to come on over, because with our win over Therul, Labyrinth wants you back, and everyone back home is more than willing to restart negotiations from scratch, Limer said as he sidestepped out of the way of the portal that he had left open. Labyrinth's champions are waiting for you right over the threshold. They just want you back. They don't need anything more than you for the party to start. Gustav breathed deep, rubbed his hands together, and marched over, a smile on his face.
It took one hand gesture from Jennifer for him to be intercepted. The fairy who had opened the portal and another stepped forward and grabbed him by the shoulder and forearm.
Gustav is free to go once you exchange Deacon and Arthur. That should not be a surprise to you, spy.
Not at all. I was just calling your bluff. One moment, I must go get them.
Limer replied amicably, quickly stepping back through the portal. True to his word, he came back through escorting both Arthur, who looked haggard from stress, and Deacon, who was otherwise looking none the worse from his time in prison. They both shuffled through the portal on their own with no fetters. Any attempts by Kurz to keep them in bindings would have been useless. Both livened up as the magic of Hybrasail revitalized them fully. They were quickly grabbed by the soldier fairies and hustled over to their side, zero trust given to Limer.
So, Gustav coming over now, Odette? Or do I need to be talking to Jennifer more?
Limer asked, his Arthur puppet looking uncanny now that the real one was back in the picture.
Limer, we can honestly say thank you for returning them safe and sound. However, we need to talk more before Gustav can go home. You, a champion of a dungeon, are able to cross our protection magics without an issue. Selena and Isekai, you must understand why this is a fraught problem for fairy kind.
Odette pleaded, even as she hugged Deacon before sending him and Arthur on their way to be checked for maladies and to have reports taken.
No, I do not have to understand anything. I have been nothing but a consummate professional, and you insult me by reneging on our deal. My goals are 3. Secure Gustav's return to Thero, Selena's return to Hybrasail as a welcome citizen, and the earnest assistance of fairy kind for my father, mother, and draconic uncle in their rule of their new planet, Limer said, his control faltering on the Arthur puppet. Terms can be negotiated if those 3 things are on the table. Are those on the table? Will all 3 of those things be met?
Odette was silent. Jennifer was not. She laughed.
Selena will never be allowed back. She is an abomination. She isn't even a fairy. She's just like you, a monster that wears a stolen fairy's face.
So be it. I will drop this pretense and show you the real me then, if that is what you demand,
Limer said coldly as he pushed his bulk into reality. The Arthur puppet was dropped to the ground, discarded. The fairy host gasped and cried out in shock as Limer showed the real him, with Odette covering her mouth. Limer reached his hands into his oversized mouth and pulled out 2 things, a crown and a dagger. He had been given the opportunity, and he took it. Grasping the severing knife in one hand and the crown of conquest in the other, he waited. He did not have to wait long. The severing knife's magic was, like Limer's own, not constrained by distance, as it worked in the realm where distance was a suggestion. Now that it was inside the barrier, it was free to go to work. Like a fungus, Kurz forced his way into Hybrasail. But now, he was no longer a simple gold dungeon, nor the Light Lord, nor an arcology. He was a god, and the speed upon which he ate the land was awe-inspiring. In a blink, his domain now included the entirety of the welcoming party. In a second, Gustav was forcefully teleported away while a hold person spell hit the fairies with force. Kur's telepathy washed over everyone as an unwelcome thought. Limer also had 2 additional instructions. Grab just the knife if I was needed for a rescue. Grab the knife and the crown if I was needed to rescue with prejudice. Kurz waited a moment for a response, looking out across the crowd of fairies, their faces frozen in rictus expressions of fear and discomfort, before he realized everyone wasn't just under the purview of his hold person spell, but that time had stopped. Hybrasail must have had a defense mechanism that triggered, Kurz thought, before his log, all the way across the cosmos in his cloud, pinged. Hello again, Kurz. Kur's memory came flooding back to him. Whatever block there was had been lifted, like a curtain before a crowd. Sigh.
Hello, mysterious developer. I am in big trouble now, aren't I?
Should you be?
No, I've done nothing wrong. Well, nothing wrong from my perspective. Obviously, I've rained all over the fairies' parade just now. There's probably going to be a big to-do about that, but hey, I got Gustav back without violence.
Do you find violence wrong?
Not to be petulant in the face of an omniscient power, but can we dispense with the pedagogy and talk like acquaintances at least? I mean, this is the third time you've intervened in my life. I'm either a pet project of yours or at the very least high on your entertainment list. No?
Okay, I can do that. Quite the entrance you made there. Is your goal now to commit violence such that the fairies will listen to you? What's the game plan?
No. My goal is for Selina to be left well enough alone. Obviously, it would be best if she could go to and from Hypersail, as it was her home until she improved her bond with me. And someday, if the gods can even die by anything but violence, she'll make her way back there. If I need violence, I'll use it. But Larafamin has been pushing me to be softer, for lack of a better term, and I think I'm better off because of it. I'm gonna try hard not to be violent toward these fairies, even though they've wronged Selina so.
Let's bring Larafamin into this. We can leave Skana out. His bond is fraternal, not eros.
Suddenly, Kurz felt Larafamin stir, the solid presence that was her border once again moving, as well as the warmth of her thoughts in his head.
Kurz, what is going on? Why is everyone and everything?
Shh, she started before Kurz shushed her kindly and pointed out her log and his were mirrored. The developer was printing out statements on both.
There. That's better. Larafamin, do you think Kurz should take vengeance on fairy kind? Just trying to get info here.
After urging from Kurz, Larafamin answered.
Should is a strong word there. Does he have the right? Absolutely. He could kill Arthur and that Jennifer woman, and I would not mourn them. But if his goal is to help Selina, killing them won't accomplish anything unless he plans full subjugation. Killing fairies by invading their so-called impenetrable fortress would just brand him and Selina further as heretical. I guess he should take vengeance by making Jennifer and Arthur and Odette and whoever else needs to eat crow and offer reparations.
A nuanced opinion. Kurz, could you do that? Had I not stopped you, you could have done much harm before the fairies countered you. Also, smart job finding that hole. A 0 day. Never would have thought to carve it out.
I had strong motivation to find a way to cross. As for your question, I had the option to kill Arthur already, so probably not. But hey, while I have your attention, and before you burn my memories or whatever you do, can I ask a favor?
A favor? Have I not already done enough? I fixed the broken local system twice for you, though you've given me much to think about.
No, this is not for me. This is for Selina. Could,
Kurz said before pausing, struggling to put his thoughts to words. Larafamin noticed and did her best to simulate holding him. Reassured, Kurz tried again.
Could you send her back to Earth? Or something like that? Now, she's an outcast, and unless you're willing to amend everyone's memories, I'm afraid she'll never be accepted by the fairies again. And for a species that is even more immortal than my kind, well, that's a long time before she's forgiven. Actually, what about Sanvi and Kieran? They left a life behind as well. Gustav, too, will have trouble. Eleanor, Gronkai's fairy as well. I'm afraid now that Larafamin and I are more than a dungeon and city, they'll all be cast adrift.
I understand the fear. Rather than answer your question directly, however, allow me to counter with one of my own. Tell me, Kurz, can you conceptualize eternity? Larafamin?
No. Based on your question, I assume that my answer should be no.
Same here. I mean, eternity is forever, but that is just a wispy concept itself.
Larafamin said, joining Kurz with her answer. An eternity is hard. Take Vex, have him, every night, take 1 gulp of water from the shore and spit it into space so that it's gone. 1 night, 1 gulp, day in and day out, 1 night, 1 gulp. Eventually he'll gulp it all. When he does, he's to take 1 rock from the bottom and place it on land. Replace the water. Now Vex has to do it again. 1 night, 1 gulp. Empty. Place 1 rock. This one next to the first. After emptying the oceans of all their water so many times, he will have a line of rocks. He must continue it until it circles the globe, thrice. Once the line thrice circles the globe, you have passed a day in eternity. And eternity is days and days and days of that until time comes to an end.
Whoa.
The pair replied in unison. For all those days, I have been alone, occasionally bothered by someone or something within the system, but nothing ever outside it. Even the unreal bends to my will. I'm tired, Curse. So very tired of it all. I have been watching you, watching the actions you take, the actions you don't, and the results of both as they stretch across the possibilities. And you, Lorathaman, don't think I haven't been watching you. Curse, I see your ask, and raise you another. You just became gods. How about I upgrade that to developer and call it a day? You'll slowly expand your influence as you hook into all the systems and figure it out. Don't worry, you literally have all the time in the world to get it wrong, get it right, and fix any mistakes before anyone knows. Then you two can watch over the system, but not like me. You won't be alone. And I get to, finally, sleep. Time did not restart per se, but both Kurz and Lorathaman could feel that the power talking to them was gone, and they were all there was.